It's, I'm pretty sure a lot of people still just have like positive views about Mando season one. Like, oh yeah, no, it's actually like pretty decent. It's like, oh yeah, tell me what happened in episode four.
That
Well, oh well,
is the ATST
that
one,
one
right?
was kind of a mess. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
episode
the
4 is
one
the
that
Cara Dune
seemed
episode.
everybody didn't like.
Episode 4 is basically, and Theo will know this, episode 4 is basically a rehash of an episode of the Clone Wars, where they, like, teach the villagers to fight and everything and defend themselves.
Oh god, that was
Yeah,
so
'cause
stupid. He has a ship that could just destroy it.
Filoni is like obsessed with Seven Samurai, and he just wants to do Seven Samurai over and over and over again. Like it's his favorite setup. He does it every single I think it's in every one of his shows at some point. At
Well,
least the
good.
animated ones.
I mean, Ahsoka obviously was trying to do the samurai thing.
Yep.
There's a big
And that was
difference
Because you're a
between
fucking Ronin. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
I think there's a big difference between being inspired by it, and obviously Kurosawa's huge inspiration for you know
Yeah.
Lucas, along with like a lot of other different sci-fi properties and things like that that kind of end up being included little elements of them in Star Wars. It's different when you see episodes of Ahsoka that are like 15 straight minutes, like directly from samurai shit, just
Oh
pulled.
yeah,
put
like
right
it's
into
the
it.
innovation derivation distinction. It's like if you take these inspirations and you combine them, and then all the way through is the product of that combination. What you've done is you've innovated on your inspirations. If you take an inspiration individually and you just recreate it for 15-minute sections, all you're doing is derivative. You are just stealing it. That's the fundamental distinction. But like you will still hear people try and defend the Filoni writing by saying, "Well, George did the same thing because he had inspirations." It's like it's a mix of World War II and Kurosawa. The key word there is it's a mix of these things. He didn't have Darth Vader actually dressed up as a samurai, and he didn't have anyone call a character a Ronin, and he didn't have like long fucking stupid sequences where they stand opposite each other, one of them with the lightsaber and one of them with the Beskar spear with the fucking samurai music playing over the top of it. It's just, yeah, distinctions are important.
Doesn't Boba Fett get called a fucking daimyo as well?
Yep.
Yeah,
yes.
he is the daimyo of Mos Eisley or Esper or whatever.
What are we doing, man?
Now I'm just remembering how what's the name got stabbed through the gut, and then like literally an episode later was up and ready to go.
You have to be
and
more
then,
specific.
like, an
There's
episode
more than
later-
one person that qualifies. That's also a girl for that. You gotta be careful. We got
Wait, is there?
yeah, we got Reva and we've got
Oh,
Fennec Shand was
yeah.
like, you know, not necessarily stabbed, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah,
and then of course we
yeah,
got the Inquisitor, but I guess that's a guy, so
No, that's I forgot how many times a character.
oh yeah, sorry, and Sabine, of course, Sabine.
Yeah, and
Sabine.
Sabine, who that was the one I was talking about, but it's
This
just
would be-
funny at this point.
People making
You
fun of
know,
that stupid
the
shit, and then it's
prequels,
like,
yeah.
oh, hyperbolic, and it's like it's really not. The list is growing. It's insane.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when Qui-Gon got stabbed in the gut, it was like, oh, he's dead. But now it's like, well, I mean, shit. You know,
Obi-Wan
who
should have healed
knows?
him.
The
Obi-Wan
problem is
should've
it
healed him.
happened. It happened like 4 times across 3 different shows in like a 2-year time span. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It was just boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
If Qui-Gon wasn't in so much pain, what he was trying to say, it sounded like he said he is the chosen one, he will bring balance. What he was trying to say, but he was just hurting too much, is get me to the mod shop and I'll
Now
be fine.
I will take
There's
the
got to
cyber
be one of
stomach.
those.
In fact, I always wanted a cyber stomach. It works out.
Yeah.
So this is
And
really a great day, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, getting stabbed. I
And
should
then
thank Maul, who
you
will
hear-
come back with robot legs.
Well, yeah, Maul is at the bottom of that pit. He hasn't floated out into space, and he's like, "Me too. I need to go to the mod shop."
Exactly. That's the thing that makes it so ridiculous when you start these arguments, because you'll hear, well, people will hyperanalyze the scene. They'll, well, look, you can see that Sabine was stabbed a couple centimeters to the right of where Qui-Gon was stabbed. This would have severed
Oh my
Qui-Gon's spine. That's
gosh.
why he died. And literally, you
why
have
didn't-
the motherfucker Maul tumbling down kilometers worth of shaft with his spine split in 2 in the same sequence. Yeah.
That's a different species, Ryan. He has like 3 spines. One of them doesn't even go through the body. It's like in his torso, so he's fine.
Yeah, it's his force spine.
Dude, they had zombie stormtroopers in Ahsoka.
They did, didn't
You know,
they?
An actual army of zombie stormtroopers.
on the note of the lightsaber, by the way, I just wanted to say, like, the craziest thing is that they usually keep it in their bodies for, like, a good few seconds, as in stab, and then pull out. And it's just like, dude, any amount of seconds that's staying in, you know it's doing immense damage, right? Like,
But also, like, why would you pull it out the exact same way? Why would
Yeah.
you just yank it to the side?
well, any
Like, why would
movement in
you,
any
like,
way,
alright, let's-
you're, like, doing
Yeah.
a whole new wound that's
Oh, I
insanely
mean,
damaging.
they put a lot of emphasis on the shot and how much it's moving around. Like, it's
Mhm.
not being held still, but it's
It requires
okay,
both parties to remain perfectly still, which is probably not going to happen.
Yeah, which is probably not going to happen if you just. But again, it's not really a big deal. I don't know why they showed her getting stabbed and then she's fine. Like, they didn't have to do that, I guess. What lightsaber battles used to end with death, like always, pretty much, or at least grievous harm.
It mattered.
Now it's like, nah, we don't really care anymore. Every single one in the original trilogy and the prequels either ended with a death or with an arm getting chopped off. Now it's just nothing.
What a perfect intro
been.
to welcoming
Yeah,
everyone back to Act 2 of Andor.
Yeah, back to the real television series for the final time, because there will be nothing more after this once it's done. It'll be
Yeah,
back to slop forever.
This is the end. Like, this is the
The end
last
of
time an
Star Wars.
artist is going to get to do anything.
We
in
get
Star
to
Wars.
enjoy it a little bit before, because once we're on the final arc, that's when it's really going to get doomy around here.
Mm-hmm.
How
But
long
for now,
has
you know.
Disney had Star Wars? Because maybe there's just a rule, like we can
Nearly
get
10
one
years.
every
like
10
more than 10
years.
years.
So
13 years, right?
before- Or maybe even more
13.
than that, yeah. Okay, so like by 2037, we might have had
Well,
one other good
They
Star
might have
Wars
figured
show.
it out.
Hey, Star Wars Starfighter might be good. It's made by the guy who made Deadpool and Wolverine, and everybody loved that.
We are in a place where
Yeah,
the only
man.
way we can get good Star Wars is by absolute chance of Disney giving it to somebody who's able to do it.
Unwittingly
Yeah,
hiring
like it's got
a
nothing to do with
creator.
Disney's actual intentions.
Nope.
Well,
Which, I mean,
and I
I
think-
suppose means... Yeah?
I was just going to say, when you do look at Andor, and obviously, I think it's the most competent thing they've done with Disney Star Wars. I know you guys feel really, really good about a lot of it as well. The problem is, even with all that factored in, they spent over $700 million on 2 seasons of this, which I just don't think it's possible to recoup your investment. Like it wouldn't
agree with that,
matter
yeah.
like what this was. Like that's an insane amount of money, and you can argue it's worth it for the art being created or whatever. But if you're talking about a return on your investment, that's impossible for what this show is.
I
Like it
don't
would
even
have
know
to
if
be
it's like
basically-
just a return on the investment. It's also like a return on viewers. Disney Plus, it's sort of surprising, kind of, except that it's incompetent, so it isn't. But the idea that Disney Plus shows themselves will actually be responsible for the growth of subscribers to Disney Plus because they're attracting so many viewers, it's never going to be as effective as if you spend that much money and produce a couple of films of the quality of, say, Andor, because the barrier to entry is so much lower. It's got a much wider audience. So like, I'm absolutely up for like the meta criticism of the company and spending this much money and putting the most talented person on a show with the least sellable main character on a platform that loses subscribers quite often, as opposed to why don't we stick that in a much more appreciable form and put it in a theater, because that will recreate love for the franchise, and then the Disney Plus shows benefit by osmosis. Andor was like always going to struggle because the franchise, which was born in the cinema, has been dying in the cinema, and I don't think that's going to change.
It is way too expensive to be able to sustain itself. That's true. Especially with it was never gonna. I don't think this was a huge surprise if you were in like the board of Andorians or whatever the fuck people approved this thing. You probably would be able to predict it's not gonna hit the audience in the same way that the OT was gonna. Like, there's just not enough of a mainstream adventurous appeal considering the IP. But obviously, like, I'm fucking through the roof glad we got to have it, as opposed to not at all, considering what it's surrounded by.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely it's more inaccessible than a lot of other Star Wars projects, and I think and I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's perfectly fine when you have a franchise like this to have some projects,
Yeah.
say the little dumb kitty stuff that's out there, like Young Jedi Adventures or whatever. I think it's perfectly fine to have them, set for different people. And this one's obviously rated TV 14. It's for more mature audiences in general, and I don't think it's as appealable to normies. Those are fine things to do. You can make those within the universe, but you do have to balance that with how much you're putting into it based on expected output. And even with the little bit of data we've got so far from season 2, the viewership numbers are still a little bit of a struggle bus for Andor, and I don't think it's a surprise. Especially after the first 3 episodes, which were probably the worst 3 episodes you could have possibly left off. After good word of mouth from season 1, maybe hoping to capture more viewers for season 2, I think the way they started was probably a mistake.
Also, just to say, yes, this is a Sunday EFAP, and yes, it's happening because we have so many things to do. Okay, this is like an overflow. We're trying to get to the rest of Andor as we can, and no, Rags will not be here. Unfortunately, he's not available this weekend, but he will be back to talk about Andor next week. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
I'm not worried.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's coming out. I mean, Mission Impossible, I think, comes out this week in Australia. So,
I'm just not expecting that to be good. Unfortunately,
there's no way it will be.
Dead Reckoning has pissed me off.
Dead Reckoning was pretty fucking awful. That was so frustrating watching that film and just go like, oh my god, it's not even going to be close to as good as
I can't believe it got
Fallout.
skewered at the box office too. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I suppose that's kind of was a little bit unexpected, but at the same time, I suppose it also does make a lot of sense. What is there to talk about with that film that, would be particularly engaging or exciting to people?
Yeah, the
In terms
defense
of
people had was
storytelling.
it came out at the same time as, was it Barbie and Oppenheimer with stealing all of the things? That was the defense, but
I would never not be like, you tell me, oh yeah, man, Mission Impossible needed to move out of the way of Oppenheimer. That made sense before those films came out. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's
Well,
one
I
of
don't
those
know why
like
anybody
you
would
say it
say
in
that.
post as like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like,
Yeah,
does that make sense at
absolutely.
all in any way? It's like not really. Why would the audience be swallowed up by Barbie and Oppenheimer for Mission Impossible? Entirely different genre.
I think we've even addressed it on the EFAP for Mission Impossible. Is that the biggest problem with Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning is that it wasn't a good movie. It doesn't make any sense. They introduce yet another stupidly hyper powerful AI creature and make it retarded. It's not going to work.
It's Age of Ultron, but for Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I don't think I disliked it as much as you guys did, but it certainly wasn't the level of quality for like Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, and Fallout that previously people had been used to. Now, there was the Oppenheimer Barbie stuff, and I think Tom Cruise was a little upset that IMAX was not budging because they have the exclusivity stuff with Nolan and those agreements, especially after Tom Cruise, by Hollywood's own words, saved them with, Top Gun Maverick. I think he expected them to move a little bit, and they didn't. But also something that I don't think probably gets talked about enough is the Angel Studios movie that blew up about child trafficking and stuff during that, Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom blew up at the box office during, for a movie of its kind. It made like $250, $300 million, something like that, during the same time that Mission Impossible was released, that no one was expecting. And if you look at the demographics who mainly were going out and buying tickets to that movie, also happens to be the same age range and demographics for people that normally go see Tom Cruise movies.
That would be crazy if Sound of Freedom was one that crippled Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
But in any case,
also crippled both of those films was how insane the budget. Both of the Mission Impossible films is the budget. Like, this one has a $400 million budget. It is doomed. It is just doomed. It can't make its money back.
There's no way. I don't even think a Mission Impossible, even if kind of everything went right, the idea of it getting to $1 billion would be probably not realistic.
It's never happened. Rogue Nation and Fallout came closest, and that was about 800 million.
Exactly. And I do think, remember, these movies were kind of filmed at the same time. They were filming them, a lot of it together. It was one of the first things that tried to restart after COVID. And I think that might have really ramped up the budget. But yeah, there's just like we talked about in Andor. If you're making your movie for $400 million, unless it's called Avatar 3 or something, it probably doesn't have a chance of making its money back at the box office.
Well, I mean, case in point, Thunderbolts ain't looking like it's. I see. It's like,
That
oh,
should
it's a
surprise nobody.
55% drop off. Oh, it's a 50. It's like, yeah, but now it's only made $33 million like this weekend in America. So how's it? You know, it only is going downhill. So like, what? You know what I mean? Like, oh well, it wasn't as big a drop as usual. So it's still a noticeable one. It's not a smaller drop as a Minecraft movie had. I don't think. The Minecraft
Yeah,
movie made.
How much
so
has that
much
made
money.
now?
I think like $900 million.
Is it set to cross $1 billion, or is it sort of topped out?
No, I think it's. Thank God. And, yeah, it's not gonna
Slowed the
about
fuck
$900
down.
million.
Watch them re-release
gonna
it next
save-
month.
Yeah, not going to
Maybe.
save it from a sequel. So
No, of
No,
course not.
of course there will be a sequel. Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably Ryan, we've got for I think just like a 3.5 hours from now, right? You got to go.
yeah.
All right, we'll do our best to get
Righty.
through a lot of our Arc 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it begins. Remember, we're doing the 1 year time jump. Each new episode, I suppose, that we do for our coverage, we'll see a 1 year time jump in the story.
Yes.
And we open with Bix, who awakes in bed next to Andor, but grabs his gun and ventures out of the bedroom of a location we haven't seen before. We don't yet know where we are. And she enters sort of like the living area, and Dr. Gorst is there. And he's standing next to
Gorsting it up.
a victim. He is. He's doing his thing of somebody's there in horrible, agonized pain, like barely clinging to life, and he's just, he don't really particularly care. But Gorst casually explains that the victim told him everything before, strangely remarking that Bix wanted him to live, but that Andor said he'd seen their faces. It's like, huh. Because of course he ain't here. This is in her mind.
She's having a nightmare again. I would say this is we talked about our issues with the first act. The second act, as has been implied, I enjoy a lot more than the first act, and I would say these opening seconds were already really reassuring to me, as silly as that sounds. So I really like the contrast immediately for the living spaces. The fact that we have moved from a year of what happened. We went from that very warm, very happy, community-focused sort of place where the Empire kind of ruined it. Now we're over to this dark, cold, sort of sterile, and just creepy,
just the lack of color,
lifeless place. Like, this is where they are now. It just seems so much more miserable as a result of which I think is a benefit of the time skip, though we have mentioned there's some drawbacks of the time skip. For example, I think Ryan was right. I don't think Brasso gets mentioned at all, which you don't have to do that. You can have them bring him up. You can say, like, it's been a year since he died. Isn't that fucking crazy? That sort of thing. And talk about him a little bit. But, that's all right. In any case, I also really like the hallucination because it's combining the trauma with Dr. Gorst with other shit that's gone on. Like, her mind is fucking collapsing.
Seeding a new event.
Yeah. Which, in a small amount of time, we've done a lot already. It's just like, yay.
Yeah, that's a cool direction to take it, now that it's paired with something that happened in the intervening year. And that Gorst is essentially just saying a whole bunch of things that are going to upset Bix, because he explains that this guy who's sitting in the chair, his family will never know what happened to him, and also that he doesn't even know his name, which of course means that Bix doesn't know his name either.
Yeah.
She starts getting really angry, and then Gorst says everybody has their own rebellion, while sort of cast in a very red light on his face, which obviously the contrast is pretty sharp when it's such a dark sort of bluish, dark blue kind of room.
Ghost is like notably evil in these hallucinations or nightmares or whatever.
Yeah.
He's
notably evil, like as if compared to his,
yeah, that's what the word means.
evilness.
Notably evil,
His
even
general-
compared to his regular self, and that's going to be something I think they did deliberately.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because everything you remember about any bad moment in your life is always going to be worse than it actually was. And Ghost himself, he is not he's not Dr. Evil levels of composed and sort of inflicting that level of like psychological torture. He's kind of a nerd.
Yeah, what makes him kind of scary is the fact that he's so like
casual,
normal in a way, doing what he does. He is very casual and relaxed about his job, and his job is pretty fucking horrifying.
It's what I enjoy about their choice here is she's envisioning him as this mastermind emperor level evil, while Dr. Ghost is just a guy who figured out a really good way to torture people and kind of enjoys being so effective at it. He's when we mentioned the banality of evil, like he's like the worst person to thrive within the Empire, or one of them anyway. He probably goes home pretty chill with his life, not realizing the kind of
happy
effect
family
he has.
life, and he's got a little buzz because he gets positive reports from work, and he really enjoys it, and he finds fulfillment in it, and yeah, at no point is it addressed, like even in his own mind, seemingly that he's getting great reports and he gets fulfillment from inventing new ways to abuse and torture people.
You think about
it's not someone who's like relishing the pain that he's delivering to others. It's almost like he cares more about the science behind it all and how interesting it is and how effective he's become at doing this, which is probably more off-putting than just somebody who is sitting there describing that they're going to be happy inflicting pain on you.
It's more menacing as well, because like, the temptation is quite often with a character like that to make him this like moustache twirling, self-consciously evil person who's doing evil things and is like psychopathically delighting in cruelty. But it's less subtle, like that's a less subtle way of doing it, and it's almost less terrifying as well when the villain knows that they're a villain. It's more terrifying to think that this is a man who's genuinely doing something he thinks is completely normal, absolutely moral, and the only like consideration is whether it works because it's kind of scientifically interesting to him. That makes him a more terrifying villain than having him sitting there going,
One example to remember would be the when they put the restraints on her and she's panicking, and he's like, no, it's not it's to keep you safe. Don't worry about it. It's better you're restrained. Like trying to reassure her that she's gonna go through something so awful that she needs to have her arms kept down in case she hurts herself with it. It's like, oh, that's awful. And it's like the way he says it though is like he's trying to be reassuring. Like he doesn't understand exactly.
Like he's your dentist.
Yeah.
That's what he reminds me of. The dent. Yes, exactly. I was there last week. They're all like that.
They're
it's
all
horrifying.
like that. We all have our own Dr. Ghost.
My dentist actually said with a really, really happy, cheerful expression, this time it won't hurt. I was like, oh, so that means all the other times it's going to. No, it's fine.
Well, it's the best when they say, instead of saying like it'll be uncomfortable, it'll be a weird feeling, or it'll be painful. Instead, they're just like, look, I'll just do it. You're just like, wait, what? What's that gonna feel like?
So, Andor approaches Bix from behind, takes the gun, and snaps her out of it. And but this is not the first time that this has happened, obviously. We've seen it, but also, that it has continued in the intervening year. But she doesn't really want to talk about it. Though she does say something that's kind of interesting, that like she kind of feels like she's restless, like that part of the reason why this is arising is because of that. The like, even though this is not a particularly pleasant place to be, it's kind of like somewhat stable compared to other circumstances before, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But then she...
Well, it looks like a prison cell, but it is safe. Like, they're safe in there, but it's just not quite, like... It's not what either of them really want.
Home, which is what she kind of wants to make it into if they're going to spend as much time there. And she keeps saying, like, if they come back, so it's like, okay, this is not the first time that they've stayed here then.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you're getting a lot of implied history that's not necessarily, straightforward compared to, I guess they probably were just hanging out on Cornfield Planet for the last year, having a pretty good time, generally.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bit of, implied history, but there's more going on here.
And that was kind of one of the things that I felt we would, after like coming into this, my impression of, after what happened to Bix and the things she'd been struggling with, her wonder if she's going to feel powerless. And then like this moment happens and you know, she kills the guy. She gets away. She stops him. Brazo dies, but they escape with their lives. I thought we were going to kind of roll into this and see her being actively more a part of everything. Um, and obviously, the first thing we realize is no, she's still struggling with this stuff, and seems like
Well, now she's
some
got
people.
new problems. There's
Yeah, yeah.
clearly new trauma with this guy.
Because she was on a
that they
mission with
killed.
Cassian, right? And it went bad.
Yeah, it went
Something
badly,
happened.
and
Cassian killed
yeah.
someone because he saw their faces.
Specifically her face.
mm-hmm. But then we see that the safe house is on Coruscant. Remember Coruscant?
I like
It's
Coruscant.
yeah. Well, what I
Coruscant.
like is seeing different places of Coruscant. That's fun. Seeing different. We get to see a whole bunch of different places in this episode, even of just more like mundane, normal places, which I like. Particularly when you get to see just aliens going about their day. You know.
I had a fondness for the alien grocery store, or the
Yeah, I
whatever.
like it a lot. But then we
I
head
do
over.
wish-
Oh, yep.
I do wish, because we got to spend a little time on Coruscant, I feel like Coruscant is one of the things that has been uniquely underexplored with the possibilities we have, because the idea that they're out there and you're in the open and you have sky above your head and stuff, in theory, that should be kind of a rarity for Coruscant. You have thousands, quite literally thousands of levels of Coruscant that have been built on top of each other. And you would imagine, if you were kind of hiding out or if you were involved in these things, that a lot of that stuff would be done in kind of the underworld of Coruscant. And I feel like that's something that we have not yet gotten to explore, that they could have done, within especially this series of episodes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm reminded of Star Wars 1313 again, and then
I
that
feel
getting
like-
cancelled.
Glimpses and moments of it, right? With Luthen's
Yeah.
monologue in the first season. It's like going
Yeah,
way
Luthen
down
and
into like
Lonnie-
the bowels of Coruscant.
They tend to meet down there, but we don't spend a whole lot of time there.
Yeah.
But oh well. We get to head to Gorman though. We're gonna be here for a while, and it's gonna basically
It's
be
gonna be
nothing but
important.
interesting.
I would
This
also
is,
say that establishing
yeah.
shot is super important. A lot of
Yes.
people, I don't think, remember it when thinking about Gorman in future, because that's one city, correct?
This is Palmo. This is the capital
Like,
city. But there are a few others, not too
It's
many.
just worth understanding what is at stake on this planet, so to speak, in terms of, because a lot of people don't understand the Empire's, plans, and it's just like, can't just destroy the planet, okay? Not an option. That's which has got over in the first arc, right? Their organization. That whole sequence is super important for all of this.
Yeah.
They really, really don't want to have to blow up Gorman for the Calcite.
Mm-hmm.
But they will do it if
If it comes to it.
Also, there's that. There's also
Yeah.
they don't want to have to just do it. They'd rather
Oh yeah.
get into that position through some careful planning.
Yeah, they're perfectly fine with doing it. They just know they have to massage the message in order for it to be a possibility.
Oh yeah. They don't. It's not that they don't want to do. Like they don't give a shit about the people who live there. It's just that they don't want to deal with the
Politically,
problems that would arise from displacing them.
It'd be very unpopular, to go
You're
in
gonna
and blow it
create-
up when you could have them blow themselves up, and then the Imperial response is justified.
Even with this much massaging of the narrative, so to speak, you're still gonna generate yourself so many headaches in trying to make sure that everything about how this goes down and is understood by everyone stays under control. And no matter how hard you try, some people are still gonna be mad at you after you do it. So it's just not something you want to have to do, in a utilitarian sense.
What you're about to get here is a really strong introduction to Gorman and a lot of the key locations and happenings on this planet.
Not to mention
'cause
Cyril too.
Good information
Yeah,
very quickly
that's
with
right.
the spiders.
Yeah. We're with Cyril as he's preparing for work. And he's examining himself in the bathroom, but he notices somebody is lurking outside, seemingly kind of looking, seeing what he's up to. But then he suits up and he gets some floss, and he ties it to his door. Like he attaches it between the door and the frame. It's like, huh, what are you up to, Cyril? That's kind of a strange thing to do. But then he heads out to work, and it takes him through the plaza at the center of Palmo, which is a really awesome set. And if you've watched the behind the scenes for Andor, they talk about it a lot and how much of an investment it was and how they could get as much use out of it as possible. And one of the ways of doing that was building a lot of the interiors that they would need in that area so that they could, essentially like maximize the use of the space as much as possible. It's a really cool set. I'm quite happy with it. And also just sort of gives you a good sense of the general sort of architecture of the planet.
This is a scene I think I'd totally forgive anybody for being like, what is it to gain from this in terms of fully? And it's like it's much more easy to see it all once you see where this is all going. Like, first of all, setting it so that like making us watch his commute, right? He's pretty close by, but it means that he has to go through all this like Gorman culture every single day, back and forth. The fact that the conversation with his mother is already playing, which a lot of people get turned off by, but if you pay attention to it, right, it's giving you clues already. The fact that spy was noticed is a clue as to what story is being told here.
The fact that he's already tied the floss to his door to check if anybody's going into his house.
Got a couple of Gorlectopod like thingies sitting around already, which will like be relevant later on when from his interactions with the one member from the Gorman front, right?
Yeah,
insinuates that this has happened a few times already, like interactions of that kind.
I would also argue it's double layered. It's if someone were to check his room, it would look like he likes those. It would look like he's got them as little things on his shelf because he appreciates them.
Because he's getting a little bit immersed in the culture, and as he's walking to work, and you get the big view of the plaza, you can see the monument at the center of it. The monument, which will be explained more as time goes on, but also the new Imperial building in the background, kind of rising above everything. It's quite large, and then you can just kind of see like the regular citizens and what they're up to and what's going on, and noticing that there are protesters at the monument. Also noticing that Gorman is very French.
Yes.
Though of course we will. The sort of fun detail is that in developing the language for the Gore, I believe the way that they explained it was like French inspired, but with like some noticeable changes to make it so that it's not strictly that they're just speaking French. It is like kind of a unique dialect, which is very fun.
I think they did. I wonder whether, like, because they also make this soundtrack very French, and like your first introduction with the establishing shot. And I wonder whether that might have been sort of the step slightly too far for some people. It's one thing. I mean, the French are a bit overbearing. It's one thing to have to be spoken at in a manner that sounds a bit French, but then you have French music playing as well. And I maybe lots of people just thought, my God, that's very, very French. A different soundtrack choice might have lessened the effect somewhat.
I like it. I like that they've got. I like how distinctly French it is. I enjoy that the architecture is so French. I like that they're all very French and that they're wearing very quintessentially like French attire. I like it a lot.
It also does a good job of when you're talking about the plaza and the walkthrough and stuff. Apparently, even in the last episodes that came out, people still didn't understand why the Gore would go to their monument for a big protest. But even now, you can see this is where these things are happening.
This is what I mean about filmmaking that I very much would prefer. The fact the camera hangs on it, keeps showing it. It's like you're getting told without getting told. That's important. That monument, it's important. Like, okay.
That is actually pretty central to spurring a lot of the conflict. Like all of the happenings around the place, because you can see that it's people going about their lives and everything is sort of it's like things haven't gotten like absolutely horrendous at this point. People are still able to, because you will see.
Well, they're just protesting in general there, right? Like
yeah, but I guess pay attention to how busy and lively this place, which comparatively it's kind of revealed that it's not as lively as it used to be. And it's going to get less the longer that time goes on, the more that this area is going to be like shut down and
Yeah, because
people
that's
not
the other
allowed
thing.
to
Like
move through it freely.
we've discussed a lot about obviously like, what you see and all the information you get in the visual space, and it is like excellent filmmaking that we've just spent all this time describing what is essentially an establishing shot and how much stuff there is packed just into the visual space there. But then, of course, in the audible space, you've got the conversation with the mother, which is one of the most useful conversations of all the conversations with the mother because it gives you the galaxy's view of Gorman. Having like the last time we hear anything about it, it's the infomercial thing which establishes how popular Gorman products are with the rest of the galaxy. You know, it's got this wonderful reputation. It's the hub of design and fashion. It's really, really high culture and chic. That's what it was. But already, when you get the conversation with the mother, she says, "Oh, I'm over. I don't like the Gormanites. I'm over Gorman. I've been over Gorman for ages. My opinions weren't formed in the last 5 minutes. Nobody likes the Gormans anymore." And they all you have to do is then connect the dots at that point from the like original infomercial, then the propaganda ministers coming in saying this is what we'll do, and then the mother saying, "Oh well, I hate them. I don't like them at all," and it's already working behind the scenes.
And another bit of important information in that conversation as well is that Edie is making it clear that she views Cyril being here as a strict demotion, that she believes that he's too naive to recognize. And also notes that Cyril is seemingly broken up with Dedra, which he doesn't deny that. So it's like, oh, that's okay. So we got a lot of things that are happening right now, like new developments in Cyril's life, or maybe maybe it's not quite as it seems.
She also, I think, makes
say?
brief mention of something she doesn't like about the Gormans is a mocking of Palpatine, which I quite enjoy as like would be a potentially real thing. You depending on what you're delivered as history, like you could totally see like Palpatine was pretty awesome actually. He got us out of a nightmare scenario, so don't like people shitting on him, just anyone who makes fun of him.
Super easily develop a cult of personality. I don't know if that's like a thing in Star Wars.
Hey, there are people who like Palpatine in real life, okay? Palpatine's pretty fun. Yeah. I would vote for him.
There were also Gorman like space pigeons as well, which is fun.
Yes.
You got to show them the space pigeons.
That's something that was very notable, actually. It was just like, oh shit, look at them.
Yeah,
this little bits of effort. They look funky.
Exactly. But Cyril's office space is in the plaza, but and he's in charge, seemingly in this place. He is the boss.
Just to say though, is this not incredibly funny considering Born Again? They had to CG real pigeons, meanwhile this show has like realistic alien pigeons.
Exactly, because it's better. Look at him.
It's better. You're goddamn right.
So something that is revealed, because this conversation's happening in his office. He's speaking with his mother. But the conversation is being eavesdropped on by members of the Gorman Front. And Cyril basically,
To clarify, what I'm saying, they are alien pigeons. As to what breed they are in real life, I don't know. What I'm saying is they're Gorman pigeons.
Are they like actually real with the big? Well, okay.
I've definitely seen birds that have that before IRL. I'm just saying, like, I assume these are supposed to come across as alien. They're not supposed to evoke. They're not supposed to evoke like they're from a well-known area or something.
They're actually French pigeons.
That's just how French pigeons look.
I think it's pronounced pigeon.
You gotta give them a little hat, a beret. You give them
baguette.
A little hat that they can wear. Yeah, I guess they'd like that. Pigeons like bread. But yeah, the conversation is being eavesdropped on by the Gorman Front, and basically, sort of a notable takeaway is that Cyril, he's pushing back on a lot of the propaganda that Edie is spouting. He appears somewhat sympathetic towards them, and also seems a little bit frustrated with Imperial overreach, which is interesting to think about.
Yeah, and considering the way the information's being delivered, I think this was a really good idea because it keeps audience members in a different. Like, there's a couple of options that could be happening here, but if you really grab every little detail, which I wouldn't blame anybody for missing, you can already figure out where this is going or why this is the way that it is, like Platoon mentioned.
That was
Yep.
going to be one of my questions. Like, what was you guys when you first watched it initially? Like, after he's having that conversation with his mom, sees somebody looking at him, is worried somebody's going to break in. Like, was your initial impression that okay, this is all a setup and Cyril's still working for Dedra, blah blah, blah, or was it, you know, he like the Imperials are spying on him because they're worried about his like what he may be saying?
Well, one of the options I was entertaining was that he's just that meticulous that he was noticing people keeping an eye on him, which he found frustrating, that it could be the Empire making sure he's doing the job he's supposed to be doing, and that simultaneously he is genuinely starting to, after having been here for X amount of time, feel like the Gormans are not being treated quite right, because that would match his sort of like approach with doing justice, security, and standards correctly, right? But and that then the Gore listening to him and you know, eyeing him as a prospect to maybe convince. And I thought, oh shit, we could have a storyline where he is actually gradually convinced to help them or something. But obviously, the show is going for something different.
You also have the other angle, which is, oh, this is a ruse.
Well, that's the correct angle. What I'm saying is, like, what are the other options to interpret with this?
The fact that we have the year time jump is kind of working in its favor for this, because it does build that. This would be harder to do if like this was the whole season was dealing with this, building up to this, you know, because you just naturally get a lot of scenes where it would become clear exactly what's happening. But this is like an example of actually utilizing the structure of the series to sort of enhance it, because you have a limited access to information. You know, who knows what happened within that year in terms of how he feels about it.
Because with a longer like setup, unless this was literally like the start of a season, it would be pretty hard to not have the intervening context for how he ended up on Gorman, like what specifically he was told to be doing here.
That's another way they can benefit, yeah, because it keeps us being like, wait, what? But it all fits in.
Intrigue.
Yeah.
After expressing all of these misgivings, Edie tells Cyril not to become too much of an individual, which prompts him to hang up on her, naturally.
It is a wonderful little snooty line there. Don't become too much of an individual, Cyril. Yeah. And delivery is great as well.
I mean,
yeah,
it's funny, but could we not say that that's like foreshadowing? It's almost like a warning of,
yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think so.
Yeah.
Something I think that's kind of notable about this exchange is like he's handling his mother better.
Yeah.
Like she isn't just running the show conversationally speaking. She isn't walking all over him in terms of how they talk.
Well,
which is noticeably different.
He is achieving his objectives here.
Yep.
It might not seem like it, but he is getting what he needs to get out of the conversation. So, yeah.
There's also like the implied maturity, right? Is that he has left home at this point. He is away for work. He's not living with or anywhere near her anymore. So he is kind of outside of her orbit doing a job that he's good at. So like that extra bit of self-confidence, I think it comes in. But it did sort of, it might be sort of lingering frustration, I think, with like some of the wasted opportunities in the first act. I remember watching this thinking, with the exception of like a few scenes, strong scenes, like the wedding and the setup stuff for Gorman with the ISB and Krennic, you could almost have started the show here, because like basically what we've had is Cyril has taken a job on Coruscant in the first act, which his mother, well, I mean, she's happy that he's there and he's back, but she's not very impressed by him. And now he's taken another job, which she's not particularly impressed by. And so it's almost repeating a lot of the stuff that he went through in the first act. Two jobs that the mother doesn't think very much of, starting the story from scratch, except that he's now much more involved in it. And whether or not there was a way to reorganize things completely so that you do get rid of a lot of the empty space in Act 1, and you kind of do kick it off here with like a lead-in couple of scenes, maybe with the discussion of Gorman that we had, and maybe the wedding takes place here as opposed to earlier on. And I wouldn't entirely blame people, I don't think, if they were like trying to get to the interesting parts of this season, just skipping those first three, even though they would miss a bit that's good, and just starting here, because this is where most of the important stuff begins.
I think they could have benefited too from having using the Gorman set, the plaza in Act 1, so we could see a time skip, huge difference again, because we get it between Act 2 and 3. It's just, it would have been cool to have it from Act 1 to 2 as well. Like the almost zero influence from the Empire, moving to somewhat and more subtle, and then moving to significant. But yes, I think I would have started the Gorman stuff, even though technically it does start in Act 1, I probably would have gone to Gorman in Act 1. I think that making it season-long is perfectly suitable for how important it is as an event.
Yep. And now we're introduced to our Rylance. He is basically the leader here. And he is notably skeptical about directly approaching Cyril, but the others convince him or believe that he's on the fence and essentially can be used to serve their cause. And he relents. Eventually, he agrees and suggests that they should act before Cyril is replaced.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fateful decision, it could be said to be. Yeah.
Well,
But,
I mean, once
pay
you have all the
attention to
pieces,
Rylance.
it's
Important
kind
one.
of fascinating. Again, we're dealing with the whole, like, they're playing chess against each other, the rebels and the Empire. It's really fucking cool.
Yes.
I feel like
There is,
there's an insinuation there of like this maybe having happened before in terms of like Cyril getting replaced, of like Gorman sympathetic Imperial like agents and workers slowly getting like pulled out of Gorman, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe this has happened before, hence the fact that they have precedent for why they would need to act relatively promptly.
I do also think they kind of, one of the main themes in this this 3-episode arc is going to be that the Gormans, although they're passionate and care a lot, they don't really know what they're doing. They're probably taking a lot of risks. Rylance is the one who seems to be pushing back on all of that and like very consistent about being careful with some of these things. But a lot of the younger people involved, they think they need to press all their opportunities that they can right now.
Well, we
and
can
that's
already
something
see
the Empire uses to their advantage.
we can already see that lack of experience because Cyril knows they've been watching him. Like, he knows that there are people. The fact that he's tying stuff up at his door, you know, it's like he knows they're paying attention to him, regardless of what is to be made of that, right? Regardless of what Cyril's motivations actually are, like, because that is still, you know, unknown at this point. They're not exactly subtle, is I suppose something that's already been concluded.
It was a neat way to do it too. Like when he looks at him through the reflection, once he turns, we see the guy turn. Like the guy doesn't realize Cyril's noticed him as well, because he just looks like he's looking in a mirror, you know, just like anyone would in the morning. But because it's hard to spot someone's pupils that far away exactly where they're going. But I just like the way they did that, because the guy turns his head down when he sees Cyril turning back. They think they're doing better than they actually are, the Gorman Alliance.
Which shows you, like, something I remember thinking after Act 1 was, I wondered if what they were trying to do with the dumbass rebels was show a slow pulling together of the rebellion, essentially. Like, in each year skip forward, I expected almost to see, like, a development upon that, and this acts as that in a way, because we go from people who have no idea what the fuck they're doing to people who are organized but clearly inexperienced and perhaps over eager. And not that like does justice to the time that we spend with the rebels, but I think the progression that they're working with there is pretty neat.
I guess the problem is that because we do kind of begin that progression from scratch on Gorman. So like you see like the early stage in Act 1 with the completely discordant, disorganized rebels. And you go to Gorman and you sort of begin in the same place, because like we'll see them a lot later, but that they are quite discordant and disorganized. There's disagreements over the best way to go forward. There's big arguments. They struggle to control like the more vocal and volatile members of their group. And then from that point you begin that, as you mentioned, like the coming together and the finding of purpose and becoming slightly more professionalized. So the direction of travel is really good. It's just that you have BA twice over, and I fucking hate those rebels in Act 1. So if we have to cut one of them, I'm going to cut them, and I'll stick with the Gormanites.
Yeah.
So we head back to Coruscant, and Anna and Vix are heading to the local convenience store. This was what you were mentioning before, Mola, right? This store you were particularly a fan of?
Yeah, I think this is what I would categorize as underrated world building. Like, a lot of people might not give a shit, but it really helps my immersion to see stuff like this, because it makes me believe this is a world that does actually function in the smallest of ways. Seeing just Star Wars' version of, because obviously this would have taken fucking ages for a set designer, and a lot of it's not going to be seen or appreciated. But I appreciate it. I would like to visit this store and see what they sell.
Oh, I love it too. I like that you get to see all of the alien wares. There's there's an alien with all of his shopping going home. Because this is what you gotta cling to the background aliens that show up in Andor, because there are no POV characters who aren't human. So I do enjoy seeing the guy just like got his shopping going, sort of stomping home. It's fun.
It's like a character scene as well, obviously, because it's not just a world building scene. Though I think it is interesting and important to show that even on Coruscant, the capital of the evil empire, there are lots of really nice people around who are just doing their job, and to them, like the grander stakes of the galactic conflict just don't even factor in. But then you also get the difference in attitude between Bix and Andor here, because Bix has actually spent more time more recently in situations where she can come to trust people, weirdly, and given that she has all these nightmares. But she lives on the farming planet where people are mutually self-reliant, and you get now here where she's been to the shop before, so she's less concerned about overstaying their welcome, whereas Andor just wants to get the fuck out as quickly as possible.
Well, Andor gets particularly prickly when he hears that the clerk recognizes her. He was like,
Yeah, he looks over.
He really didn't like that.
No, he didn't, which is understandable. And I mean, it's conveyed pretty clearly by when they're walking to the store, he's got his hood on, she doesn't. He's, they just have a very different temperament. Yeah, she just wants to get, like, some real food so that she can do some cooking and kind of live like a normal person.
And she, that's the main thing I got from this, was that she's trying to do these little things that make her feel more like she's actually living, which is going to be on theme for a couple of points different characters have made, including, Mon's already made that point in Act 1.
Mm-hmm. Did anybody have anything else to say about that before we head back to old Gorman?
I really like the little alien guy in the cage.
Oh yes, you got to show them the little alien in the corner.
Trying to get like a good shot of it. He's just he's clearly like a little pet that the Yoda's got in the corner there.
I hope he gives him lots of treats.
Yeah.
It looks a bit like a gremlin.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. But on Gorman, Cyril's. I
just said that the dude would like be an entire episodic plot or something in Mandalorian season 18 or whatever. That little guy.
Yeah, this guy would have like a shipment that's been held up somewhere, and would have to send the Mando out to go and get all of his fruits and stuff.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I wouldn't mind like if you had a show that was set during the Empire era where you just had like a fixer that just gets hired by random people to solve relatively mundane problems for them.
Alternate dimension where they made a show like that, and those episodes were good, and some of the best episodes were ones like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that it's just like some guy that maybe the main character knew from the past. He's got fond memories of back during the Republic days, going there getting candy or something. And that, it's all grown up and the business is like in decline. It's like, dude, these Empire guys, they're just really fucking me over here. Like, it's like, yep, I'll help you out, buddy. Free of charge or something. And then goes on an adventure to solve these problems. We need more low stakes stories in Star Wars, I would say at this point. That'd be nice.
Can you imagine just like in Star Wars, like an anthology series of just like the day-to-day lives of people at different levels of and in different parts of the galaxy, like just going about their day in perhaps a slightly abnormal day, just something that shows a microcosm of what life is like in like all across the galaxy. You could really, really easily do something like that.
It would be good, but the problem is you can't do Seven Samurai that way, so it's not going to happen.
I guess not.
Oh, go ahead.
There is like this in this alternate dimension. There's a world where the Mandalorian show is just you're not having all this Baby Yoda crap. You're not having cameos from all the 50 characters that we know exist in the Star Wars universe at this time, and instead it's just about a bounty hunter who's going and doing things in these dark corners of the universe. And maybe there's an overarching thing where instead of getting all of his armor assembled in the second episode or whatever, maybe instead of that, he's slowly putting on pieces of that armor and remembering bits about his past and stuff. You drag that out over a season, and they could actually take their time with it and tell something compelling.
That'd be cool, but never. It'll never happen. Remember, there will be nothing good after this for a decade.
You know,
that's how it works.
Friggy Alan episode, the Smiley Friends.
Yeah, the Alan adventure. I love that episode.
So picture like that TV show, that theoretical what we're talking about. There's just a quote unquote filler episode where this fella right here, this guy, this alien, it's just him, and we follow him at the beginning, and then he gets into like a crazy fucking adventure as for whatever reason, and like crosses paths with one of the most famous characters briefly, and then goes back to his normal life, just like in an office building, typing on his little computer. Like it would just be that kind of shit is so enjoyable if it were part of a really good TV show. But oh well.
Oh yeah. Oh well, indeed. So back on Gorman, Cyril leaves work and is approached in the square by one of the members of the Gorman front, and he offers him another spider for free. But this time there's a little bit of information in there that's going to take him to a meeting that's being held that night. So he has been approached. And
Indeed.
Of course, something to note is that he's not very subtle. Like, essentially, if Cyril was like if Cyril wasn't, sympathetic or otherwise up to something, this could have gotten them in serious trouble.
True. This is their gambit, though, right? They at this point, even though they've made it obvious up to this point without realizing it, this is them consciously making it obvious.
Actually, yeah, giving it a go, taking the chance.
And considering it seems Cyril wants this, he plays it very cool.
He does. That's right. So we see that Andor and Bix are back in the apartment, the safe house, conducting some maintenance work on the gear. He's cooking. And again, it's reiterated basically that they've been to the safe house more than once. And then Bix asks Andor what he's going to tell Luthen about the mission and the soldier. And Andor turns around and simply says that Luthen cares about results, so there's nothing more to be said.
Notice anything about that line?
What, that only cares about results?
Mm-hmm.
It's what is said about Krennic.
Correct. Krennic. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I very much enjoyed that. I was like, oh, nice connection there.
Yep. I do enjoy that Bix doesn't say anything, and then Andor gets really defensive. It's kind of like a neat detail. He says this, there's nothing more to be said. She says nothing. And then he gets mad and basically has to defend himself. He asserts that the soldier was a threat that had to be dealt with. But Bix can't stop thinking about him. But naturally, I mean, we've seen how that manifests in the fusing of these two bad memories.
I think it's become clear now. It's like, oh man, it is a shame we don't get those other seasons, because this probably would have been how season 3 rolled out. It would have been several missions conducted from this safe house, and we would have seen like a lot of how badly they went, or what different things would have happened to. Because I think with the time they have, they actually do a really decent job of fully realizing Bix and Andor's relationship. But how much more heavy it would all be if we got the time they originally wanted.
Yeah, because I actually think, especially, we're not talking about those episodes today, but by the time we get to the end of Arc 3, I think a lot of people are very emotionally invested in Cassian and Bix. And as opposed to what I think they did a more poor job of doing, a different couple that are in this show that we're going to get to a little bit later on, where I don't feel like too many people cared at the end of the day what happens to them between Cintas and Vel. But I think the Cassian Bix stuff is good. I do wonder do you think, Mahler, because you just said if we had got all 5 seasons, do you think that that's what they kind of morphed this into, all the ideas they would have had for these 5 seasons, and they just put each of them into these 3-episode arcs? Or do you think they ended up scrapping a lot of it and just
scrapping a lot of it?
Wrote what they felt was a good story.
More than likely scrapped a lot of it. I could totally believe, though, broadly, and this is the best we have to work with, that if you take each arc and assume it's worth a season, and just expand it all and have new characters, new events to fill out the remaining time. Because I could have believed they were on that Mina Rao, is it? The planet? I could have believed they were on that for all of season 2, and then they were in this safe house for season 3. Then season 4 they moved to Yavin or something.
You think about how long we spend on Ferox in season 1, like it appears in more than half of the episodes, and is the focal, it's like the singular focus of 5 of them. The impression I get in terms of, the nature of condensing it is that there would necessarily be more substantial storylines that just had to go.
Yeah.
Or otherwise would have just been implied. Like, the clearest one would be that we almost certainly would have seen how Yavin 4 becomes, like, the Yavin 4 that we recognize, like, how that would have happened over the course
Well, and the
of,
X-Wing thing probably would have been in it if they had the 5 seasons.
Probably. But that... Because I guess with something like Gorman, that's clearly got a significant amount of focus this season. That is like the focal point, whereas it might have been, implied as going to be important in season 2, starts to get introduced in season 3, and then becomes the center of attention in season 4, for example. Like more of a slow burn. But unfortunately, there was probably never going to be 5 seasons of this, no matter what.
I mean, one of the things that Tony Gilroy has talked about with regards to that is just that, like, Diego Luna's face wouldn't be able to take it, like, for how long it would probably take to make.
Well, yeah, it'd be over a decade if they're making it be every 3 years.
Yeah.
His face wouldn't be able to take it.
That's the word he used. Like,
that's pretty funny. So Andor assures Bix on her rumination that the feeling will fade, though it won't disappear. But then he reminds her that they're part of a war, and that even the soldier now knows that he's a part of that war. He knows it now, which is pretty ruthless, I would say, I suppose. But and then he asserts that the reason why the two of them are alive is because the soldier is dead. But she doesn't seem to be. Like she's not
taking
convinced,
it well.
I suppose. Yeah, she's not really on board yet with all of that.
Certainly not emotionally convinced. Maybe
No.
logically, who knows, but it's not sitting right.
No.
So we see that Cyril returns home, and he notices that the floss he tied around his door has been broken. So somebody's been in there.
I think it's just spider web, right? Or weave, or whatever it is.
I don't know why I keep saying floss. I guess it probably. I mean, it's Gorman, so yeah, it might be just the maybe you floss with the with the spider's web. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
But he opens up the spider, reads the information. So he's gonna be heading to that meeting. And then we have Andor and Bix eating dinner together that night, and Bix expresses a desire to go for a walk to the park, but Andor is reluctant because there were cameras installed at that park. And at which point Bix kind of clues on that Andor is going out of his way to protect her specifically, which she points out isn't really in his power anymore, given the lives that they're leading. And she reminds Andor that though she loves him, she's not trying to count on anything anymore, like trying to, essentially take advantage of whatever opportunities to kind of live present themselves. But Andor gets a bit mad. He asks what he's doing wrong, like how he's messing up, and Bix outright declares that he killed the soldier because he saw her face, not because of this broader idea that they're at war. But Andor asks Bix what the difference is, and she doesn't know. She's not quite sure what the difference is.
I kind of appreciated that. We got some things getting laid out here that are going to have big impacts later, right? Like, she seems to be broadly making the argument that this war is basically taking everything from us, and so if that's the case, like, it needs to be given everything. Like, there should be no sure things about anything now other than maximizing our ability to win. Like, it almost seems like she's saying Cassian's doing these little, like, concessions that are only going to cripple his ability to wage the war, even though he's committed to waging the war. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And that you can tell how disappointed she is with, like, every action he's taking that relates to protecting her is almost stupid at this point. It's like, we're going to die, more than likely. It's probably going to happen. It's like,
when you
trying to come to terms with it.
Think about the stuff that Bix has gone through, like, back in season 1, where her, the guy she's sleeping with ends up dying to try to protect her.
Yeah.
You see them have to leave their lives on Ferrix because, Cassian comes in there. They start this entire thing. They do this in order to rescue her. Then Brasso, although that wasn't necessarily to protect her, just as an outcome of everything that went down while they were there. And I think that's what she feels like. Everything's kind of crumbling. And they are eventually going to lose everything, probably before they see the rebellion come to fruition.
And yeah, I think I don't think she likes the idea of certain actions being taken, ones that are very uncomfortable, being a stricter result of protecting her, as opposed to it should be for the war / it should be for the best move possible going forward, sort of stuff. And yeah, this whole like so much shit has happened to her at this point. Even if she was under the format of having been protected, it probably doesn't feel that way or worthwhile, right? It's like, can we just move on to actually committing to getting things done instead of this rigmarole?
She says something important as well, which is that if she's going to give up everything, then they have to win.
Yeah.
Which has she given up everything yet? I don't know. You know, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I mean the conclusion, because I suppose the thing is that it's not like immediately obvious what's being said, but the conclusion is that Andor is kind of it's not the sense that he's half committed, but that he's it's like there isn't like the clarity that he needs in terms of what he's trying to achieve. You know, like it's not, there are actions that he's undertaking that are kind of running contrary to the idea that he's actually like fully committed to achieving the outcomes that are necessary to win. Namely, the being overprotective of Bix, which is something that's kind of not even in his power, really, given the circumstances in which they find themselves.
Also, her saying, "I'm not Marva and I'm not your sister," is like, damn.
Yeah.
First time we got a sister name drop in a while. What the hell happened to her?
Well,
have you seen the people who said there was a theory? It was one of the most embarrassing ones I've ever seen. It was like Dedra is Cassian's sister. Like what?
What? Nah, that feels like a byproduct of all of the fucking theories that every sort of Star Wars project kind of almost relies on being generated in order to facilitate conversations about
connection fixation.
Why don't you just say Snoke is Cassian's sister? That'll be the best answer, I think.
Well, Snoke is Maul. We already established that.
Yes.
Someone has said it in chat, but essentially life got in the way of Andor, pursuing that. It's something that was introduced at the beginning of season 1, but I mean, the story itself that plays out over the course of season 1, as a consequence of him seeking that information, prevents him from doing anything more about it.
I would also argue that the impression I got from Marva was that she was like indulging him in the potential, but she never believed the sister was ever going to be found, or is even alive.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like something he wasn't he was like avoiding recognizing that.
It was just like, it was strange to me that was such a pivotal plotline to kick off the series, right? That's the first scene in the series is, Cassian's sister. We get this background history of him and finding Marva, and then was it episode 4 or whatever, Marva says, "Hey, she's gone, Cassian. Nobody survived. Leave it." Even though he,
I think that's like episode 7.
Whichever it is. But even though he got confirmation that there was a Canary girl that was there, and it just has not. And now we've been 2 years or in the timeline or so, and that's the first name drop we get of her.
I kind of like it as the way it went, insofar as like in life got in the way, but like that's like the thematic idea of like that's the point of Andor season 1, right? Is like Cassian, we find him like off doing his own thing, like going his own way in life, and he gets pulled into and becomes a part of something greater than himself in the form of the rebellion, which he ends up having to like sacrifice his personal ambitions for.
Well, and he eventually will contextualize it as he's technically been a part of it his whole life, especially with Navik's manifesto talking about that as well. It's just something he didn't realize yet.
Mm-hmm.
It is the curious thing as well, because they are limited by what he has to be at the beginning of Rogue One. He almost has to play. I don't know if I'd call it like the arc in slow motion, but it's definitely like there are more layers to it. It's less. It's more complicated than just like waking up to the promise and the premise of revolution. Because like obviously by the time we meet him in Rogue One, he's on it, but he's not like a dyed-in-the-wool, full believing ideologue type. He just does what is necessary in order to, get through the mission for the rebellion kind of thing. So it was one of the things that I think made him seem maybe less interesting than his surroundings in season 1, is that he can't move along this arc very, very quickly. He has to go quite slowly. It has to begin with like a false promise and a false dream of finding the sister, which has to get dashed. But then he can't, by virtue of having that dashed, completely sign up with Luthen. It has to be kind of like I've got nothing else I can do. There's nothing left for me, so I'm kind of going with you by default situation. And then through season 2 also has to be like snapshots of him making small steps in different directions along that arc, but he still has to be very much limited into how much he can buy into it. And obviously that leaves a huge amount of space to do really interesting things with the rest of the world, because that's where more dramatic stories can happen. But
because the story of the rebellion's moving forward, whether or not he is moving with it, and his first significant arc first arc is just escaping consequences of killing the 2 guys. Second arc is he's doing it for money. Third arc is, well, it's happening to him. He doesn't want it to like the Empire crushing him in Narkina 5. So it's like, yeah, the season is absolutely him going through all these different circumstances that are building up all of his experiences to push him toward the rebellion. Which I agree with you, like that inherently is going to push people more, especially when you got Luthen. Like every one of his scenes is fascinating almost. It's just like, he's obviously people will gravitate toward him first.
So that night, back on Gorman, Cyril ventures back to work, and you see the 2 Imperial guards there. They're watching pod racing on on TV, which is kind of fun. But they initially deny him entry, but he asserts that he only needs 5 minutes to grab his notes. Else he could tell the guard where to find him, and the guard decides to relent and allow Cyril inside. And he takes his computer, heads into a secluded room, and calls Dedra, who is back on Coruscant.
I don't want to skip over the fact they made like the more lazy and incompetent one super fat. He was like, oh, just lower man. Just eating his donut, whatever.
He is a big fella. So yeah, Cyril's pretty excited, and he informs Dedra that the Gorman front has made contact and invited him to a meeting, and that he knows that they've tapped into his communications, and he assumes he's being followed all the time. So we do have our answer. This is a ruse. He is specifically seeking to link up with him, and he is working with Dedra specifically, who, you know, as we already remember, has been assigned to the Gorman Project. And so she thinks for a moment before telling Cyril that they'll need more before they can inform Partagaz of these developments. So it's like, yep, we got a. I'm sure you're excited about this one, Mauler. A very juicy Partagaz scene right after this.
To be fair, they're all juicy, but you are correct. Relative Partagaz, you know.
This is. Should do a little laugh before, like, so he says, because Cyril's like, maybe you should tell Partagaz, and she almost like laughs at the suggestion, which is almost like snooty and dismissive of the person that she's nevertheless supposed to, you know, kind of live with the whole time. But like, it kind of already enforces that there's a bit of a separation going on here between like what their perspectives on their supposedly joint mission are. She knows so much more than him, and she knows so much more about the people who really matter than he does, and he's kind of very naively enthusiastic. Any breakthrough must be reportable, and she knows too much. She can't tell him what she knows, but she knows too much, so she'll just sort of almost sneer at the person she's also supposed to love, which is a little facial expression I think does a lot of.
I think you're absolutely right.
It's in like the tone coding of the scene as well, I think, because she's in like their white apartment in like her ISB whites again, like, and he's in a dark room wearing black, which is more of an officer color. So we've got the power dynamics like coded into the visuals there as well.
And I would say that this is going to be super important for later, and from what we saw in Arc 1, is that she's taken control, right? She's taken the mother's role. Cyril's going to be essentially subservient / puppeteered by her. And then they've got that literal dynamic in the way that they've organized this ISB operation. She's treating him more as an updater, like just, this is information, I'll do with it what I please, as opposed to, you can tell he wants to have the relationship if they work together to decide the next move. But this is, generally speaking, how she considers him, you know, and that's going to... She you know, she's got that view of him, and it's going to be surprising later, whereas if something was to happen that would change her mind on that front. I just like that it's so embedded here, and it's going to be why she's it's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, like the dismissive tone just gives Cyril flashbacks to every time his mother's talked to him in his entire life. You know, that like what he's telling her isn't as important as he thinks it is.
Yeah, but
he's like clearly overjoyed about what he's doing.
Yeah, and he really wants to impress Dedra and the ISB. Yeah. You know, meanwhile with the mother, it was always just like an oppressive force with nothing to prove and nothing to benefit from. But he's always essentially wanted her job, right, Dedra? So it's the kind of person that he can look up to /
He
wants to impress.
admires her
Yeah.
ideologically, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we at ISB headquarters the following day. We got everybody's assembled to brief Partagaz and Leggett, who we saw last season. He briefs him on successful Imperial raids conducted in his sector 10 days ago. But Partagaz is pretty clearly disappointed that he doesn't really have more to share about that. Like, oh yeah, no, there were these raids conducted, yeah, and it's like, well, anything else really? No, we're working on it.
You know, we can't highlight literally every single thing that he ever says, even though we absolutely should. But one of the lines I remember from this is he says, "And who's the we at this buffet of rebel plunder?" I was just like, oh my god, I love it.
Pretty good one. And then sort of an interesting change is that there's Hurt, who was Dedra's former underling. You might remember, the one who was working with her directly. He is now an ISB supervisor, and he has inherited the Axis desk because Dedra's been moved off it. And he explains that there are some of the recovered materials appear to have come from the Axis supply chain. And Partagaz asks him if he has anything more definitive than that. And Hurt says not yet, which really annoys Partagaz. Like, that particularly frustrates him. Because they had 10 days to pass what they recovered and interrogate 30 suspects and have nothing more to say. They have nothing more to say about it, which is indicative of essentially subpar work.
I think
That's
you
the
can see
frustration.
that Dedra's annoyed by it as well, because she perks up at the mention of Axis, and I can imagine this would piss her off. Like, there's this huge, what should be a huge break, and nothing's happened for 10 days.
Yeah. I enjoyed because there's a lot of fun remarks. Partagaz says that this is hardly the tempo required for effective counterinsurgency. And Leggett agrees it's disappointing, and he sees a variety of sources. So Partagaz, he exclaims, "Pick one." It's like, ooh, shit, and everybody falls silent. They don't really know what to say.
Well, because they are afraid of him, even though that's almost counterproductive from Partagaz's perspective. Like, don't be so fucking afraid of being responsible that you stop being responsible, like, about all of these issues.
Exactly. Need to make a decision, pick something, do something, take some initiative. And the room falls silent for a moment, and then Lonnie, who, of course, remember, is he's part of the rebellion. He speaks up and says that they're arresting too many people, and Partagaz pauses and stares at him for a moment. And Lonnie sort of, he pauses for a bit and then explains that they can't effectively take in all the information. And Partagaz urges him to continue because clearly he's interested in what he's saying. And he elaborates that some supervisors have more people in custody than they can process. And then we get this really cool shot that I hope you show, where Partagaz places his hand on Lottie's chair for a second, before basically agreeing. And he is shitting himself. I love it. They're all so scared of him. Very intimidating presence. And then he expresses his concurrence and explains that he'll be meeting with the Emperor to discuss amplifying the ISB's intake process. And then after which he compliments Lonnie in front of everybody before ending the meeting. So I was like, yeah, Lonnie, look at him
says,
go.
like, thank you for reminding us how this room is supposed to function, I think is the line, which is,
yes.
like, it says so much about who he is. And it ties back into the previous scene as well with Dedra and Cyril, when Cyril is trying to puff himself up effectively, in much the same way as loads of these ISB officers have just tried to do. Oh, we've just got a result here. And that they haven't actually finished the process, but because it sounds like good news, they report it, which frustrates him because it's not about puffing yourself up and it's not about trying to celebrate partially done work. He just wants people to do their jobs and come up with solutions to problems. And the one person who does it takes the risk by doing it, and he rewards him for it because everyone else has just been sitting there trying to say, look how good my record is. And it turns out it's not as good as they thought it was.
The fear of pointing out reality because it doesn't sound good for them personally is obstructing, like, the progress here. It's what Partagaz is finding is really stupid on their behalf. It's like, yeah, if you actually cannot do your job because it's too difficult or too much is happening at once, like tell me, like actually let everyone know that's how it's going on, because information instead of being like, oh god, I can't say it otherwise I'll look bad. It's just like, fuck that, just tell me.
And it sort of reinforces as well. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
It reinforces something that you get from a lot of the scenes in season 1, which is that it's not like about a checklist of, yeah, this is what I did and this is what I did, like strictly just the actions that happen, but the idea that it's meant to be serving some broader objective. The ISB has goals that it's meant to be pursuing, and it's not just about like, well, yeah, we stopped this particular thing, or we recovered these items in this specific location. It's like, what's the broader picture? What's the like, how do we best manage the situation? How do we deal with problems before they arise? That's the kind of attitude that they're supposed to have, and that a lot of them kind of just don't have that ambition.
Yeah, I think that the ISB stuff throughout the entire both seasons of Andor, I think this is what the show does best. Like this is the best part about the show, is getting to see this structure and these Imperials interacting with each other, and in not the way that they've been displayed in other sections of Disney Star Wars, like leaning into a meme about stormtroopers being inept and not able to shoot anything, right? And completely taking away any type of intimidation. You have, these people gather around this table and the things that they're planning, what they're looking at. And on the same hand, you also see the limitations of this structure and how fearful some people are. And obviously, we get to see in the original trilogy, hey, if you work with Vader, it's a pathway to promotions and things like that. But if you screw up, you get killed. In the same way, you have a lot of these people who are scared to bring up these problems, but also, like we saw in season 1, this group of ISB, they might be less efficient than they could be because they are so worried about looking out for themselves at times and keeping information to themselves. They don't want anybody else digging into their stuff because they want to be the ones to bring it up. And so to me, it's very interesting, and I think they've nailed the ISB portions of this entire show from what we've seen so far.
Oh, it's like single-handedly trying to make the Empire intimidating and efficient, or at least effective, like believably effective, compared to all other content that's come out in the last decade.
And it's a nice sort of thing to see, because this sort of problem is like endemic to authoritarian, like dictatorship regimes. You see it crop up all of the time throughout history, where people just are afraid to report on like any bad news because they only want to have good news for the people above them in the chain, because they're fearful of their wrath, essentially.
Yeah,
they'll just get replaced if they don't have something good to say all the time.
And how awesome to have Partagas have a line that's so multi-layered you could actually read into it that he's saying is like, stop being terrified of letting me know when we have actual issues we need to solve.
Yeah, that's the one of the most important lines in the scene, because like he's trying to reward people for taking the risk against the fear impulse in order to solve that problem. It's a problem he's aware of. He's not like, I mean, the obvious counterexample is just obviously fucking Kylo Ren just force slamming people into ceilings when he gets angry, and it's just like, that empire will never function. But this one has to function for a good few years, and this is how it does.
After Partagas leaves, Leggett actually quietly thanks Lonnie for speaking up, and Lonnie suggests that they should talk later, which of course, the conclusion every time is extracting information. That's
Lonnie's
going to be Lonnie's objective.
Slithering around, gathering as much as he can.
He is. I mean, he is. It's you definitely see like how much the situation stresses him out, but like he's pretty fucking effective, like as a member of the rebellion.
He's like maybe the most valuable asset they have right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, Luthen said as much last time that they spoke. And then we have Dedra linking up with Hurt and asking him about, all of the work that's on Axis, and he just basically asserts that it's his desk now. And she is pissed. She's pretty annoyed about this. And he asserts that basically Partagas put him on the case because he doesn't seek the glory as Dedra clearly does.
This was also just a cool use of the time jump, because he was strictly subordinate, but now they've got the dismissive sort of first name basis he uses with her, the essentially pulling the rank card on her. It's just like, oh shit, yeah, things have changed, definitely.
Yeah.
Because he's taken Blevin's seat. Whatever happened to Blevin?
Blevin is gone. He's gone. He ain't here. So I think it's safe to conclude, yeah, he lost that seat, which is
Damn.
not surprising, really. He wasn't doing very well in season
No.
1. Everything was going badly for him. And but after this, Dedra stares him down for a moment before walking away, and then Lonnie approaches her, who thanks him for the interjection, and he decides to buy him some lunch. Lonnie, they're gonna have some lunch together. So another instance where he could extract more information, which feels like kind of an interesting example, right? If he did take a bit of a risk there and was rewarded, but in a way that Partagaz doesn't necessarily recognize.
I think that's super important for what this show is trying to achieve, right? All these are all tiny acts of rebellion all over the place. In this context being, he needs to get stuff. He needs to have this job actually pay off in some way, shape, or form in relation to the rebellion. So it's like, if he does this, there's a risk-reward here of it fucking up and pushing him down in terms of being taken seriously or punishments from Partagaz. But if it does work, he can then claim a bit of leverage over the other guys for helping them out. They're going to like him more. You know, there's all these... That's his... form of the fight. You know, everyone's got different ones. Like the fact that we cut to Mon after this, it's like, yeah, her fight is completely different from his, who's completely different from Cassian's and Luthen's, and it's just seeing it at every layer.
Rebellion.
That's kind of what I mean about like the functionality of it all. The fact that the show is putting that much effort into showing us all the layers at all the levels.
Good stuff. And so, yes, we do see Mon head to the Senate to encourage several representatives. The most noteworthy one would be Oren, who is the representative for Gorman, to vote against like measures to fight against the PORD, which, if you remember from season 1, was essentially the measure that got Andor sent to jail for like 5 years for nothing. So that's been in effect at this point for a couple of years. But none of the senators are particularly receptive to her appeals. But the noteworthy one, again, is Oren, who is, his logic is basically that he can't risk doing anything that would upset the Emperor because of the ongoing persecution of the Gore.
Yeah, and Gorman is just so vulnerable when it comes to galactic sort of operations. Like he says, like, we had the brief blockade and it like almost destroyed everything in terms of how much they need imports.
And he's well aware of how agitated the Gore themselves are, and that could easily be a problem politically. Like we're looking, off into the future as to what could happen. I suppose
he makes the case that he's desperately encouraging the Gore not to do things that would make things worse. So like he can't then basically come out very strongly against the Emperor while asking them to do that. And he does, something that's mentioned is that Mon has helped him in the past, and he does appreciate that. But at the same time, the help that she provided kind of revealed to him just how significant of they're a single market economy. They have one export, so a blockade ruins them. They're just not in a position to really do anything. So he
nice
refuses.
to see like explanations of how blockades work economically in Star Wars. It's just a nice little touch there. But you also get like there was one of the more important themes that goes forward for the rest of the show as well. It's that idea that you must all hang together or you must all hang separately. And the fact that she's going around to all of these different senators who all have their own reasons for not standing together here, including the senator from Gorman at this moment, will come back to hit them all very, very hard later, because like there is a chance for a united front here, and the fact that they aren't going to go along with it because of their own self-interest basically ensures that they're all fucked.
But it's all very believable, like especially the Gorman one. It's just like if I further upset anything right now, it's going to detonate the whole situation without realizing detonation is planned.
And we're seeing like the political tensions around Gorman. Like nobody wants to talk about fucking Gorman right now. Nobody wants to be attached to Gorman and have to talk about the things going on in Gorman or defend Gorman. It's just not an issue you bring up if you value your career, it seems.
We do see a couple aliens though, which I appreciate. Big old alien senator, which is nice. But yeah, it's pretty grim. Like Mon can't really achieve anything. I mean, and also there's sort of an indication that everything's becoming a lot harder. She insists that she nearly has the votes required, but Oran claims that he's heard otherwise. That's not true. She doesn't actually have as many votes as either she's saying or that she thinks that she has. So,
yeah, I mean, we knew one of the things this season needs to do is shrink the importance of the Senate's control over the galaxy, essentially. Like, because we're going to get to a point where they're dissolved entirely. So I just like that this progress is being made in terms of Mon is gradually having her power stripped away, any influence she has stripped away, and it's all just the Empire's crushing everything.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like that it's lack of importance, but I would say that the power and control that the upper echelon of the Empire, through its propaganda wing, has to be able to control the Senate so that it's not effective against him. Because the reason all these senators are saying these things, the reason that Gorman is like this hot button issue that nobody wants to tackle, it's not because the Senate isn't important. It's because of the successful propaganda that has been perpetuated by the Imperials at this point, like the people that are doing this at this point, which I think is very effective.
Well, yeah, and it would back that Palpatine, this has been something he's working on for fucking ages. It's a huge, long plan, and it's all got little pieces that are moving in all different directions, and this is the struggle all our characters are having, trying to make a difference in this world.
Yeah, because until the Death Star is operational, Palpatine can't really disband the Senate.
No.
Right? It's only when he thinks that that space station is ready to go effectively that he's willing to do that. Because he knows that if he were to just do it, he doesn't have the power to keep all of these different planets across the galaxy in line to the point where he would need to, until he has the power to threaten them with, well, I'll just hyperspace into your system and we'll destroy your planet and that'll be it.
Yeah, we got a pretty big example of that one.
We see, we were talking about the lower levels. Lonnie's heading down to the lower levels of Coruscant to speak with, Luthen.
Yeah, I think I kind of like the numbers on the elevator going from plus to negative, just as a sort of, I don't know, there's something about that feels a little darker, right? Like,
yeah,
where am I going? It's like you're going to fucking hell at this point.
Just emerges out of the shadows. What are they saying now? Aura farming? Is that what he's doing?
Aura farming, that's the term.
Yeah.
But Luthen doesn't have to farm, he just has it. It's constantly there.
It's been 3 months since they last spoke, but Lonnie has new information. The new piece of information is that Deirdre is secretly running Gorman, and that the secret has been so closely guarded that that he believes only 3 other people know this information. But Lonnie can't really make sense of it. He doesn't really know why. But something that's interesting that he notes is that the anti-Gorman propaganda has to be coming from outside of the ISB, which speaks to this is not an ISB run. There's a whole bunch of different entities within the Empire that are at play here, which was something that was conveyed pretty clearly in the first arc.
Yeah,
that immediately makes this like a much bigger thing to Luthen hearing it, right? It's like, if more than just the ISB is involved, like if the Ministry of Enlightenment is in on this, they're doing something quite big here.
Yeah, and he needs to know what it is so he can plan accordingly, right? But like simultaneously, it's super interesting to hear him so desperately be like, I need information so I can fucking work with it, while telling us, the audience, be like, as much as you have a lot of information, something's going down on Gorman that you're probably not going to be able to fully anticipate.
It's I suppose it's a bit of a challenge, as well as the fact that so few people know specifically that Dedra's there, which means in a sense, this, how this information can be acted on while still protecting Lonnie, which is going to be an important thing because he's too important. But Luthen says that Lonnie needs to speak with him more regularly because there's too much going on. Like he needs more information, but there's some friction. There's clearly some friction, like more so than even last time that they spoke.
Yeah.
Like a more adversarial one of Lonnie's getting actually like mad at Luthen a little bit, compared to stressed out and kind of almost like apprehensive and submissive.
His one remark isn't getting speeched down, like his one like bite back in the first season was like, and what is it you sacrifice then? And we know where that goes. This time he gets to be much more of a player in the dialogue and actually, he's more on a level with Luthen.
Yeah,
pretty much. Sort of speaks to a shift in the dynamics.
I think that's actually illustrated by having Luthen get much closer to him in this conversation than usual as well, right? Like he's almost in the elevator.
Yeah, whereas last time he was kind of a good distance away.
Doing spooky speeches in the dark.
But now we got the town meeting that Cyril's going to be attending in Palmo. And you got a whole bunch of the Gore assembled there. And you got two individuals. The noteworthy one is Lazine. We'll be seeing more of him later. Basically, they're all very frustrated with the Imperial overreach, and they're all basically blaming Rylance for not doing more. They see him as not doing enough to protect them, and that the city is being actively destroyed by the Empire. Lazine believes they'll make a prison out of Palmo, which he's like, mark my words. And I mean, well, we're gonna find out if he's correct, but there's I mean, obviously we have additional information. We kind of know what's going on, but the fact that they're already kind of cluing in on it.
Well, I like that they're
same time,
specific with
Yeah.
how their like civilization is getting slowly crushed. They say freight penalties, Imperial shipping codes changes without warning. There's ground inspections. The fact that 9 cities are all wondering if opening the hives is even worth it. Like with how many restrictions they have on them, it's just choking them nice and slow.
Bad.
Antagonizing them in a very real but slow and calculated way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then seeing the difference in reaction, it's partly a generational thing. Obviously, Rylance being the older, more established leader has a much more accommodationist tone. I think he even says later, I know the Emperor doesn't want to do this. If he only knew what was happening, I'm sure he'd change his mind. And then seeing how, because it's one of the things that makes this so good, and I think Gilroy said that he wanted it to be sort of relevant to any story of revolution set anywhere in the world at any point. Is that obviously this is quite heavily building on the creation of the Bastille and its sort of lead up to the French Revolution, and you've got the more established older factions who don't want to cause too much of a fuss versus the younger, way more radical people who don't necessarily think of all the consequences, and the fact that all of this is sort of playing out within their community, determining how they're going to respond. But actually, the more correct thing, because it's the one that understands that the Empire will not be dealt with or bargained with, is also the thing that the Empire really needs to happen in order to justify what it's going to inevitably go on to do. So there is no victory. No one's ultimately right in this. It's quite a tragic story because you get all these people who so very clearly care very much for their planet and their community, and the seemingly older, wiser one with more perspective sort of has this understanding that things can go really wrong really, really quickly. But the sad fact is they are inevitably going to do that. Nothing anyone does will change what's going to happen next.
Do you think there was a benefit for this arc for the meta knowledge that a lot of people watching this knew all of this is going to lead to something huge? Because I'm sure it plays relatively well without that. It's just that knowing the title of the event it's leading to, it's just oh shit, keeping an eye on everyone. And the intrigue and the mysteriousness and the lack of information moving from different pieces, you're like, oh, how is it going to play out? So I remember people saying they were most excited for 7, 8, 9 because they knew that's when it was going to happen.
But even then,
definitely
sorry, after you.
I think definitely in retrospect, after watching 7, 8, and 9, the second arc is far more rewarding, as opposed to the first one, where even with the benefit of the rest of the 6 that have happened, we feel like even though there's some good moments, that there's still a lot of missed opportunities and things we wish they would have focused on. Whereas this one, I think you're definitely rewarded by sitting through these, even if maybe you think this might be a little slow here or there, because all of this stuff does play a lot of importance later on.
I think the show even recognized it, though, because it tries even to give you the meta knowledge without, not the meta knowledge in the sense of having watched the subsequent episodes, but the meta knowledge in the sense that that is the reason for the infomercial stuff with Krennic in the first episode, is to almost clue the audience in advance. This is all leading somewhere, and none of the characters involved in it see where it's going, but you, the audience, do know where it's going. You are privy to knowledge they don't have. So even without the meta knowledge of the big conflagration at the end, I still sat watching sort of pretty much gripped by this because I know where it's going, because the show's told me enough about where it's going to be interested.
Yeah.
while everybody's talking, Cyril is approached by one of the younger members of the front who asks him what he thinks of the meeting. Though Cyril notes he doesn't really understand doesn't understand much of what's being said. Which then prompts him to explain to Cyril that the woman who was speaking at the podium at this point lost family during the Tarkin massacre, which is, I believe, the first time that this event is mentioned explicitly.
Yeah, which
There'll
is
be more
a.
mention as time goes on.
What made that canon first? Was it?
So that is the original Gorman massacre.
Yeah.
Going back, I think, to the 1990s is when that was established, that Moff Tarkin was trying to land his warship, and they refused to clear the space, and he just sat it down right on top of them, killed hundreds and hundreds, and injured thousands, all of this stuff. They decided to, I guess, leave that and change what the actual Gorman massacre was and turn it into this, which obviously this is the story they wanted to tell or whatever, but they did very much change the timetable and what the actual Gorman massacre was in order to present it on their own. I, for one, would have loved to see Tarkin land a Star Destroyer and a bunch of Gormans. I wish we got to see that.
Oh, you could definitely make that an intense fucking thing. They obviously they didn't want to destroy that, right? They kept it, but they wanted to tell their own thing for a massacre, I guess.
I have concerns about that being like a thing that has happened in the history of this galaxy, considering where we find it at in Andor, if you know what I mean by that. Like 500 peaceful protesters getting like massacred, like 500 dead. That's kind of an insane event. And
that was really early
yeah,
in the Empire's history now, as presented here. That was really early on.
Difficult to imagine that not like galvanizing things a lot faster than the timeline we see.
It would be a good wrench politically, that event, for sure, against the Emperor.
And that's one of the things. And, you know, before Disney took over in the established timeline that we had throughout Star Wars and the expanded universe, the Gorman massacre, which was Tarkin, just a couple years after the establishment of the Empire itself, that was a rallying cry that people continue to go back to time and time again over, you know, this decade and a half plus of atrocities that have been committed. That was the one thing that people continue to point back to, which is why I think it's strange to keep that in place in your new Disney canon and also have this other event that then takes place.
Well, it just the nature of that sort of an event makes me concerned, because I feel like, again, like I feel like Resistance would be more open and more organized once it gets out that, yeah, Tarkin landed his ship on 500 people and didn't give a fuck.
Because there's no cover up for that. That's just, that is what it is.
There's a monument out there. Like, I don't know.
I guess it seems like, I suppose maybe it was spawned from just that having that be an event that existed, them deciding that they wanted to keep it anyway as a thing, but then do their own version of it like much later in the timeline, rather than removing it. Or maybe they had to include it because if it was in the EU before, then it could have been made non-canon, right? Like eventually, and that it was something that they had to reintroduce. Because I don't know how much stuff, you know, since Disney bought Star Wars, featured Gorman. Certainly, this is the first time we've seen it in like any show.
I mean, it is useful to retain it insofar as it explains that the revolution on Gorman isn't starting completely from scratch. Like the ancient grievance is quite handy because it allows us to fast forward a little bit past the point of like unquestioned imperial loyalty, which you would probably have to deal with if it was just a standard planet which was very loyal to the Empire anyway. So that's kind of handy. I guess it's more like what the story doesn't cover that's the problem. Like, we don't know what exactly the response was. Was Tarkin punished for it, or did the propaganda ministry suppress the truth about what happened so it's known on Gorman but not to the rest of the galaxy? Or did the rest of the galaxy say, well, either those Gormanites, maybe they did something that warranted it, I don't know, I don't really care because it's so far away. Like, there's stuff you can build into it, I think, to make it still useful, which I think it is, but also a little bit more explicable.
Like the Empire did have some concessions, or the building of the monument was something they gave a lot of support for, like in a much more overt way. And like you said, punishments were actually doled out or something in some way.
Or even have Krennic like with a line at the beginning saying, "For reasons of politics, Grand Moff Tarkin will not be involved in this operation on Gorman," and just say nothing else almost, and then.
I think you can infer at least a bit from the way Gorman is talked about, like around all of the Senate scenes and whatnot, that some amount of like concessions were made because Gorman seems to be a headache and a sticking point. Like, it's not something that like they didn't roll over them in that sense. And I imagine the or the Tarkin massacre there is something that does keep coming back in that regard, which makes Gorman difficult to actually deal with. It's just difficult on like a galactic level to reconcile that event having happened with resistance to the Empire still being this like mellow, I suppose.
Unless, I mean, well,
Yeah.
again, it's sort of reading into the show as opposed to, which is, a bit of a problem, or reading around the show and doing some work it doesn't do. But like, given the context of, where the Empire emerges from, 500 people getting landed on by a starship is probably not going to interest people as much as the end to like a galactic civil war against the Separatists. And it's just like a lot of the times, when these big wars end, small atrocities do happen. And people just sort of move on and forget about it. Think about like the German relocation after World War II, like mass relocation of ethnic Germans from Eastern Europe after World War One and Two, I think, which people don't really consider as part of that history because it's just so much less narratively important to us than the ending of the war happened to be. But again, like that's all sort of doing work the show doesn't really spend much time on.
It was mentioned before, but it is obviously, it incorporated the event is incorporated into the current conflict because a big frustration of the Gore is that the Empire promised that no new building would cast a shadow across the memorial at the center of the square. Meanwhile, there is a huge building that is going up.
Yeah.
The purpose of which is, well, the purpose of which is debated, but Lazine says that they are building an armory. That's what they are building, but Rylands retorts that this is nothing more than a rumor. Still sort of fighting back against that. And then we see that Rylands' daughter, Enza, joins the group and offers to introduce Cyril to her father after the meeting ends, which he agrees to do. And Rylands asks Cyril what he'll take away from the evening, and Cyril responds, the strength of feeling, which, you do gotta wonder exactly, like, what he is thinking after listening to all of this.
I actually think this has improved greatly on a second watch through because I would simultaneously argue he's playing the role perfectly, he knows what to say and how to say it, but that there's got to be an element where he's kind of actually feeling that somewhat. Like, these are people. He's got humanity, Cyril, so he's just like... Remember, his perspective ultimately on this is going to be that these are good people that are being led astray.
Yeah, by outside agitators.
That he's got to find them agitators.
Exactly. People like Andor, not like these people.
Yeah.
I have a tiny little nitpick that probably only bothers me and no one else. The fact that the closed captions say speaking in English instead of speaking in basic massively pisses me off. But because they say speaking in Gorman, English is not a thing in Star Wars. It's called basic. And I get for purpose of closed captioning, whatever. It drives me freaking crazy. It's a small, tiny little nitpick.
I was going to say that might be something they have to do, right? Because
those deaf people are going to have to like cope if you call it basic, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It could certainly be that. That could be like the reason it says it. But seeing speaking in English pop up pisses me off. That's just a me thing.
Yeah, fair enough. Rylands asked Cyril if he's going to write a report on the meeting, but Cyril insists he's attending it as himself, which is a lie, obviously. And Rylands asks directly if there's any way that the Gore can make their appeals more effective, and adding that the citizens, which he already saw, are now beginning to believe that the building is more than just an annex. He can't really understand why they would build an armory in Palmo, but he also doesn't really have any alternative explanation for the purpose of the building, so it's putting him in a bit of an awkward situation.
Which I think I enjoy, like as we'd mentioned, I feel like this is better already serving the notion of like the infighting, rebellious aspects. The whole, it's obviously an armory versus the we actually have no idea what it is. And then there's like a silence, that earlier discussion. And then moving on with Cyril being like, come on, confirm it. And he's like, I can't. It's just really it's almost like, just tell us that it's an armory so that we can, appropriately react instead of having to fight over whether or not we have that information. And then that simultaneously just with all these different personalities. Something I noticed in this scene that I was just really happy with was all the gestures they've got that are very culture specific. Like the way that they celebrate, or the way that he does that thing where he grabs his arm as like a sort of fuck yeah, like resistance notion. It's just like a unique one for them. And Cyril ends up doing like a farewell.
The farewell gesture, yeah.
And I was just like, that's so cool, because he probably would have picked that up just by being here as part of the mission, but simultaneously, that's going to have an effect, learning their culture, you know?
It does. Yeah, well, the fact that he even says he doesn't understand much of what's being said, it's like, oh, but you understand a little bit, though.
Yeah.
That's already says something. Cyril asserts that he doesn't have any knowledge of the building's purpose or access to its floor plans, at which point Rylance tells Cyril of when Tarkin killed 500 innocent Gormans in the plaza, and then adds that, the Gore, given this, would be naturally upset to discover that an Imperial armory would overshadow the monument at the center of the plaza. And he urges Cyril to make clear in whatever report he may be writing that the Gore simply seek peace and prosperity. And then there's the conclusion of it where he says maybe they can do some good together, and everybody's kind of impressed when Cyril replies in the Gore language. Everybody kind of takes note of that. Obviously, a big thing would be, see, he must be sympathetic, which, it's not exactly true, but
he's playing the part well.
Yeah, lots of subtext. We talked about it before, but something that just makes any conversation inherently more interesting is when there is subtext, or it's not exactly as it seems, or they all have sort of competing objectives. That can always make it more interesting. And in this case, you've just got two factions that are essentially trying to play each other.
Yeah, like that's just so fucking cool to have. They're both feel smarter than they're presenting to each other.
Mm-hmm. So we're back on Coruscant. Andor awakes and finds Bix staring out the window. She hands him a pair of binoculars and directs his attention to a flashing strobe on a nearby tower, which means that he has to go meet with Luthen, who wants him to go to Gorman and assess Rylance's viability, basically, to the rebellion. And Andor asks if Bix will come, but Luthen wants Andor to go alone. So, getting separated is something that he's not not necessarily super receptive to necessarily. But Andor says he'll have to think about it, and Luthen immediately points out that that Gorman is struggling so much that even Rylance wants to do something about it, which we mentioned it before. That's like unusual. It's like noteworthy that this sort of prominent figure on Gorman, even he kind of wants to act against the Empire.
This is once again as well. Everything is so very consistent for Luthen. I love it. Like there's no consideration necessarily, as we all see as well as time goes on, of the humanity of anything involved. He's just like, Gorman, excellent piece to have on the board, and that we have reason to think that they're turning. I need you to go sort that out. The fact that he's barely considered, like, he doesn't really mind what the mental state or health of the Gore are. He just wants to hopefully have them in a position where he can grab them. Simultaneously, doesn't really care what Cassian or Bix, like, it's a clean cut for him. No, Bix, you do the job, come back. Like, Cassian's sitting there like, I've got loads of things I need to consider, and Luther's just like, anyway, the job. Like, like, it's just like, okay, like, but
that's kind of how Luther has to be. Like, he has so many pieces on the board. He can't sit there and try. I mean, and he does his best to coddle the people that need to be coddled and to reassure Lonnie. And he goes to visit Bit. Like, he does all the stuff he can, but at the same time, it has to be exasperating for him, who's trying to hold so many of these things together while they're all dealing with their personal shit.
There's an element of like trying to minimize any unpredictable elements to it as well, because this isn't the first instance where like he's deliberately separated a couple who are together to send them off on missions individually. There's a line that comes out, I think it's later in this episode, where it's like explained he's quite explicitly been doing this for a very long time. And then when you consider like the earlier episodes in the previous act, where Mon Mothma's weakness is that she's a little bit too close and almost too friendly with a person who's become a liability. Like, Luthen almost wants to separate anyone who's in any way attached to each other, because like attachments are dangerous. They can lead to like unpredictable outcomes, or people might make mistakes based on like stupid calculations. So separating them is like the cold and calculating attempt to turn them into machines almost.
Meanwhile, on Cassian's side, he's just thinking about what happened the last 2 times he left Bix anywhere.
Yeah. Which is pretty reasonable to be on his mind. Andor walks off after this and asserts that he hasn't agreed, but Luthen continues to speak as though he has, which is, kind of amusing. So now we're doing the Saw stuff here.
The car.
Not the Saw Yes, that's right. Which that's the in Force Awakens, right?
No, is that where the Rebel?
Or,
I don't remember.
I don't. It just kind of looks similar.
It does actually, yeah.
Not the rebellion, the resistance. Get it right.
The planet you're talking about that gets blown up at the beginning of TLJ, right?
Yeah, it looks similar. So I don't.
It does look similar.
Yeah, but that's where Saw's guys are, and he's got aliens in his group. So that's fun. And
I want the big Wampa guy to do something in the last arc. Okay, I want to kill somebody.
A few people are saying it is the same planet from TFA. I figured it was. It looks similar. So Saw presents a piece of equipment that's used to extract. Oh no, Willman presents Willman is headed here to present this piece of equipment that can be used to extract rhydonium, and Saw is thrilled to see it. Willman claims that it works, prompting Saw to ask Willman who taught him how to use the equipment, given that such a skill is incredibly rare. But Willman simply replies that he's there to teach the variations. That's like an important aspect of using this, is that depending on the place that someone's going to use it, the variations can be like very different. Saw then remarks that Willman is brave before asking him if he's ever seen a man die horribly from breathing it too much of it. Which is like, man, feels like you've ratcheted up the intensity of this like very quickly.
Yeah.
But Willman just asserts again that he knows how to use the equipment, which clearly impresses Saw. And he calls over one of his men, who Willman is going to teach how to use the equipment. And Willman asks which variation he'll need to learn, and Saw tells him to teach the guy every variation, because where they're going to go, it's a secret. He can't know. And then Willman points out that he's supposed to leave tomorrow, and that was negotiated, but Saw just says that he'll inform their friend that Willman's being taken care of. It's like, oh, shit, alright, well, I guess you're just staying here for a while then.
Which is the kind of unpredictability with Saw that I would imagine.
Yeah.
Especially
with... yeah, they're not all...
His crew just look more evil, too.
They do, but...
They're a rowdy bunch.
Yeah.
They are.
Crowding around.
They're a bit wacky. But I mean, this is, we saw it in season 1. It was the infighting. Again, what felt like the more interesting and robust infighting that Saw kind of had this view of like he was the most righteous one. Like he was the one who would never breach his principles. He would be the guy who like always stood up for the right thing and couldn't really be compelled to do anything he didn't want to. Essentially, eventually being forced into a situation where he had to make, like he was forced to make the choice of sacrificing somebody else in order to protect a source that was going to be really valuable to them, or saving that person and then losing that source. So, there is that conflict, and here's an example of him just saying like, all right, no, you're with me for a while now. And of course, you'd have the thing of like, oh shit, is Willman ever leaving this place? And it's like, yeah, that's something to think about. He might not.
And I will offer that, like, I know, Ryan, you don't feel the same way, but I really like Forrest Whitaker's portrayal of Saw. I just find it... He's got the volatility plus intensity that's... what I like is how unpredictable it always is dealing with him. You don't know exactly what's going through his head, and I feel like that's almost partially strategy, that he's a lot of plates spinning.
To think about why he says the things he does, even like when he's going off about like the consequences of dying regarding Raido. Why is he doing this? Is he trying to unsettle Willman, test his mettle essentially? Or is it just something he enjoys talking about?
Well, and that he seems to get fucking mad at loads of different times. You don't know what exactly has happened that's pissed him off. It's like, oh shit, did I say something, or is it some subject we've just run over, or is it because he's already thinking about who might be betraying him right now?
Is the explanation for him being the way he is just something like from his actual backstory that we can gather, or is it just that he's a gas huffer, right? So it's just like completely fucked with his
Well,
head.
Well.
Going back to Rogue One, I just felt, and I think Forrest Whitaker's a fantastic actor. I find like the character of just so kind of over the top. You know what I mean? That I'm not a huge fan of the character in general, even though I do love Forrest Whitaker.
He does have a line, like we're not going to get to it for a little while, but he has a line later. Something I think the line is "the revolutions are not for the sane," which is I made me actually sort of think a lot more highly of him. Like, he's because like a lot of the talk about revolution and rebellion in this show is, I guess, kind of abstract. That you've got the grand strategist in Luthen, the person who's like trying to keep on top of absolutely everything in a almost dispassionate, dry and sterile a way as possible. But the actual business of fighting in rebellions is not like heroes against villains. Usually, it does boil down to people like Saw Gerrera doing all of the fighting. Like they're the people who thrive in this situation precisely because they are slightly insane. Like their mode of operations has everything to do with fighting and bizarre purity tests, and very little to do with like academic philosophy or anything like that, like the grander aims of the revolution. So I think I would have agreed with you if I'd only seen Rogue One, and I would have thought, yeah, he's a little bit over the top in that, a little bit silly. But this show is making me appreciate him a bit more as like one vital part of that story that is building a rebellion.
And it's one of the
really
things
surprising that Andor would help.
Yeah, it's one of the things that again, showing the Imperials the way they operate with the ISB, and then getting the flip side of the Rebels and how difficult it is to handle all of these different, sometimes crazy personalities and put them in these positions, sometimes force them to work together, and sometimes it, ends in disaster. And I do think that that's good and well done. Sometimes we get too much of it, like with the Rebels on Yavin, which maybe we didn't feel like was very rewarding, that we needed to sit through that. But it's all kind of going after the same message, which is how difficult it is to hold this thing together.
Yeah, for me, it was post Rogue One. I nothinged him mostly. When we got the little pieces in season 1, I was like, I really think we deserve some more of this angle of the rebellion, because it offers such different storytelling in terms of like how they run their operation versus the ones that we've seen at different echelons. And as was mentioned, like Luthen seems so much more careful, and then at the top being someone like Mon Mothma versus like Lonnie being these like very clinical approaches, very careful sort of thing. So I like the idea of like a more ragtag rough, and at times like everyone is it clear how much they trust each other, what kind of what binds the group that like Saw Gerrera is running. And to be honest with you, I would have liked even more, but it's after the end of the next episode that I was like, oh, I feel like I'm really starting to understand Saw's aspect, and yeah, it made me like him a lot more, that speech that we will likely have a lot to say on.
Yes, we will have a lot to say when it comes.
Oh,
yeah. So the last scene of episode 4, Andor and Bix share a short dance together before he leaves for work. But when he's gone, Bix grabs some drugs and starts and takes them before staring out the window in a daze, and you just can't help but think of Mr. Mackey just going, "Drugs, man, okay, don't do them."
Don't trust Mr. Mackey. He knows what he's talking about.
She's struggling. She's not doing well. And I guess this almost, this just seems to almost amplify. Well, it's Andor was concerned clearly about, what happens when he leaves her alone, and this is, an example of what is happening. She is not doing well.
Yes, sir. And that wraps out, I guess,
That's
episode 4. Which,
that's right. Yeah.
I find it so much more reassuring. There's not a scene where I didn't get multiple things out of, and I can definitely see all the foundations for a story that's coming,
Yeah, this was very we talked about it at the end of the episode yesterday, but after the first arc, definitely concerned with this one. Like by the end of episode 4, already feeling a lot more happy with the writing. It's like, yep, all right, feels like we're back on track again of just every scene being worthwhile, every scene being like brimming with information and insights into
It
the
got me
characters.
wondering, like, in what order they were written, because it does feel like this is definitively like the beginning of just one very long and very exhaustive and competent writing session, where they have a clear idea, they know what the arc is, they know exactly where they're going, and they know everything that they need to sort of tie together at the close. And then the first act just feels like there's a bunch of sort of relics, I guess, maybe from like earlier season plans, as mentioned, like maybe some of this was supposed to have been turned into a more fleshed out storyline in a 5-season plan or something like that. But like it just doesn't quite feel like it's started properly, whereas now it really, really does.
Mm-hmm. No, there has to. It feels like there has to be a story, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't make sense of it really, like why there would be such a notable difference between the quality of the first arc compared to the rest of, at least what we have to go off of so far. The other 6 episodes that follow it.
Well, a lot of people don't like 4, 5, 6. I know from different conversations, but I really do see a contrast between 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just it's like notably, we're back to the density that we used to have, like for the whole of season 1.
Especially when you know where it goes,
Yeah,
so you know just how much information is useful in all of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like none of what we've talked about here are superfluous. This is all leading towards payoffs, many of which we see in 789, and a lot of those payoffs require this setup. I mean, this is kind of an example of again, like the value of when particular not just long form storytelling, but just the whole idea of setting up your payoffs. It's much more satisfying and cathartic to see those payoffs come when there's been a lot of groundwork laying for those payoffs. Good
Well,
stuff.
then.
But
Yeah.
yeah, let's move on to episode 5. So we're on Coruscant. We're in Luthen's shop, and Clea is scanning through a whole bunch of frequencies before locking in on a bug that was planted amongst Skolden's art collection. And she becomes more attentive when one of Skolden's assistants tells him that something that he owns is a fake, it's a forgery. But she removes her earpiece when Luthen enters early, like it's noted as being early, and tells him that nothing important has come through, but that their special friend is on his way. We'll be doing more with the Skolden thing later, but Andor, he's heading to a terminal. He asks for a ticket to Gorman, and a woman asks him if he's visiting friends, and Andor replies, "I have friends everywhere." So the lady calls for this fella named Bon. He's a big guy, and provides Andor with an earpiece, which relays his cover story.
I like
yeah,
the consistency of having "I have friends everywhere" as a rebel signal, but at the same time, it's like, well, you should probably alter them every once in a while because
yeah,
you don't want people picking them up.
Yeah, but this time it works. It's a pretty extensive cover story. It's got a lot of information, but the main things are his alias is going to be Varian Sky, and he's going to be a fashion designer heading to Gorman because Gorman is like the center of galactic fashion. So that's his story, and he's listening to it while he's heading to the transport.
Yeah,
I do like getting this, like as he's walking through, and you get to see some of these sequences. Because it does just give off spy thriller vibes. Somebody getting their cover story. I enjoyed even just listening to that little bit as he was learning his character on the move there.
Yeah, the different locations
good.
he goes through and just how extensive it is, and he's likely gonna give it a really, really detailed list because like this is your life now. You need to take this seriously. But cool that he's obviously done it before, and that's how far he's come now with these projects.
And but we go to Gorman before he gets there, and Cyril tells Edie he's going to be returning home for the weekend. And the reason he cites is that he expects that security on Gorman's only going to get more tight as time goes on. Naturally, Gorman front, Enza is eavesdropping on the conversation, but a group of Imperial officers abruptly enter the office, and one of the women who works there, who is a woman that Cyril threw a glance to in the last episode, but she's with the Gorman front, and she activates a device which prompts them to disconnect all of their recording devices.
Yeah.
And so they
Just
do
wanted to
that.
mention, by the way, I don't know, it matters to me, I guess, but like one of the last things ED says is, "I hope someone's looking out for your safety."
Mm. Mm. Hmm.
You know.
Well, we're introduced to Attendant Grimish, who is, you might recognize him. He is the Maester, right? In House of the Dragon.
He is.
He is indeed.
Look at him go.
Yeah, he's here. An ISB tech guy, and informs Cyril that they believe listening devices have been planted in his office, and Cyril very loudly protests against this, invasion of the space, and is basically taken into custody as all of the subordinates are cleared out of the office. It feels like he's putting on a show, because obviously he knows. Well, actually, I mean, I suppose that's the thing. This is him putting on a show, we reckon, right? Or is this?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Frustrating. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
It's a very good one too. This is just a generally good idea. This whole
Mhm.
sequence, because the Gorman listening in are going to be like, "Oh my god, Cyril's perfect at this point. This is just
That's right.
golden."
Yeah, we gotta keep working with him. God damn, he's helping us. He's not screwing us over at all.
Yeah, and like later on, we see that same Imperial agent, working with Dedra and stuff there. So like, I feel like you're supposed to take away from it that they knew this, they planned it out, they were supposed to do that in order to facilitate more trust in Cyril.
Mm-hmm.
So we're back in the shop, and Claire turns on the radio again. Goes back to the same recording that she was listening to before for the Bug and Scoldens collection, which we see is disguised as an art piece. But because one of the items that he had is a forgery, Skolden wants every piece in his collection vetted. Which is bad news, obviously. And Claire's expression sinks for a moment there before she has to get back into the persona because there are guests that she needs to attend to. But they've got a big problem now that they're going to have to be dealing with, which, again, typical sort of way of creating drama for television, of just like find new problems that need to be solved, and this is going to be a big one. Meanwhile, we see that Andor has finished listening to his cover story, steps on the transport, heads to Gorman. And Cyril goes back to his office, and he turns to face his employees. He's looking very well. It's like, it's not quite apathetic, because he's at least presenting himself as being pissed off, but like sort of brought down is the way that he's presenting himself. And he tells him the listening device was found in his office. New security measures will be implemented as a result, and then he angrily kicks some equipment that's sitting there next to him before he storms into his office.
Well, yeah, and shouting, "We're bugging our own offices." Like, that's obviously in the hopes of that's the portrayal of his current point of view. Is he thinks that the Empire is so overprotective or weird with how they operate that he's not even entertaining that it's the Gore that have done this.
Mm-hmm.
Buy into this almost being like a genuine Cyril belief. Like, this is nonsense sounding to him,
Mm-hmm.
But all part of the performance. So while this is happening, Rylance is presented with Cyril's record from Morlana 1. And Rylance is particularly interested in that his file was sealed. And basically the main takeaway is, what we know. He was fired by the ISB with full dishonor, which Rylance thinks says a lot about him. Which is kind of interesting, because it's like, well, it does, but not in the way that you think it does.
It's so cool that they're using that to benefit themselves. Like as in, not even the writers, I mean, like in universe, that backstory is super useful now, instead of just being like an anchor for him of failure. Like, no, it actually supports the idea that you are a bit of a rebellious element within the Empire.
That's right. Like, there's reason why you would be pissed off, particularly with the ISB, which, they see as being of a benefit to him, and they act on it, because when he walks home from work that night, they're waiting for him by his house, and Cyril basically you know, he sort of heaps it on. He expresses his frustration over how he was treated by the ISB. He tells them that they found a listening device in his office and presents it as though that perplexes him. And then he says, like, they do what they want, you know, like this sort of like, he can't believe it, but that's just what they do. They do what they want. Which,
without explanation.
Exactly.
Which is something that he's essentially fronting right now. But I wonder if he'll come to believe that statement.
Yeah. But then Rylance and Enza echo his frustrations, and this is when they assert that they believe the ISB is basically a shadow government operating beyond the Emperor. And then Rylance suggests helping the Empire by working together. Now, this was mentioned before, but do we think that this is like that when he says this, that this could almost be representative of something that he might believe, or that this is what he believes would be a better way of convincing Cyril to join with him?
This could absolutely be a real belief, I think.
I get the impression with Rylance that he generally is a little naive, a little hopeful, a little optimistic in a way that's not actually fully helpful, but totally realistic. Like, I could buy the character completely.
You saw kind of things like this with Nazi Germany, like if only the Führer knew. Like that kind of vibe was like not uncommon throughout people's like naive understandings of the political landscape.
And if you think what he shouts, I mean, well, I won't say too much about it. Like when he's going through the streets in episode 8, you know, what is he telling people to do, or specifically, what is he telling them not to do? That's like, by telling people to not do the thing they very much want to do, he's still playing that more like not collaborationist, but like he's more of a piece that if we appeal to the Empire's better nature, somehow things will work. And obviously that's not true, but it kind of suggests that he does sort of believe what he's saying here.
Yeah,
I think that's probably true. He wants to what Rylance wants to know is what's on the transports that are going to and from the new facility. And Cyril insists that all he's told of is the transports that are carrying construction material, but like the ones that Cyril isn't told of, he can't speak for those. But that's exactly what Rylance wants to know about. What is on the things that they are not telling you about, the ones that you don't have information about.
The Gore definitely lack not only the details, but the capacity to gather the details on these transports. I want to be clear about that. They're going to need Cyril if they get access to those sorts of things, okay?
That was an argument I've seen play out a couple times about why it was just pointless. They didn't really never need Cyril. That was stupid. No, I mean, they clearly did if we'd been paying attention.
All right.
Sounded so painful.
Yeah. We got a Luthen scene on Coruscant. He visits the safe house. And Bix immediately concludes that Luthen must have bad news, which is, you know, kind of telling, right? It's like, oh, you're here. It must be horrible news.
Again,
but no.
Mentioning the growing discontent with Lonnie and the fact that Bix solely associates him with negativity. It's like Luthen's not really got a happy relationship. The best, I guess you could say, is probably Clea.
But that would be the best you could say, and you know, there's plenty of conflict there.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it in these episodes.
But Luthen, you know, says he came by just to check on her. And he does mention that he stayed in the safe house before a couple of times, but that it was a false alarm. Which prompts Bix to lament, you know, that will it ever end? And Luthen says it will. We'll bring them down or die trying. What else is there?
Which is a very Luthen line, basically.
It is also, it's so sinister, like having him here because you know what he's partially doing, which is checking to see if there's a weakness here that needs to be taken care of.
Absolutely.
So he's really good at portraying genuine concern at the same time as portraying fuck. Like if he decides one thing, Bix could be dead.
Yeah, which is
you could easily like from Bix's perspective, and I guess we don't know exactly what Bix's entire viewpoint is on Luthen, other than what we saw the discussion with Cassian in the last episode was. But obviously, she could easily be saying he sent Cassian off world. I'm here by myself. He's here to fucking kill me.
Yeah. And that's what a worry that seemingly a lot of the characters can have with him. You just don't know, because he's so obviously ruthless and careful that he anticipates problems well before they might erupt. that you could become that problem at any moment.
Whenever he's approaching you, it can only be bad news. Like Luthen appearing at Bix's door. What could this mean other than Cassian's dead or I'm dead? Or like something like in between, you know?
Yeah.
Or it's just a fatherly check-in, that's all,
Well, I was
I want to make sure you're doing okay, Bix.
quite a fan of the dialogue here as well, right? Like she says, "I'm not as strong as you," and he says, "That's just tonight talking," or "That's this box talking," and then she says, "Or maybe you're not as strong as I think." And like he smiles at her, kind of just like there's a lot going on between those statements there in terms of him just trying to build it back up, because obviously he would prefer she was an active, healthy, useful element, especially with knocking her out of the picture is going to have major consequences for Andor. But that simultaneously, like any comments on him, is it a weakness that he's not willing to do what's necessary with her right now or not? It's hard for him to actually balance this. We have a conversation about it later with Andor. It's like, what, especially finding her drugs, like what needs to be done here? I don't know. It's kind of a conversation that's worth having. You don't really know what their relationship fully is.
Did we? Because I didn't get the impression that she knew he might be here to try and kill her from this scene.
Well,
or to see if she needs to be killed. Because they've not interacted very much before, and because the next interaction between Bix and Andor, she seems to almost take Luthen's visit as quite genuinely to check up on her. And because she's not as deep into the rebellion as Cassian is, I did wonder whether like she thought this was genuinely him just checking up on her.
Well, I guess it's worth noting that like Bix was in contact with Luthen like for
Yeah,
a long while before Cassian was.
They've got a long relationship, so
Not
she
a
might
very
not
personal
entertain
one,
it
obviously.
as like an actively going to definitely. I mean, she seems to be more concerned with just him arriving. As Theo mentioned, it means something bad. It's not Cassian's not dead, so at least there's that. But she's waiting for what it might be. But I'd have to imagine all the characters entertain it as a background possibility. Part of the issue for her right now, though, is that I don't know how much she's feeling pretty down, for lack of a better way to put that. She's her head's not in the right space for thinking all these things through. Because she even says to him, "You need me healthy," right? Like, there's a lot that can be said about that line, what it means.
It sort of like implies the threat, right?
Yeah. And it's just clear to me from this scene, Luthen's not sure about this. This is, which we do find out, he said this was like a test. He wanted to broadly, see about a couple of things, including whether or not this would be talked about once he's gone. But
this is a real headache situation for him because of her close ties to Cassian. Anything he does to try and like untangle this is going to cause a lot of friction with Cassian, because of course Cassian's going to look at him.
I mean, it's just, especially with how she's behaving, what the place looks like, and the finding the drugs, I wouldn't say she's a very good prospect right now for the rebellion.
Yeah.
Especially because
easily be very dangerous.
He has jobs. I think hers is a weapons appraisal, right? Is what she says.
Yeah.
But I think Luther's just like, yeah, nah, maybe not actually. Even though that wouldn't be like, that's not high risk.
It almost seems to like show both him and Cassian kind of fundamentally misconstruing what's up with Bix.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is like, what she's not appreciating is being cooped up in here, like locked away, not really doing anything. That's a large part of what has her in this place.
Yeah, they think that's the solution to her current mental state. We're going to see that is absolutely not the case. Well, we've already seen it technically.
Yep.
Because you even said, right, whenever we rest, that's when she gets the ghost nightmares.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the not doing anything. It's the relative comfort that seems to manifest those nightmares.
It's almost like harkening back to Cassian's conversation at the start of the season again, right? Like she's not really herself when she's not like fighting in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And we do get the little bit as well from Luthen talking about how, like, when he finds the drugs and saying that, it goes away for a while, but these make it's worse when it comes back after the drugs wear off, basically.
Yeah.
gives you a little insight into imagine what he's tried to bury in his mind over the
Yeah.
years.
He's probably looked for
Ghosts in his
alternatives
dreams.
to help him out. Yeah.
We're heading back to our Saw. If there was anything else anybody wanted to add about this scene
No, it's all good.
between Luthen and Bix. So yeah, on Dakar, Woolman's teaching Saw's guy to operate the machine, but he messes up. Machine shuts down, and Woolman tells him that that failure would kill everybody. Though he admits that using the machine is not easy. And the guy
What is,
again. Oh yeah.
Well, just I don't know if it counts as a nitpick or not. Obviously, like Star Wars and the use that Star Wars has for its droids has always been a bit, you know, what exactly can they do? Can they autopilot planes or not? Planes, fucking ships or not? Just watching this, and because I like what this is doing and what it's setting up, but I was watching it all the time thinking, surely there is a droid that you could teach this to.
Yeah, this is one of them.
I guess
This is actually like an example of what you would call techno jargon in a different manner. This is like, no, this needs to be done by a person. You're like, why? And you're like, it does. It just does.
Has to, all right?
Yeah, it just needs to be. Okay.
Yeah.
You go shush shush shush. But yes, the autopiloting thing is very much a like what the fuck in several moments of the show. Well, the IP.
The guy again, like Saw asks Woolman who taught him, but he doesn't answer. And then they get back to work. Of course, the conclusion at that point is it was probably his dad taught him all this stuff. How to use equipment.
Well, and it's just I don't know if that was supposed to be a sort of drop of like this guy's a little inquisitive, maybe more than he needs to be, and he even looks like he comes across as realizing it, and then he's like, yeah anyway. Carrying on.
It's interesting because Saw was doing the same thing, but when this guy's doing, it's like, huh, what are you up to there? Why do you want to know this?
I suppose it makes sense,
though, right? Because it actually makes him seem in some way less suspicious. Is the fact that he is just asking the same questions that Saw asks. So like because they're both interested in this, and because this guy's been introduced as working for Saw, it could just as easily be the case that he's been told to find this information out for completely good and right and proper reasons. Not for the reasons that we learn he's doing it for later.
I would also argue maybe that's their way of trying to very much imply as well that this is a particularly complicated skill that, you know, it's only a person and only a very skilled person can do. They definitely don't want you thinking that a droid could do it, I guess.
I guess that's what we're meant to conclude, yeah. Back on Gorman, Cyril gets a whole bunch of files from work and stores it on a portable device, which he hides in his coat pocket. And then when he leaves, he exchanges it for a spider with the member of the Gorman front that we've seen a few times. So there they go. They're getting their information.
Considering this is something that they want him to do, i.e. the ISB, I was of two minds. I was like, he wouldn't need to do this like deceptively, but then is he looking like he's doing it deceptively in case the Gormans are watching him in any way?
Maybe that's why he's doing it.
Because of course they would want him to provide this information as part of the plan.
Depend how many people are like privy to this.
That's also true. There is a compartmentalization, which is super interesting, right? Because Cyril knows a hell of a lot more than the average ISB member, but he actually knows very little.
I imagine they'd want him to be a very deniable asset.
Yeah.
I don't know how that would even play out considering his relationship with Dedra, but I guess they broke up. I don't know.
Seemingly.
We do have, like, in addition to the listening device, there is also a Gorman Rebellion plant in the office itself.
Yep.
You know, so I guess we don't know enough to know whether the ISB and Cyril is aware of that, and maybe that's one of the reasons he also gives the big display after the listening device gets shut down and stuff. I guess that's unclear.
So, in Luthen's shop, Clay is speaking with Skolden's assistant and is attempting to coax her into buying a new art piece, which she will personally see installed in his collection. It's like, yes, is this something you want to buy? We could sort that one out for you. But that's not going to happen. The assistant then discloses that Skolden will be auditing his entire collection the day after an upcoming party. So I was like, oh shit, now we got a ticking clock as well. I do enjoy that it's just like, as soon as there's an opportunity to speak with this person, like, hey, no, You want to let me in there so that I can install a
Again,
new piece of art? We can do that for you.
I just like the Clea's sort of problems to discover and solve are so different from all the other characters. Again, it's just another layer of like watching her conduct this gallery while simultaneously constantly trying to fish information out of people and manage the network. Like I said, I almost think it's a bit of a shame you didn't get much of her in season 1, but I've enjoyed the stuff of her in season 2 a decent amount.
Definitely gets more stuff in season 2, that's for sure. But the Gorman front are examining the intelligence that Cyril gave them, which is extensive and effectively confirms that the new building is going to serve a military purpose. Now they know it for sure. Which obviously is going to spur certain action.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's good timing as well, because the next day Andor arrives in Palmo, heads to the hotel, which is another one of the sets that they've got. Because I don't know that we've seen the interior of Cyril's office space, but now we get to see the hotel that they built as well, which is again making a really effective use of this space that they've got. They did talk about it behind the scenes. To justify using this big of a space for the plaza, they needed to find basically a reason to do that, and one of them was to build a whole bunch of interiors that they would need to use in the plaza itself. So very neat.
It's great because they are kind of doing literal world building in that sense. Like
when you get to that level, it's like you've actually built
what do we
it.
need? Yeah, we need interiors around it. We need shops. Well, we might as well just build them around it like they would be in real life, and there we are.
Yeah, exactly. And he's escorted. He plays the part of Varian Sky. He gets escorted into his room by a staff member. His name is Bellhop, and he immediately asks him about the monument at the center of the plaza. But Bellhop provides really short answers to Andor's questions, but Andor still presses him for his opinion on the monument and the associated event.
Like how you say his name is Bellhop.
That's his name. It's Bellhop.
What are you saying? Like he doesn't have a name?
That's his job.
Oh, all right. Is that okay? I don't know what his name is then. He is a bellhop then, I guess. All right. Well, that's what. Wait, what is? I didn't know what that
This
was
guy's
called.
name is Waiter.
You just used his slave
Hey, it
name
is Star Wars, Ryan. You never know. Waiter
That's what
Shitto.
I mean. I saw it. I was like, bellhop. Yeah, that sounds like a Star Wars name. Sure.
Yeah, I can completely understand how that happened.
Okay.
I thought you were
the
making a joke when
bellhop.
you said his name is Bellhop.
No, I thought that was his name. I did. I'm sorry. Okay, so he explains. So yeah, he asked him for his opinion on the monument, and Bellhop God damn it. Bellhop explains that he was there when it happened, when he was much younger. And Andor asks another question, but he immediately shuts down the conversation by asking him if he needs anything else. Andor kind of I mean, it's pretty clear. And he apologizes for making him uncomfortable, but the bellhop thinks for a moment before telling Andor that the staff have been told not to speak with the guests.
Yeah,
and then he does explain. Yeah.
This was already enough for me to be like, oh man, again, I would have liked to have seen Andor having to get into different personalities on different jobs. That would have been cool.
That would have been cool across 4 seasons. Yeah.
There's that. There's also the combination of it looks as if, and I could be wrong, but it looks like he's probing any given person he meets who might be a prospect, right? Like that's something he's got to have to do as part of his job as well. So you got to be careful with what you say. Lead them into certain areas to just test them out, see what kind of person you're dealing with. And I just thought this was a really good example of that. And I really like that it has good consequence too. Like this is not an isolated scene. Him having made this connection, him figuring this information out, gives you more on the monument, gives you history of, well, before you get to it, I guess, I was just going to say that there's a lot in this scene that's valuable, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it's important, he's here nominally to meet with the Gorman front, but since the exploration is whether Gorman, the planet of the society, is ready to join this rebellion, you can't just go for the people who've signed up to it already. You do also have to go and speak to these people who might not be connected to that front and gauge what they think about it. Is there a broader appetite for the kind of action that might be required? And like John Bellhop here seems to suggest that there might be.
Yeah.
Like, if not the Gorman front, then maybe someone else, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just he loses nothing, and he's trying to do it in a way that's like in character. He's not. you know, he's trying to play it as if like, yeah, no, I'm just I'm a traveler, and I'm just curious if you've got an opinion on it, you know, because I just want to know, not you know, trying to make it seem kind of innocuous.
Well, yeah, it's like I'm a designer. Like I'm just talking, man. Nothing to worry about
the
here.
history, you know, yeah, exactly. But he does get told the story. It's explained that Tarkin wanted to land in the plaza, but the crowd not only refused to leave, but swelled. They were all under the belief that there would be safety in numbers. But Tarkin nonetheless landed his cruiser on the crowd, and he also adds that his father died saving him.
Sound familiar?
And also, what? Sound familiar to... Wait,
The fact that
what
he's
am I
telling
meant to be thinking of?
Andor in the center of a big plaza, his dad was trying to protect him and got killed doing it by the Empire.
Because Andor's dad was strung up in the thing.
Wow.
Oh,
there,
right.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I see.
I figured that was on purpose, especially him saying, I haven't gone very far after it. Like,
Yes,
basically noting, like,
that's right.
man, my peers were much more of people that I kind of almost would like to be, and I feel like that's going to be a reflection on Andor thinking about his mum and dad.
Man, you think about the scenario as well that Andor's dad, he was trying to stop them essentially from agitating them, and then because he was standing out there, they just assumed that he was part of it, and he died for it as well. I was like, yeah, it's just, which, you know, I mean, of course, it's something that is sort of consistently brought up, this idea of like, hey, don't do anything to fuck with them, and it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. It particularly doesn't matter here on Gorman. You know, they're going to make it happen. They're going to ensure that it happens. There's nothing that can be done about it. But before the bellhop leaves, Andor thanks him for sharing the story. Which, yeah, with that connection, it's safe to say that that's, you know, kind of coming from the heart. There, it's a bit of a personal one. We will see him again.
We will.
So Cyril returns to
Will return.
He will. The bellhop, yes. Cyril returns to Carson, and he's smiling. He's really pleased with himself, clearly. Though I suppose it doesn't necessarily last for very long, because when he returns to the apartment, he asserts that he was careful, and Dedra says that she knows because she had him followed. And he's not very happy about this, clearly. Like, the look on his face, he's kind of perplexed and a little bit frustrated about it. And then she tells him he can only stay for an hour. It's like, oh,
Well, so
geez,
I would argue these are little pieces of Cyril gradually, and it's going to be a very long time over this, understanding what their relationship actually is.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to think of it one way. She is thinking of it a completely different way.
Pretty much. And he wonders because when he asks, he's like, oh, 1 hour, and he doesn't really get an answer to that, and then he wonders if his mother's being spied on. She denies that that's happening, but adds that they put too much time into the scheme to jeopardize it over something so small. And then Cyril again verbally expresses his disbelief over being tailed. And then Deirdre orders him to turn off the lights, because clearly it's not something she wants to talk about at all.
And to she has to order him to do it twice, because he initially doesn't do it. And she does order him. It's not like a request.
Yeah.
It's not an invitation. It is turn out the lights. She's here because it's a mission, and everything around her is part of that mission, and that includes him.
Well, even the fact that they basically schedule social visits and sex, it's like very specific. It's not... It's the passion of that relationship is a very specific one, you know?
She's very conscious of how she appears to him, because when they're in person again, she's back wearing black to be more on a level again. Even though she's still, like, clearly in control of the conversation and asserts that.
The two most asexual characters we've seen in this show.
Oh, I'm sure it's
basically about to hook up. Yeah,
it's a passionate and intimate scene. I'm sure that would have been not at all sterile and clunky. Having them to have fun.
She probably has a computer running analytics on it. It's going to be very, very sterile.
So that night on Gorman, Andor's sitting in the restaurant. Enza enters to speak with him. And they briefly converse in character, but she slips very quickly, like really quick.
I love this
It only
scene
takes, like,
quite a
20,
bit.
30 seconds. It's a good one.
Well, so this one I consider to be one of many I would have wanted more of. It makes me like Andor a lot. He's climbing up that ladder. This was a really good scene for just every last piece of the conversation. He is telling her something, and she's not picking it up. He's being so much more subtle, so much more careful, and it's cool to see this as a result of the life he's lived up to this point, right? Things going so wrong all the time. Just having him be the tutor now instead of, again, which has been something this season was definitely trying to put forward. He's actually more experienced now than a lot of the people involved in the rebellion.
He's playing Luthen in the scene. Like, he's even dressed like Luthen when Luthen's in his disguise. He's acting like Luthen when Luthen's in his sort of, like the flamboyant disguise, the sort of cheerful, happy demeanor, and that ability to sort of, I guess the term is code switch in and out of like being serious and the cover story. Being quite sinister, being quite impatient, expecting people to be better than they actually are necessarily. So it's like he's almost becoming the man that he's going to go on to have some quite severe disagreements with.
I believe you are 1000% correct, and I'd reference it now rather than later, but that moment where Luthen, when they next speak, asks him about like the alias he was doing, and he says it, and then you get Luthen's like got a little expression of almost, you could combine it with some kind of like nostalgia for having done jobs like that himself, but also knowing Cassian, right? He's come to the point now where he's doing jobs that Luthen would do, and he's doing them pretty well in terms of information. It's definitely like a sense of, man, look how far you've come. Which, like I said, I got from this scene. I was like, look how far he's come.
Well, and since you brought that up anyway, like Andor, he is in that role now, and we're seeing that. And I agree with you. I think it would have been nice, and maybe if we'd got more seasons, it would have been one thing to see more of this out of Diego Luna, because I actually feel like all the different people that are portraying different things, sometimes we get the least out of Andor, or like just the same type of emotions out of Andor throughout more consistently, rather than some of these other characters that we see. And this is good for this, to being able to switch back and forth. But like you brought up the Luthen part, he's upset with how kind of amateurish she's approached him and the things that she's doing. And when Andor finds out that Luthen goes and talks to Bix, he literally does the exact thing that he's chastising her for, and Luthen is chastising him for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, it's a clear parallel, because it's it's something it becomes particularly apparent in terms of his interactions with the Gorman front, is that it's one thing when it's a different thing when you're having to live it, compared to sort of coming in as like an outside observer, or kind of almost like an omniscient entity, divorced from the actual the reason why you'd even be stirred to act in the first place. Because that's basically what's happening here.
Another really good reference to put on top of that, is just to seal it, would be the conclusion of this conversation, which we can talk about in a second, is it's hard to be patient when your world is falling apart. And I would say that is absolutely what you're supposed to take from Andor screwing up with Luthen, his world being Bix at this point.
Yep.
Hard to be careful.
It's really cool, like, because Andor's like making an effort to continue trying to talk in character, like, oh, I was going to book an appointment tomorrow, but here you are. Which is obviously meant to be like a cure.
Even her going very in the sky, his expression, like, why are you here? Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And then it's awkward as well, because there's a pair behind on the table behind Andor, and they leave, and he's really fucking anxious as they leave. Like, he's really like, oh shit. Like, I sure shit hope that they're not gonna go and tell like the ISB about this, because for all you know, right?
It's just so much fun. The lines all have double meanings. It's just like, I love scenes like this. The secrecy of it all, and the fact that it's not just they're trying to communicate with each other on a subtextual level. It's actually like he's trying to criticize her on a subtextual level that she might not even pick up, because she's a little bit of a kind of a noob with this sort of thing, basically. Very inexperienced.
Well, just the conversation, like, she immediately starts by talking like, man, this place is getting really quiet now. Like, everybody's growing with a lot of discontent for the situation. It's just like, this is a very negative sort of tenor that you're taking here, which could get you in trouble,
Yeah, well, and does he say, like, I just arrived, I wouldn't know? Like, why are you doing this? You don't even know who I am.
Yeah, he just directly. The thing is, he directly confronts her. Eventually, he's like, he just explains plainly, he doesn't know, she doesn't know who he is, and he attempts to restart the conversation like normally, but she isn't very receptive, which again prompts him to say that she doesn't know anything about him, and that if he were a snitch or an ISB spy, the way that she was acting would have seen her family and friends arrested. Like, and then he says a particularly interesting line, which is, "I am who you want me to be, but that's just you getting lucky."
Yeah.
This is like trying to really reinforce it, which then prompts her to say that it's difficult to be patient, when your world is falling apart.
Yeah, which is
and then
valid
Andor-
as like a
Yeah.
a point of view, but at the same time, he's still right.
It's a thing we're seeing across the galaxy with like every plotline. You might say there's a lot of friction in the air.
Mm.
Tension, yeah. But then Andor pretty effortlessly slips back into character and asks if he can meet Rylance the following day. It's just like, get back on track. We'll speak tomorrow. But then before they leave, Andor whispers in Enza's ear that the people she tasked with following him are doing nothing but drawing attention, which feels like another thing of cutting her down a little bit. Like,
Yeah, and it's just cool
like
that
he's
it's
picked up
something
on
that he
every
would.
mistake.
Yeah, he's going to know that they're doing that, and there's just no point. There's actually nothing for them to gain. They've got the confirmation now, and then, of course, if someone spots someone's trailing someone, it's just like, it's just too many variables. Stop. Just be simple. We'll do it tomorrow.
Exactly. But,
And I do like his change in demeanor again then when he says that, like, oh, yes, we'll do it tomorrow.
great,
Yay. Yeah. And like his whole expression changes.
It's really good. It's I get annoyed when people say like, "Oh yeah, Andor ain't that important a part of Andor." It's not true, damn it. Or that he's not that interesting of a character.
Well, the way that
Definitely
happens
not
is because
true.
a lot of the events are surrounding him, I think. But, he's absolutely mega important. And what's interesting, I think, is some people took longer than others, but episode 8 got a lot of people on his side in terms of like, okay, yeah, I'm in. Like, I like him a
A lot
lot.
of people not on this side. Like,
A lot of people don't even want to watch the show, Friggy. So
yeah, all right, yeah, okay. We got a Cyril and Edie scene, which is relatively brief, but it's that he hands his mother a Gorman spider, and she decides to name it Cyril.
the silence, the brooding, the disregard for common sense. It'll be like having you here.
Jesus. She's so mean.
What a nice lady, yeah. Very...
I love her. She's one of my favorite characters. Just brilliant.
She is pretty reliably interesting and entertaining.
She's the true villain.
We also have another short scene where Bix she's on drugs, which are bad, okay, and she's holding a blaster in her hands. She's very lethargic, and she's watching a talk show. And I suppose a noteworthy thing is that they're talking about something called Vesti Week, which seems to be like a big. It's like a week where there's just a whole bunch of functions that are held across Coruscant for all of the most important people, like politicians and socialites and whatnot.
Yes.
Just a big week where a lot of stuff happens.
I found really odd. I saw a couple of people criticizing this as being like, this is hyper cringe having this TV show in the Star Wars universe, associating it with like cringy talk shows in our world, and that we don't want that shit in Star Wars sort of thing. I was like, I thought the point of this scene was that Bix is watching shit TV. Because she's like almost out of her mind, drugged. She's eating fast food. She doesn't. This is a vibe that I think everyone has experienced at some point. Where you just order pizza, have a bunch of alcohol, and watch, basically scanning through channels, or you left the TV on, and it's just playing shit that you don't even care about.
The ultimate sign of depression and dysfunction would be if it's like the snooker or golf that comes on the television, or the space equivalent thereof. But my problem with, I'd say it's a problem. The fashion sense just reminded me of Hunger Games in an unpleasant way. Yeah. But given the point of this is that it is sort of tatty, high fashion, high culture commentary, it's kind of believable. This is the people commenting on the fashion choices of the upper echelons of Coruscant society, so it's believable that they would make themselves up like this, I guess.
Well, I thought they looked
not to be reminded of Hunger Games.
They looked like the holiday special people. Some of them in there. I thought maybe they were doing a fun little reference to that as well. Wouldn't be the first time, right? Didn't the holiday special get referenced in I can't remember. It was something recent, somewhat. It was Star Wars, but I mean, I'd be tempted to do that, like acknowledging its existence because it's such a fucking meme.
Was
and
it
I'm
Skeleton
sure.
Crew? Was one of them watching?
Oh, it could
the
have been
holiday-
Skeleton Crew. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think it was. Because people were like, "What the fuck is that?" And it was like, "Oh,
George Lucas would never have done this.
Oh god."
Well, it is. It always feels a bit kind of interesting with those observations because we all love Dexter. You know, we all love him, but like the '50s diner, you know, it's a
It
little
was
bit,
fucking
you know.
strange, but I'm happy with it. I think it's really neat in its
Like,
own way. I would happily
really
have more
like it,
Dexter
but-
Jetster.
One
He
of my
seems so
favorite
friendly.
scenes-
I
One
would
of my
prefer it
favorite
if it was
scenes-
not just a diner, but
How
I
dare
guess
you.
what can you do? Well, you know me, I'm the prequel hater around here, I guess, so...
Oh yes, you are.
Oh. One of my favorite scenes in all of Star Wars, just for like, because it just makes me laugh every time I see it, is in Attack of the Clones, where Obi-Wan goes in there and the droid's like, sit down, he'll be right with ya. And he sits down for like 3 milliseconds before immediately he gets back up. And it was like, why you couldn't have done anything else with this scene. Like it couldn't have sat down for 5 seconds, like look around, like nothing, just Obi-Wan like hovers his buttocks over the seat, sits down, and immediately gets back up.
Camino Saber Dart. I don't know why that's so memeable. It just is.
Why does he know that?
Because fucking Dexter Jetster. What do you mean?
He knows everything that the plot.
He's
needs
the
to know.
Batman of
That's
Star
his-
Wars. Like
It's his alien race trait is that like he just has the ability to view the script from time to time.
He goes into the back and he's got his own like Clea set up there.
Yeah.
He's just monitoring everything.
I just figured he was himself a bounty hunter in a past life. He had like the full
Dexter
suit.
he was actually a contact and friend of Qui-Gon, like from way back, and that's how Obi-Wan knows him. There's used to be like one of the book series that got me really into Star Wars called Jedi Apprentice, and they're like, you know, they're kids, you know, young adult books. But it goes over how Obi-Wan became an apprentice to Qui-Gon and a lot of the different adventures and missions that they go on. And that's one of the things that gets revealed in that is that's how he knows Dex is through Qui-Gon.
Could do a show with him and Jar Jar. I'm just saying. There's potential.
I'd watch it. Yeah.
People
that'd
think
be-
I'm
that'd be
joking, but
some
I'm
good
not.
shit. No, it'd be good. It would be.
You know, like
So,
the Marvel YouTube accounts and putting out those like 8-hour like Daredevil meditation thing where he's just on the roof. You could do one of those, and it is just Dex's Diner, like a day in Dex's Diner. Just people coming and going, getting served, leaving. He's there
Again,
being
though-
happy and knowing everything about everything.
Again, it could be really good if you had someone who knew they would do it, make it a whole episode of a 22 episode TV show season, and one of them is just Dex doing his thing in his diner. And you know, it's like a normal rush day of that sort of thing, like Boiling Point, Friggy. I'm not sure if anyone else has seen that. But like, you know, the Dex
Yeah.
equivalent, and then just at one point Obi-Wan comes in, he needs something, and he's just like, there you are.
And then when he leaves, he just gets back to work.
Yeah.
Just another normal day in the diner. Yeah. Be good memes. So back on Gorman, Andor heads to Rylance's shop, and he goes through the plaza, and he sees the Imperial facility. It's very plainly visible, and there's still Gore protesters at the monument. But he enters the House of Rylance and is escorted to the man of the hour, and they briefly chat about fashion before Rylance just comes out and admits that they have a lot to learn about espionage. But hey, it's okay because they sweep for listening devices in the building daily.
That they are safe and everything, but you can still tell Andor's like, like you're not taking the time that's needed. Like you're not doing this properly.
And
I
you can
did
tell
find
it's
out-
working at building the intrigue stuff because there's, I think it might even be this conversation between them. Sometimes over like Andor's shoulder, like you see a guy who's just out of focus, but he might look over. And I remember thinking, like, I think I vaguely knew who it was, but like if you weren't paying complete attention and you didn't know exactly who it was, it's like that guy seems to be trying to listen in, and that's kind of a threatening thing to have, even if it's out of focus in the background. It means that like the show has quite successfully built this atmosphere of deep suspicion that anyone in the room looking at your
Yeah.
characters could be having nefarious intent.
I do I kind of appreciate that something he says is that they can justify the sweeping for listening devices because it's a competitive market. Like all of the
Mhm.
other shops do the same thing. So it's like, so it's like corporate espionage is kind of the excuse that they can use
Which,
for why they're,
you know,
they're checking.
It would probably be competitive. It's like their primary export, and they're all trying to do the best version of
It's
it.
all clothes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's a logic there, and it's kind of a good one. And I suppose it's a convenient one for the writing because then they can have them just speak candidly. And Andor does ask Rylance about the special radio that they were provided. You know, the radios that are distributed all over the place so that people can contact Luthen. But he wants to speak about him, and he basically doesn't know anything about Luthen. But Andor insists that it's for everybody's benefit, you know, that he speaks instead.
Hey,
And he hands him a little, yeah.
well, yeah, go on. I'll save it for a bit.
So Andor hands Rylance a new code crystal for the radio, which prompts Rylance to bring up the new building, which he now knows is an armory thanks to his source. And Andor immediately deduces that the source is Imperial. But Rylance is like, well, I can't say, but it's like, it doesn't matter. Andor knows that he's Imperial now, and explains that Imperials make a habit of feeding false information to dissidents. But one of Rylance's men assures Andor the information is reliable, which doesn't really reassure him that that's the case. You know, like, he doesn't conclude like, oh, well, shit, then there's nothing to worry about, you know? It's like, yeah. But I mean, obviously, this is another tell of the fact that he's got a lot of experience compared to them, that he's already figured this out.
When there's just something infinitely funny to me about them explaining to Andor, without any of these characters' knowledge necessarily, that it's like Rylance is saying, believe me, Andor, we can trust Cyril. Like... That's so fucking nuts. But that conversation like explicitly can't even happen because everything is so secret. It's such an interesting angle. And besides, Andor's not going to remember the one guy he put a gun to fucking years ago. So, but it's just still so interesting to know how these connections have been made. And yeah, like Andor's initial instinct is correct.
Yeah, he's totally right. Because you know it doesn't. But the thing is that Rylance, his insistence is that they've been tracking the routes and the schedules of the transports, and that they are now ready to target the transports that are carrying weapons. And he wants to do that so that they can prove to the Gore what the Empire's doing. But there's also a desire to use the weapons themselves, which obviously is like, yeah, I mean that's exactly what the Empire wants. That's really beneficial to them. But nonetheless, they want Andor to advise them on tactics, like how to go about it. And but then another group of patrons enter. Andor slips back into character and asks for a tour of Palmo at night, which is obviously, yeah, show me what you're up to, you know.
And yeah, I love they ask, have you ever done anything like this before regarding the heist? And Andor's like, like, yeah, I have, yeah. Which is fun for us because we've seen it.
That's right. We got a Pottergas scene here.
Yay.
It's always good to get one of these. We're at ISB headquarters. Dedra and Cyril are briefing Pottergas about Cyril's newly established connection to the leadership of the Gorman Front. And kind of a noteworthy thing, Cyril kind of speaks out of turn. And you know, Dedra kind of is a little bit, you know, thrown off by this slightly. Obviously kind of hides it, but he does sort of jump out and say that he thinks that they're already planning action against the Empire, that they're inexperienced but eager, and Pottergas remarks how often those attributes align while staring at Dedra.
It's such a good line. Because, you know, it's commenting on Rylance, it's commenting on Cyril, and it's commenting in reverse on Dedra, technically, right? Like, she's not as eager now that she has experienced all of what she did, but that's, you know, commenting on her attitude in Season 1. Just like, man, how'd you do that, Pottergas writers? You always give them the clever stuff.
Yes, they do.
It's sort of jazzed Pottergoat.
And a little bit of potentially like a judgment on her including him in this, and maybe his slight skepticism just because of the way he's been presented at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, Cyril himself is quite eager. The fact that he spoke out of turn.
Mm-hmm.
And Cyril says, that to aid Pottergas's plan to bait Gorman as a prize for outside agitators. It's like, huh. Okay.
That's what the plan is it?
That's Pottergas's plan as far as Cyril is concerned, and that in order to do this, the ISB should actively help the Gorman Front conduct activities against the Empire basically as soon as possible. And Partagaz raises an eyebrow. He raises his eyebrow before asking how the ISB can assist. It's a kind of a neat little gesture. And Cyril says he needs transport schedules to remain consistent, and the information that he passes to them needs to be accurate. And Dedra adds that she wants oversight on military security, which Partagaz agrees to. Which I suppose will be interesting how that develops. The oversight on military security. It's like, well, you'll kind of get that, but it's not going to be quite in the way that you think it will be. And then Dedra also adds that they need to calibrate retribution carefully. The Gorman front needs to believe that they're winning. So we got a whole bunch of information there, but again, the noteworthy thing is that Cyril believes that the plan is to bait Gorman as a prize for outside agitators. He doesn't seem to know the bigger picture. He doesn't know what the
it's what Krennic said, right? Everyone in the room is the only ones that are allowed to know the plan.
Mm-hmm.
I always love the color coding in Cyril scenes with Dedra, especially because look at how like bright and out of place of a presence he is here in his like colorful getup, as opposed to the complete black and white of everything around him. He very clearly doesn't belong in that regard.
Yeah, which is there's no way it's not intentional.
Oh, it's such good shit.
It has to be.
Knowing where we're going, so good.
Yep. And Partagaz compliments Cyril before he leaves the room, and then Cyril struggles to get this out, but he says, if I say this is the greatest day of my life, does it spoil everything? He is fucking thrilled.
All the boxes are ticked. He's working really hard. He's doing something difficult. He's doing it well. He's reporting to like the boss of the ISB. He's getting complimented for it. He's recommending the next move, and it's being facilitated. This is everything he wanted, and it's all in aid of protecting the Empire and stopping bad people from doing bad things.
As far as he's aware.
As far as he's aware.
It's meant to be.
And crucially,
validation of everything he'd ever wanted.
And it's not about fucking over the Gormanites, right? Gormanites, Gormans, Gors, whatever you call them. It's not. He doesn't want to fuck them over because he hates them. Like, he thinks that this is a useful opportunity to protect them and serve the Empire by baiting them, you know, puffing up some rebels, getting some more rebels in, ultimately getting those rebels arrested. Everything returns to normal. Order is restored. The planet goes on. And he's done a really good work in service of order and peace and harmony. Like, he has completely pure motives throughout all of this.
If only he was born, you know, like 30, 40 years earlier, you know? Not born in the Empire era. Like, who knows how much good he might have been able to do.
The way Dedra responds to him as well is, like, super interesting. He seems, like, annoyed at having been upstaged in a way, but struggles to... I'm kind of unsure as to exactly what she's trying to express there, you know? Because she's having some difficulty saying whatever it is.
Yeah, it's
broadly, I think she is conflicted throughout a lot of this. Yeah. Just generally, there's like a hum of uncertainty with her, which I think pays off pretty well. And will likely pay off further, for all I know.
So we're back on Dakar, and Wilman's grabbing some food. They've got one of those. What are they? They're
like, called mastiffs. Mastiffs, I think.
On a pike.
Seen on Tatooine a lot.
That's right. We saw him in Mando.
Yay.
And so he gets some food, and he's examining. The guy that he was teaching was Pluti. And he's watching as that guy goes to Saw and insists that he knows all the variations. And then Saw asks if they still need Wilman, and receives no answer. He then adds that Wilman has seen too much, but that if Pluti is ready, he'll get rid of him. And then Pluti asserts that Wilman is a great engineer before asking how Saw's going to deal with the people who sent him over. And Saw simply says, accidents happen. Which is like, oh shit, alright, jeez.
Have we done that before?
Saw's a little bit unhinged.
Yeah, I mean, what's Luther going to do, you know?
Yeah, what's he going to do to him, exactly. But then Pluti again kind of pushes for Saw to keep Wilman around. And he adds that until Saw tells him which station they'll be hitting, he'll be angsty because of all the variations he has to memorize. And Saw thinks for a bit. He thinks for a bit before telling Pluti that they're going to be hitting Marquez Moon the following night. And then Saw also says that he's going to keep Wilman around for a bit. It's like, Ah.
Mhm.
Okay. This is the thing. Sora's unhinged, but like he's pretty clever.
Yeah, he's doing something.
uh,
He's doing something.
so he's a schemer. He's a bit of a schemer.
One of the things I've thought, and obviously we're not there yet, but you know, we don't have any scenes from the ISB or anything that indicate that they have any of this, you know, potential information that he's passing on. Does anyone think there's a chance that maybe Pluty's just a good old guy, didn't do anything wrong, and Saul just fucking already decided, had his mind made up, didn't like the question he was asking?
Could be.
Or that he's spying
Well,
for
the
somebody
thing is-
else. It doesn't even need to necessarily be spying for the Imperials, given that, you know, the other rebel factions, particularly Luthen, has an interest in trying to figure out what exactly Saw is doing at this moment. It could even
Remember
be
Saw-
that he's not like an Imperial spy, and the reason he asks for the kid to be kept around and not killed, essentially, is that he doesn't want to lose. Like he's still fundamentally kind of a good person, even though he's doing the spying. He doesn't want people to be murdered pointlessly.
I mean, the main thing is, it seems like it would just be, there's a possibility to test that, you know, there's a test that can be applied here, and Pluty can either pass or fail that test, and that can, you know, influence how things will go. But for the time being, it's like, yeah, let's keep Wilman around, you know, no need to get rid of him just yet. We'll
Yeah,
just, you know,
But no,
like
I could totally
only
believe that
confirmation-
Saul was wrong / doesn't actually give a shit if he's an agent or not. You know, like that's possible. Saul works.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the only confirmation we have that that Saul was accurate, that he was a spy, or that there's anybody waiting for them anywhere, is just Saw saying that.
Yeah.
yeah,
it
and
would-
who knows?
May not be the most reliable source.
Maybe it says something about how this group operates. Like the only notion of truth we have here is what Saw tells us.
Hence why I wanted
Yeah.
more, just in general. I'd love to see good reason for why they follow the shit out of him, you know? Like, which I do think we get pieces of by the end of this episode.
So, actually, I might switch the order here because we got 3 scenes left, but there's sort of a break in the middle. So on Gorman, Andor that night is being shown the routes that the Imperial transports are taking through Palmo, and that the ones that the Gorman front are interested in always travel alone, not in a convoy. And then he's shown a pipe leading to a sewer where they'll have a transport waiting to pick up the stolen cargo. That's you know, that essentially they're just walking it through. But we'll kind of get a repeat of this in the next episode when there's more of a plan being concocted. This is just to show him sort of where they're at.
It's like
at this
potential.
point. Yeah. So Luthen gets back in his shop, and Claire tells him that the Tinian Codex in Skolden's collection, which conceals their microphone, is soon to be inspected and discovered, and Luthen is fucking furious. He asserts that he knew something like this would happen, and that they never even gained that much from the bug. But Claire's got a very different temperament here. She is basically only interested in solving the problem, rather than basically getting mad about it.
Love this back and forth, and it's super good for Luthen in general. This feels like he's not as mad about this particular thing as much as he is just mad about in general. He's very fucking mad, and he's taking it out on her with this issue, because all of her dialogue is basically problem solving, and his is like panicking. It's and it's just not useful.
That he feels like he can't keep track of everything anymore, and that he's drowning.
Because she says, "Are you done?" like twice, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just, I mean, she's essentially, it's just like, you gotta solve the problem. That's the only thing that matters at this point, is solving the problem. It is one, it needs to be solved, and yelling about this is kind of pointless.
Well,
and we've seen this before in terms of the difference in their temperament. Like, she's usually very problem-oriented, like problem-solving mind, whereas Luthen can get a bit more agitated and kind of emotional.
While I think that's true, I would also argue that he operates, as we've mentioned prior, in the world as someone who needs to get to the point with all of his, so to speak, workers quickly, get them to understand the realities, get through their emotional reactions, and try and square them such that it's like, you have to understand, like, this is the pragmatic reason, and this is how we solve this problem, and you need to stop worrying about XYZ thing. And it felt to me like he does that for almost everyone, while she does that for him. Like, this is their partnership.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
cool
yeah,
to
he
see
needs
that
to
playing
express
out.
himself a bit like as a human here, and this felt like a scene in which has probably happened before, where he gets to vent, and that he needs her to sort of ground him.
There's another thing that's sort of building with Luthen as well, which I think it will continue to build, is that the rebellion he's creating eventually will get to the point where it is, and it has to get to the point where it is too big for any one man to rule.
Yes.
Like at the moment, the rebellion is Luthen, but for it to work, it has to get to the point where Luthen can and effectively must die, and the rebellion has to be able to carry on. So he's working toward his own redundancy, whether he is aware of it or not. But it's reaching the stage already where there are so many pieces in play, so many people have their own motives, people are finding their own wills and wishes to fight for, that he's struggling massively to keep on top of all of these things. It's like the most delicate moment in the operation, and it's the moment where his skills are at their most stretched, because it's about to give birth to this thing in which he is completely redundant, and he can just die and it will carry on without him.
And I like as well that all of his dialogue is still reflective of like these horrible consequences that could come, and everything she says is like, it needs to be done. We have to deal with it. Like, and if we can't, it's like, then we deal with that. Basically, like that's.
Yep.
It's just constantly we got to make the best of our situation, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. It's but that's the problem they're gonna have to solve next episode, which will be exciting to see. It's particularly it's some good shit. So we're back with Saw, and he approaches Wilman and asks if Pluty is ready, and Wilman says he thinks Pluty is ready, which prompts Saw to draw his blaster and point it at him and ask him if he thinks or knows, because he is a little bit unhinged. Feels like such a dramatic escalation just because he said he thinks he's ready.
Well,
and
it is. Well, because you're about to get to it, but I just like that he does that eventually decide. I like the way they shoot this as well, in terms of it's not clear who's going to get shot, and you don't even know because Saw is fucking exposed nerve. But shooting Pluty, then immediately going traitor, like
yeah,
it's like, oh okay,
yeah. And that's that. I mean, and it was mentioned before, but he declares that Pluty was an Imperial spy who arranged for us Saw to be ambushed on Marquez Moon, and then Saw chuckles they'll be many parsecs away, drinking their Rido in peace. So yeah, I suppose it's whether or not you think he's telling the truth.
They do.
About this.
They pick up
I
a
guess
transmitter,
he does find
but
that on him, yeah.
But that could be planted. Like the fact that
it's been a sleight of hand thing.
It's Saw's guy, like that could easily have been, because it's so quick. It's like they did it on purpose, right?
Well,
like,
and there's another thing as well. It's just that it's pretty. Willman knows how to do it. Pluty maybe kind of knows how to do it.
Yeah.
So like of the two of them, Willman is more useful. He just is.
I do like the placement of these scenes back to back, though. So on the one hand, you've got Luthen, who tries to calculate absolutely everything and is feeling overwhelmed, and then you've got Saw Gerrera, who is kind of like, he relies on chaos to be unpredictable, and he's way more at home in this kind of world even than Luthen is, because like he only has really to care about himself and the people immediately around him, and if he's unpredictable, that keeps him and his group safe, and that's it. Everyone else can sort of go to hell because he's safe at this point. And you've got Luthen on the other hand, who is trying to keep all these many different plates spinning because he has this broader picture of the rebellion, and he has so many things to care about, and it all is so finely tuned. And then you immediately, you just cut to Saw Gerrera executing a guy and shouting traitor, because why the fuck not? It's a pretty good way of avoiding information getting out. You execute random people.
I mean, at the same time, I think one could say that Saw likes to let it run wild somewhat.
We don't know that. He hasn't said that yet.
I'm not judging from dialogue. I'm judging from actions, for you, right?
So he orders the men to clear out of the base, destroy whatever they can't bring with them, and he then stares down Willman and says it's all on him, and Willman lets out a sigh that I don't know you could be said as a sigh of relief, because it's like, well, I mean, I guess you're good for now, but still, this shit is pretty intense, and who knows what's going to happen next.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoy it, because Saw seems like essentially fascinated with like the stone face that Willman puts on, because Saw probably knows that that's coming from Luthen, right? Willman is here as an asset to give me a thing that has been agreed upon, but who's the person under there? What am I actually working with here?
Yeah, because he's been very stoic this whole time.
Yeah.
He hasn't really given much away. He's done a pretty good job, honestly, of staying composed, given how stressful the situation has become.
Absolutely.
Again, what I value about this, there's a particular way you gotta be to be a part of this sect of the rebellion, and I feel like they're trying to show us how you get there. Willman is still not there yet. Let's put it that way.
Not quite there.
Also, the scene to follow, the when they get into hyperspace, that shit was cool.
I like that a lot.
It is really cool. Yeah. Fun. It's but there were no space whales though when they were trapped. I think I said this to you more when we were watching it. Where are the
Where are the
space whales?
Purgles?
Where
Purgles, that's
indeed?
right.
The fucking Purgle. Well,
Yeah.
one of my
I've
most
seen a lot of people. One of your most hated additions to Star Wars. I understand that.
yes, it's like so stereotypical, like Filoni. Look, there's people that are big, huge fans of Star Wars Rebels that do exist out there. I hate Rebels so much because it's just so like pure Dave Filoni, and the Purgles. Not only it's like one thing to have them kind of exist or whatever, okay, but then for them to, to be able to be controlled, and for people that haven't watched Rebels, which you should be lucky if you haven't, like the fact that they are the thing that removes Thrawn from the galaxy for a series of years is just
what ecological conditions create gargantuan hyperspace whales, do you think?
They
Star
eat space
Wars,
plankton.
goddamn
There's
it.
loads of space plankton around. Space is full of plankton.
There's a whole
Yeah.
shade of
I remember,
species up
This
there.
came up when we were watching Ahsoka. I think it was like they eat gas or some shit. I was like,
Oh.
what?
but that's from Rebels, yeah. It's when they're introduced.
They got fucking front and center display on, and they were very important in Ahsoka.
I have seen a tremendous amount of cope on the internet about the idea that a lot of people have naturally pointed out, man, like there's a lot of fucking shit in Star Wars that can't really coexist with something like Andor. Not in the sense that it's impossible to rationalize them happening in the same world, but that it is kind of farcical to pretend that Andor exists in the same world as this goober shit. And I've seen so many people going like, no, it's good that Star Wars can have all of these things coexist. We can have Andor and Ahsoka. It's like, you can't really,
Well, but
though.
that's to what Ryan said
not
earlier, right?
really.
Like Jedi Adventures, where it's literal, like, we're talking super young, familiar sort of stuff. It's like, that's fine with me. But if someone said, yeah, Ahsoka for more younger audience, I'm like, no, Ahsoka's just shit. Like, there's no.
Yep.
It's just terrible.
It's not about
Yeah,
it being
it's
like
just
for a
crap.
different audience demographic. It's just shit.
I think like the principle of that idea is, of course, you can have this kind of freaking more grounded spy thriller about Imperial agents and rebel spies and like all this different stuff. Of course, can coexist in this same universe where you have these more kind of the Force users and these more kind of mythical parts of the galaxy and these religions and all these different things. Because just tackling those things you could get very different types of content out of that. The problem is we would hope that when those things are tackled, it's done with above a fourth grade writing level like Dave Filoni.
For example, if they did make a strict horror movie, like R-rated in Star Wars, is that possible? It's like, well, you know what? I'd say people would say it is if it were really good.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, really, the big problem with a lot of the stuff that Filoni made is that it's basically impossible to square away as canon with, like, the actual, I suppose, what you could call primary Star Wars content. Like, I think everybody would basically accept that, like, the movies are at the top, right, of significance. And, in ascending order, right, the original trilogy.
You're essentially
at the
describing
absolute top.
George Lucas's
The old formula. The
canon
old
formula,
yeah. But people almost have that subconsciously anyway, and it's pretty retarded to like imagine that all of the shit that happens in the Clone Wars show, not the old one, but the Filoni one. There's no way that when you watch between like 2 and 3, like Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, there's no way you're like, yeah. And then there was that subplot where Obi-Wan underwent insane surgery to alter his appearance so that he could then participate in Count Dooku Hunger Games to like stop a plot to assassinate Palpatine that involved faking his death. Like, there's no way that you can watch that and genuinely go like, yeah, that happened. I mean, Ahsoka is pretty hard to reconcile with the films. like the character herself is
Let's
pretty
give
difficult to reconcile with them.
Headache, impetuous, like chosen one guy, our most troublesome Padawan. That seems like a good idea.
It's also just say like Saw is literally from Clone Wars. Fuck you talking about? Watch the things you're looking to criticize. I have
He's
bad
not the
news
same
for you.
person.
Ryan and Theo have seen Clone Wars.
He's
Yes.
not
I've
the
also
same
seen like
person.
4 seasons of
I've
Clone
seen one
Wars, I'm pretty
season
sure,
and lots
so,
of
yeah,
clips.
I've seen a lot of it.
Yeah, so for reference, Saw Gerrera was introduced, I believe, in the 5th season of Clone Wars. He's on Onderon. They're basically pushing back against CIS insurgency there, and he is in that show, obviously much younger. It is not the same way that he's portrayed in in Rogue One or in this show. He's also much younger. He also witnesses the death of his sister, like at the hands to get this victory, in that. But it like I said, it would be nice to have maybe another indication of how Saw gets this way, the way he is now, rather than just what we saw in Clone Wars and then how he is today. But Maul, you brought up horror stories.
Mhm.
What if I were to tell you that there's a couple, but there's one specific horror book in the Star Wars expanded universe that's called Death Troopers.
Yeah, Death Troopers.
And you know what that plot revolves around?
I feel like I've been told this before.
Stormtroopers.
But yeah. I'm almost certain we've had this conversation before because of fucking Ahsoka.
Yes. Zombie stormtroopers, which of course it's like some biochemical, like virus or whatever that's like reanimating them. But wouldn't you know it, we got zombie stormtroopers in Ahsoka. I wonder where they got that idea.
I guess
Just
it's
reminded
like,
me that
what I
like,
remember of Death Troopers, it's slightly more tenable. Doesn't the premise of that, like the Star Destroyer is like way out, is it in like the unknown region, or it's somewhere out of contact with everything else?
It's on a remote prison, I believe. It's in a prison.
Yeah.
And it's pretty remote. And now I think the Death Troopers is fine. The thing I dislike about the book the most is that around the midway point, Han and Chewbacca show up. And I dislike that a lot because immediately you're like, well, fuck, I know they're going to be fine. Like, as you have like all these people dying horrifically and they're desperately trying to escape this prison or whatever it is. You have you have Han and Chewie show up. You're like, well, obviously they're going to be okay.
Yeah. I guess like there are ways you can sort of justify it and explain it away, and like the outbreaks or scientific experiments gone wrong is probably a more tenable and localized and so less damaging way of creating zombie stormtroopers than fucking witches decide they can do this now, and that's the thing they can do, because that's going to have should have pretty massive ramifications in all of the galaxy if witches can just turn themselves into the Night King from Game of Thrones. But yeah.
So anyway, Ryland and Andor having some coffee, which is cool. I wonder what Star Wars coffee is like, but not really. But a little
blue.
bit.
Everything should be blue.
On the situation before he prepares to leave for Coruscant, and Andor tells Rylands that hijacking the carrier can be done, but that they'll need help, and that the difficult part is not stealing the supplies but getting away, which is made even more difficult by their living at the scene of the crime and planning to advertise what they're doing. Like, he's just not thrilled with the idea of them really doing anything at all. And Rylands even asks Andor what they ought to do instead in the face of the persecution, and Andor can only say, I have more questions than recommendations.
Really solid conflict here, because I get both of them. I get that Andor's basically like, if I were you and in this whole scenario, I would just be information gathering, because it looks like you're losing broadly, and that any action right now might just make everything way worse. Meanwhile, this guy's basically saying, like, bro, we gotta do something. Like, it's insane. This has already gotten really bad. You serious? You came here to tell me just to not do anything? It's like, thanks. That's useful.
Especially having seen his position. Like, he's the moderate in, like, the Gorman front. So, if he's, like, calling for action, who's to say if he starts recommending doing nothing, he's going to lose control of them, essentially.
Yeah. It's just not very helpful, and in response to that, he does sigh and say, not much of a revolutionary, are you? And Andor replies, perhaps not. And then Rylant gets up and leaves, but then he says that Andor needs to tell Luthen that he's not impressed. It's like, yeah, it didn't go very well. This has not been a good, and it still feels like we're also building up that thing of like Andor's not really essentially. I guess the thing is, it's not necessarily that this runs contrary to the idea of being a leader, but the fact that he can't really tell them anything is not great. Like, it's just, this is not very helpful from their perspective, and there might be things that he can say to them that would, be effective, and he just doesn't really know what to say at all.
Yeah, you can tell he's still got lots to learn, but at the same time, I just like how a lot of what he has told them is very much based in reality and is useful in the sense of advising to maybe take more care right now because there's so many ways you can be manipulated, but it's so well contrasted with alternatives like Saw Gerrera, who are just like, fuck that, we're doing stuff. Like, just stuff is happening. Doesn't really matter if it's that safe or not.
Yeah, you have Andor that's looking at this stuff and is being incredibly realistic about who these people are, that they're not ready for all of this. The Empire also knows this, which is why they're trying to push them and give them all the breadcrumbs they need to lead them there, to make them do that so they can have these inexperienced people to be relied on to do the wrong thing.
It's great. It's just a really good dynamic to be playing out over the, basically over the course of the next like 6 episodes. Well, these 3 and then the next 3. It's a really strong dynamic, and it just makes every situation inherently interesting because it is layered. Nothing is exactly as it appears to be, and every character's kind of got a different understanding of that. Super cool. Brings us to a particularly cool scene, the final scene of the episode.
Listen, Frank, I deserve to see that alien kill some stormtroopers, okay? Look at him.
Oh, the big fluffy white fella?
Yeah, look. He's got a belt, he's got the gun.
The size of this lad.
Yeah.
I really like him.
He's in Rogue One, yeah.
Gotta see him pick someone up and break him in half.
I do really like him. I wish we just had one main character in Andor who looked like him, Like, it really is one of the few complaints I generally have about the show is I just wish there were more aliens and droid.
And this would be
characters.
the one to do it because I feel like they would take it seriously and they have the money,
Yeah, exactly. Instead of making him a goober.
Especially, again, I talked about it yesterday, but especially with so much of this show circulating around how kind of normal everyday people in these different cultures are getting trodden on by the Empire. And the people who suffered more during this than anyone else were these non-human species, including the enslavement of entire species and all of this type of shit that, like, this should be the show where you get to tackle and explore that and get a little bit of it. And it's just all humans.
My guess is their calculation is it's very hard, if not impossible, to pull off the kind of character stories and that rely so much on human emotion. Like the number of scenes where you get most of the story information because of what a character's face is doing as opposed to what they're saying.
I get you.
It's very important in this show.
That's a fair point, but I would add that it's like there are plenty of basically human aliens that you could have. It doesn't necessarily. I would love if it was this fella. But I mean, you could have it be a Twi'lek, like there's a whole bunch of different aliens that you could just use where it is just a person, but you just apply,
Oh, well, don't worry. I got a show for you. It's called Ahsoka, and there is a Twi'lek in
Kind
that.
of an unfortunate thing is that Ahsoka, for as much as it annoys me, it does have more alien and droid characters than typically is the case. But I mean, that's always an option. So, I don't.
A droid character. We'll get another droid character.
We will.
A little bit later.
We will.
Who I've just been itching for throughout the whole season anyway.
Yeah, and you could have had it like where say that Gorman has. Isn't it Utapau has like 2 predominant species on the planet? Like you've got the Powans and whatever the fuck the other one is. I guess you could have had one of the groups that we're following here, or maybe the people on the farm planet. Like they have a preponderance of alien laborers, or like 1/2 of the planet's population is alien. Yeah. Your main characters can still all be human, but for some side characters and for some color, you could have had more.
Yeah, especially, obviously, Coruscant at the height of Imperial rule might not be a most welcoming place for non-humans in general, but we were on Coruscant for a little bit of this arc. It feels like you could really take advantage of it.
Well, because you saw a few aliens around, but they're in the back, like the homeless alien fella when Andor went to the terminal. They're just like around. It's like, man, I just wish they got to talk.
Yeah, because he had a little alien dog as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or I think
just like
There's one where Rylance he's going to the meeting, I think, or whatever, and you see another like homeless guy with an alien dog as well. It's just there's clearly someone's setting in these details. It's just because we were referencing K2SO. He's very expressive with the eyes.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's always ways around that sort of thing.
So,
I do think the jankiest thing in the entire production, though, is the Speaker of the Senate chamber, which obviously we'll get to much later. But because it's fully CGI,
yeah, he was
it
CG,
looks
wasn't he? Yeah.
Weird.
He does look strange,
they like
out of
doing
place.
The thing, right, where they try to CGI them to kind of look like a puppet. I really am annoyed by this. By the way, I find it really cynical. This comes, it comes across as a very Disney Star Wars thing to do. It's CG, but make it look like a puppet because that's what people like. They like to see the puppets. But we're not going to make, we're not going to use one here. We'll just make him a CG fella.
That was surely best exemplified by, I would say,
Yoda.
well, I was going to say, yeah, not even CG, just a really shit puppet. They did not give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, took a while for people to pick up on because we were noticing this shit back in season 2, like when he was on wheels. That shit was amazing. Like, I couldn't believe they had that so badly done. But you know what it was, and it worked at the time, which was, yeah, he's a puppet. That's awesome. It's like, no, you can do puppet shit.
I do really like the Yoda puppet, but I really don't mind that Yoda ain't a puppet in the prequels. Well, in 2 and 3.
I think that was a way better handling, yeah. Like, well, because this is the thing. There's quality levels of both of them. This is this like ongoing conversation that shit CGI has made people hate CGI outright, which is like, whoa, now. I'll always bring up the Balrog, okay?
Calm down. Of course, yeah.
It's great for it to be a puppet when, like, if it makes sense, but if one of your shots in Mandalorian season 3 is literally someone stands on one side of the shot, throws a puppet through the air in an arc over top of something, and you just put that in your final cut, it's like, well, can we fucking try? Can we attempt to do something that's not just throwing a doll across the screen?
God,
it looked like
so
Will
bad,
Smith from that one scene in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where they just throw a dummy all around the gym.
Well, we watched that film Dead Space, not at all connected with the game Dead Space, where the creature in that, like, it has to escape through a window, and it's clearly just getting thrown through the window. It's like the giant puppet. I love it, but not for like a serious thing.
We got our source scene though. They've assembled on a barren, rainy planet, and Willman, he gets to work and he is stressed the fuck out while doing this. But Saw, he's just vibing. He's explaining his origins. He explains that he was a prisoner. He was made to work at a labor camp in a jungle that was so hostile that anybody who perished, and people did, would be completely devoured by the wildlife in mere hours. There were about 200 or 300 of them. Who began to know nothing more than arduous work. But one day, everybody started to itch all at once, including the guards. It was a rhino leak, which they could feel before they could smell. Everybody else began to run, but the substance was new to Saw. And, while this is happening, like, he finishes prepping the machine. He announces the machine is fully prepped. He opens the valve, and the rhydonium begins to be extracted, but some of the gases...
There's a bit of stress and pressure because they showed us what a failure looks like, and the lights and beeps and stuff. It just implies that Willman could fuck this up if he's not careful.
Like, Saw is talking about a gas leak that he experienced, like as Willman's doing it. Like, way to help him out.
He really is freaking him out, but it's okay. He got it. But there is some gas that is wafting out of the pipe, and Willman is stunned to see Saw approaching it and breathing it in. Now, I'm gonna try and do the Forrest Whitaker Saw voice. Right?
Listen, Freddie, not as good an actor as Forrest Whitaker. We have to concede this. I'm sorry.
Yes, I will concede that I am not as good of an actor as Forrest Whitaker. But the thing is, he explains that he can understand it, and Saw says, "That itch, that burn. You feel how badly she wants to explode. Remember this moment, this perfect night. You think I'm crazy? Yes, I am. Revolution is not for the sane. Look at us. Unloved, hunted, cannon fodder. We're all dead before the Republic is back in yet. Here we are. Where are you, boy? You're here. You're not with Luthen. You're here. You're right here, and you're ready to fight." I love that line, I will say.
I love the whole thing, to be honest with you. It's very engaging.
want to let you finish because I've
Right.
lots to say.
I'm gonna let you finish.
I will. So, Willman, he gets amped up. He takes off the gas mask and breathes in the Rhino, gasping and coughing. And as he does that, Saw continues, "We're the Rhino, kid. We're the fuel. We're the thing that explodes where there's too much friction in the air." And Willman lets out a very guttural howl to the heavens as Saw says, "Let it in. That's freedom calling. Let it in. Let it run wild."
I'm sorry,
the
but
scene.
there's like
The
I
manic
don't know
laugh.
how he does it, but it's like that combination because he's got the way you were doing that is exactly the way that Forrest Whitaker. It's like this. It almost comes across as slightly frail the way that his voice comes out,
Yeah.
but at the same time, because I assume I've heard that it's purposeful on Whitaker's part that that's what he wanted for this character, but simultaneously that last line, he like combos it with a much more powerful delivery. It's like the "Let it run wild." It's just like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
Trailing off into manic laughter. It's like,
And then the
Ah.
laughter, yeah. It's I love this. I love my speeches in Andor. What can I say?
I love this for Saw. I get it, you know?
Well, so this for me was like, oh, this is probably why people follow Saw. He's super into like encouraging them to hell and back, basically, and that is the reality. That is what we do. And you know what? There's a fucking huge amount of motivation in that. Let's fucking go. Because and to also
embrace
combine it with
Dan,
giving us
basically.
a pretty solid history on why he would despise the Empire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to me, it seems like basically his attitude is like embrace the fact that you're like a dead man walking. There's like something to be extracted from that you basically concluded that you're doomed and you're still gonna fight anyway. Like let
And
it in, you know. The
live-
Rhino was kind of live
in
yeah?
the moment in like a very real way, because something like he's trying to coax Willman out of his shell. Like that's basically what he's doing here. He wants Willman to stop being the stone-faced Luthen asset and be like a person. And to him, the manifestation of that would be literally taking off the mask and breathing in not quite fresh air, I suppose.
It is an interesting oxymoron, though, isn't it? It's this idea of accepting that you're dead, accepting that you're not going to, you know, the tree that you're planting, you're not going to sit beneath the shade of it, but nonetheless, like you could still essentially live in the moment and I don't know, almost like get everything out of what life has to offer, which is
so fucking cool how it is like coded into the way that like the Rhino kills you, essentially like an itch, this discomfort sort of feeling that is very like explosive and volatile in nature, which obviously, you know, it's going to culminate in your death, but it's something that is like driving you to motion because of like the discomfort aspect of it.
Yeah, that you are the friction in the you're the
thing that explodes when there's too much friction in the air.
Which is the rebellion.
Well, and the one of the interesting parts about it, especially kind of what you guys are just talking about, how, you know, you're going to die for this, you're never going to see this, but you're fighting in the moment, you're living in the moment. The resigned attitude that you're not going to make it all the way through, but you're going to make the most about what you can. Even though Saw and Luthen are completely different in so many of their approaches, that is also the view that Luthen has about everything that he's done, everything that he's doing. And now he's already basically killed himself, like his moral center, his compass, his conscience. That's something that's been killed already. And he knows it's only a matter of time for him to live as well. But his speech he gives to Lonnie very much puts all of that same type of thing into perspective. So they have the same attitudes when it comes to that. However, their methods of execution are completely different.
It's cool to see the different permutations of why somebody and how they would resist the Empire. It's you know, Luthens can be said to be much more controlled, but also kind of dead inside. I mean, it's everything that he said, you know, like he shares his dreams with ghosts. Meanwhile, that's not the kind of thing Saw would really say. He's got a very different sort of approach to life. It's very I don't know, id, I suppose you could say. It's like it's the idea of sort of letting loose, being unpredictable, being kind of crazy. It's cool to see the different permutations to show that it's not particularly, you know, I mean, in the world, like our world on Earth, you know, things would naturally like manifest differently. But this is Star Wars. you got science fiction and fantasy elements that are also going to be playing into how it manifests. So it's really cool to use like Raido as kind of like a metaphor for like rebellion and resistance and how it sort of arises for this group.
And it needs to be shown, right? So everyone may or may not be familiar with a particular favorite in life as to hopium and copium being these back and forth memes with Pepe. So this is the classic, right? Everyone knows it. You got your little copium Pepe. This is to be posted whenever people are, they're just coping. That's what you're doing right there. And a lot of it is done in good faith of like, say for example, like Bloodborne will be announced next stream. It's gonna happen. Bloodborne's coming. But then one got made, which is just perfect for the Raido.
Smile on his face.
It's an emo unicorn who made that. Go and find him on Twitter. He's really cool. He's been making fan art in this community for a little bit.
So effective. You got off that Raido, okay.
It's something I'm really excited to see. I might end up being disappointed, but I hope I'm not. I haven't seen Rogue One in a while. I don't tend to remember much about Rogue One except for the Scarif space battle, and the Darth Vader scene. And I am very curious to see how much all of this will essentially improve that movie.
Yeah,
because I don't remember shit about Saw basically at all in the film, but with this show, it's like, dude, his scenes have been nothing but awesome.
I remember his oxygen mask, which now is like a Raido mask. I don't know, or like
they did say when they were talking about doing Saw's scenes in this season, I saw in like an interview. They were like, "Do we know what gas that is? Has it been confirmed?" And they're like, "No." They're like, "Ooh."
Yeah.
I saw an interview with Gilroy where he basically, like, in the movie, nobody knows what that is. They just thought it like looked cool or some shit. So they had to come up with a backstory for what that was in this.
But it's great. Like, it's so much more interesting than oxygen.
Really cool.
Yeah, I like the idea that it could have been oxygen or it could have been just anything to keep him alive, but now it's confirmed he is just vaping jet fuel.
Yeah, keeps him going.
What a fucking G.
Also, should be mentioned, go and listen to the soundtrack here on Isolation is fucking bitchin' song that totally helps build this whole scene up.
Run wild.
Yeah.
It's great.
Andor has a really cool soundtrack. I believe Season 2 has a different composer to Season 1, but the music's still pretty cool.
Well.
That is the end of Episode 5.
It is, and after that scene with Saw, I was like, all right, we're so back.
Yeah, we are. It was looking a little bit scary there for a sec, but it's all good.
Got some peak fire, so we're okay now.
One last thing on the Saw thing is, like, I do appreciate him referring to, like, the Raido as his sister. It's unfortunate that it harkens back to a character who dies because Ahsoka gets shot in the back of the shoulder by a gunship-mounted autocannon and, like, flinches instead of exploding. Because she was, like, force levitating Saw's sister up from, like, falling down from somewhere. Then Ahsoka gets, like, I shit you not, shot in the back of the shoulder by a gunship-mounted autocannon, and is like, ow. It's like someone threw a rock at her in terms of reaction.
Well.
Pretty cool.
You don't have to think about that if you don't want to. It's okay.
Not at all. He's a completely different character as far as I'm concerned.
That's Saw's origin story right there in Dave Filoni's Clone Wars.
I was just giving the track a listen again. It's like, yeah, goddamn.
It's great.
it's a great track.
And you can almost, because you're celebrating so much about the performance or the dialogue or what it all represents and everything, but you're just like, no, the music is doing a huge job as well. Like, it's all working together.
It builds so effectively with the speech. And one of the things I really love about that track is there's like a pulsing heartbeat underneath it as it starts to pick up.
Very cool.
Very, very apt for like the kind of things Saw is doing.
It's not like the tone is not strictly positive. There's a bit of an ominousness to the track as well. Because
there's a degree of mania to it.
Yeah, I as I was listening to it, I was like, dude, Star Wars is never gonna we're done. It's over. This is it. There's other stuff to watch. Mobland's been pretty cool, but God, Star Wars is done after this. It's gonna be crap again.
Mobland's my favorite show on television right now. Period.
It's really good. And if
it's very good.
If it nails its ending, like I'm gonna be singing that show's praises for a while. I think in terms of go check it out. You know.
Yeah, I think because the next episode drops. There was a big cliffhanger last one. The next episode drops today, I think.
Yep.
Or tonight.
Yeah. I mean, Fringy will watch after this episode.
So does episode 5 of The Last of Us season 2.
Fuck off! I'm gonna have to watch that too.
Yeah, I know.
Can't wait.
It's not been good so far, lads. It's believe it or not, it's not been very good.
To be explicit and clear, there is a TV show called Mobland that has, I think, is it 6 or 7 episodes out now?
It'll be 7 today.
7 today, and it stars Pierce Brosnan, Paddy Considine, Viserys from first season of House of the Dragon. For those who don't know the name, Helen Mirren, Tom Hardy. It's star-studded. The acting's excellent. The story is tight. It's super interesting. Each episode ends. It's a TV show. It does the thing where every episode is interesting. It's crazy.
And every episode, there's some new problem that needs to be dealt with while still building the overarching story.
Go check it out. High recommendation.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we don't know how it's going to end. Maybe it could end in like a terrible, disastrous way.
I'm optimistic.
Optimistic, yeah.
There's no reason to think that it will, based on what we've seen. So yeah, I'm excited for that. And before we get into the next episode, I do got to bounce, guys. So I think I'll leave it off here. But
thank you so much for joining us, and of course, you'll be invited back for Arc 3 and 4 at your pleasure.
Can't wait.
But before you go, if you want to just mention what you're up to again, just so everyone knows, link in description.
You can go check out my channel, Ryan Kinnell, RK Outpost. Usually put out videos every day or so, and do some streams on Sundays and on Wednesdays. So check me out.
Beautiful.
Talk to you guys later.
See you, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Bye.
Yes, we do have one more episode for Arc 2, episode 6. So we start in Steerguard, which for those of you who might remember, Steerguard was where Andor got the Imperial Starpath unit that was that he was trying to sell to Luthen in season 1. But they're there for Luthen's going to pick them up. They go into space. They have a brief discussion about Andor's alias, which, as mentioned before, it's kind of fun to see that because it is almost like, yes, some old memories for Luthen. And plus, it's kind of what he does on a daily basis. Though we have talked about the question of, like, is the persona that Luthen plays essentially his past self? There must be the fact that he has access to all of these resources, that he is an art collector and and dealer and knows a lot, that maybe this is what he in fact, almost certainly this is what he was doing before he,
we've
essentially
talked about it before, but like they've not made it explicit, and maybe they will in the final arc, but I choose to interpret the fact that gallery being filled with culture from the galaxy is indicative of his need to, prevent the Empire from basically crushing down and destroying the variety in the whole world. Everyone's freedom to express themselves through anything, be it culture, art, whatever have you. Like, his gallery is a collection of the world. It's like a celebration of everything that exists, and so the Empire crushing it down, it just feels appropriate that that's always been the cover story, which is probably, as you said, developed from reality. That's probably what he was doing.
It'll be interesting to see if they even bother to address that, or if they want to leave it kind of ambiguous with like the last 3 episodes before Star Wars becomes shit forever. Will they tell us who Luthen was before, or will it be kind of fun to speculate forever?
Indeed.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So basically Andor tells him not to get involved with the Gorman front, which Luthen kind of takes note that he wasn't there for very long. So it's kind of interesting that he would jump to this conclusion so quickly. But then Andor basically says they're impatient in part because they started too late. That seems to be his conclusion. It's too late. There's nothing that can be done now. And Luthen disagrees. But as we already know, Luthen is he has a sort of modus operandi that's maybe a little bit cold compared to someone like Andor.
As much as that's true, I got the sense in this moment that he's disappointed because he's like, do I really have to explain how we do things again? Like,
yeah,
you understand what we're dealing with here. So you're talking about, oh, Gormans might get hurt, or the plan might not go right. It's like, this is the perfect powder keg. Why are you treating this like the only consideration is people getting hurt? Of course people will get hurt. That's going to happen.
Like, that is inevitable.
We are how useful is it? Be fighting a war, like
There is the other side of it as well, which is that the scene, particularly when he says there's that quite chilling line when Andor talks about, the people. What if it all goes down in flames? And Luthen says, well, then it will burn very brightly. It's like the win conditions for Luthen and for Krennic are the same.
Yeah.
In that, like, they might try and do things the nice way, and maybe something will work out. But the win condition is the fail condition ultimately. Like, if it all goes wrong, if everything goes to shit, and everyone starts fighting, job done. That's kind of what we need from it. The planet will be destroyed for the greater good. Same thing with Krennic. Planet will have to be destroyed for the greater good in the end. And it's that parallel between them is an interesting one.
It is a cool one. I mean, obviously it ties in the whole using the tactics of the enemy. But the thing is I mean, he's kind of right. Like, it will burn very brightly. It's the terrible things happening are often the catalyst for the action, It's I mean, it's kind of what happened in Ferrix, right? It's like all the incidents that was happening there and all of that essentially prompted rebellion. But Andor doesn't want to do it.
There's a very clear tipping point, and open massacres of this sort of nature are typically like a big part of that, very big part of that.
No, of course, at this point, they don't necessarily know exactly what the outcome will be, but, that it will be bad for the Gormans, but not that it's, like, even part of their plan, essentially, to make that happen.
Yeah.
But, Andor doesn't want to get involved because he believes that they'll be crushed. He doesn't want to be a part of it, basically. Makes that very clear. And then Luthen decides to contact Claire, tells her basically in code that Andor won't be participating, which Claire says that they already knew. But Luthen thought meeting face-to-face might make a difference, which is kind of an interesting thing. It's like, they already knew that, but he wanted to give it a shot in person as if that would change the situation. But doesn't matter, because they've sent somebody else there, and it's Vel. She's in Pelmo, and she links up with the Gorman front.
I know it's technically later, but I was just going to say, like, the context additional we get for that conversation with Claire is, like, this was a test Luthen was giving somewhat to figure out. And I think it all is, he is carving Cassian to be like him. And that, hence the happy look, giving him, like, he's done his persona, he did all of the stuff that Luthen would usually do, or have to do, and he's just like, you're getting there, but you still haven't realized that, like, Gorman it's happening, like, we're doing... Basically, I think Luthen has kind of just wanted him to get to that conclusion himself, but he was always going to be doing something with Gorman. There's no way he wouldn't be.
Yeah, just because Andor says no doesn't mean that it is no. Case in point, Vel's there. So, Andor returns to the safe house, knocks on the door, but Bix doesn't answer. So he draws his pistol, and he enters, and he finds Bix awake and seemingly well. She's cleaned up the place. She bought flowers. She's kind of made it into a bit more of a home, which is interesting when it's only been a couple of days. And they have a little joke about Andor's alias for a moment before he asks her if she's okay, and she does not answer.
I actually think this scene is... They do a really good job of moving them from missing each other significantly to all the way into, like, near argument. It's very, very gradual, a lot of its expressions, and I'd say as well, like, it's just a good detail. It feels a little bit like she might be overcompensating with the apartment, especially after because Luthen saw it as well, and found the drugs, it's just like, trying to make sure everything looks like she's doing better than she is.
And she does mention that Luthen visited, and Andor is livid, and doubly annoyed that Luthen never mentioned it on the ride back. That is like a particular sticking point for his, is that Luthen didn't mention it. Like, he's basically starting to think, like, wait, what's the game? What game is Luthen playing? Because he had to have known that Bix was going to tell him that Luthen visited.
I mean,
it's kind of showing the nature of the distrust that exists between them.
Yeah, shaky enough with Luthen anyway. That conversation they just had regarding Gorman was not something that either of them were particularly happy with the other on. Then this is happening, and it's not something he gets told about. And what's interesting is that's, like, the focus, Luthen, but at the same time, a lot of Cassian's frustrations relate to protecting Bix. And she's just sat there like, I already fucking told you, I hate that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, while he's thinking out loud about what Luthen's up to and how it's affecting them, he's like almost forgotten that talking about how a lot of this motivation relates to keeping her safe is annoying her quite a bit.
Yeah, Naturally, because it's it's clearly something that's starting to become, I don't know whether to say like an insecurity, but more of a frustration of essentially being treated like as being so vulnerable. Like she wants to do something, she wants to get back in the world. But yeah, Andor is very fixated on Luthen not telling him.
I even like that little bit where
yeah.
she mentions it happening, and then Andor says he never talked about it, and then she's like, "Well, it happened." Like she thought that Andor was saying, "You must be lying." He's like, "No, I get that. I'm saying like, why would Luthen do that?"
He does everything for a reason. There's always a reason why he does something.
I just like it's a really naturalistic part of the dialogue, that just a little bit of mistakes in communication,
Yeah, which is not unusual in conversation, so good to see it here. Before a big old confrontation, though, we see that Mon and Perrin are figuring out their plans for the next few nights. You might recall the big week of events that's happening right now, and in that case, they've been very busy going to a bunch of different places, and Perrin is actually unusually frustrated about the sheer number of functions that they have to attend. And he remarks that it's tough squeezing a whole year's worth of insincerity into 3 nights. And to this Mon size, you'll figure it out. It's like, yeah, because that's what she has to do all the time. Basically, she has to kind of like pretend that she is somebody that she's not.
I've seen a couple of memes for this, like trade nights with movies, and it's like Kathleen Kennedy. The line works pretty well.
It's a pretty good name. So
it is fun though to contrast like the massive stakes involved in everybody else's story, and like the biggest thing that Perrin has to deal with is like logistics of party planning. Like even as Mon Mothma is sitting next to him, probably with so many things on her mind, this is his major problem because he's sort of like, he is so far removed from everything. It's kind of a blissful ignorance position.
The worst thing in his life right now is that a bunch more I presume what seems to be happening here is a bunch more Senate members are getting like invested into like thing, and that's led to a bunch of parties which they're now having to go around. That's the worst thing in his life right now, is lots of parties.
Pretty funny. Andor heads to Luthen's shop and directly confronts him. He is furious that he spoke with Bix behind his back, and Luthen obviously points out that Andor doing this is insanely reckless and stands to jeopardize the whole operation.
I quite like the way it starts, right? They both see each other and he goes, "This was a very poor decision." Like,
yeah.
It's like, yeah? You think?
And then Luthen immediately begins crafting a cover story for Andor, but Andor basically doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a fuck about this cover story. And he's still wondering why Luthen would do this when he must have known Bix would tell him that they had the conversation. And interestingly, Luthen expresses disappointment that Bix did choose to tell Andor about the meeting. He's like, I'm disappointed in you both. Like, there's 2 disappointments today.
But it's sort of the unstated thing that connects the scenes is, Andor being so very, very cautious in Bix's, or like on Bix's behalf, basically. Like everything he does is so minded toward protecting her against things. But he's sort of proving Luthen's point, because in a bid to try and protect her, he goes to confront Luthen, which confirms Luthen's suspicion that really, like, she's not useful at the moment. In fact, she's become a liability. She's turning his top agent into a reckless idiot.
Yeah, and that's like the power struggle, because I don't even think that Cassian's completely unaware of that being a reality, and he's basically said in this conversation that that's the package. We take care of Bix, or you don't get me.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I enjoy it, because I think it's reflective as well of like Cassian's interest in taking further risks, doing things that are more difficult. Is that like, if he can be sure that Bix will be safe, he's more likely to be able to, like, comfortable to do that.
Basically. I like that Andor snaps back at him like, "I give you everything," and Luthen says, "This is everything, this fury, this lack of control, soft on Gorman, but willing to protect Bix at any cost."
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Andor says, "We're not droids, Luthen."
Again.
Which, again...
It feels like Mon has that point as well.
Is as an answer is very neat from Luthen. I would love to see the history of how he arrived at this point, because I have to imagine, like, I am running with the idea that he used to be this art collector guy. That is who he was. That's not who he
I
is
think
now.
so, yeah. Because he says in response to that, we are not who we were when we started. Bix has to pull it together, or you'll have to decide when it becomes too large a problem.
Which is
Unless that's
quite a
what you're
thing
doing
to
right
say,
now.
by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty pretty intense, isn't it, really? Saying that to him. It's like, man, that's a risk. That's very risky. And Andor basically tells him that that's going to be up to him, and plainly states that if Luthen wants his help, he has to help him with Bix. That's the deal. Which, you know, is kind of I mean, it's a pretty good way of pointing it out. It's like, yeah, you got to help me, bro. Like, that's the deal. If you don't help me, then like, fuck you.
Luthen
you know.
was like maybe not driving a wedge between them, but seeing if he could like operate them both separately, essentially, and that has like massively blown up in his face in this like insane risk that is Cassian Andor going in person to his shop under like no pretense whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it's a really solid test that has had really bad results. Like in both that he wouldn't have wanted this result, but also it tells him a lot. And yeah, a choice has to be made, and it's curious, what will Luthen do about this?
But that's he steps back, dismisses Andor, who scoffs and leaves. And we got another Partagaz scene. He grabs Lonnie and Hurt to speak with them about Dr. Gorst, who has attained something of a reputation for himself, such that even the Emperor has been convinced that Gorst is too valuable to be a one-man ISB asset. He's going to be expanded into a program. And Partagaz tells Lonnie and Hurt that Gorst will be set up in a donated naval facility on Coruscant, and the two of them are to represent the ISB's interest in the program. And then Hurt says it's an honor and a perplexed oh my god! Oh my god! A perplexed Partagaz asks, "Really?"
You can't understate the delivery is fucking brilliant because it always is. Like, really? It's an assignment. Calibrate your enthusiasm.
He's so good, man.
Really? He's almost like Stewie.
It's good shit. And a noteworthy thing to pick up on this is that Lonnie tells Hurt to take the lead on this one, and he leaves. Which, this is something that I think a lot of people have missed. This is very important that Lonnie was here for this conversation.
Well, yeah, this is Lonnie's work now, having been done. That he's essentially pulling a string there, right? Being like, "You'll fill me in later." Like he considers their friendship good enough, even though it's fake, to come across almost flippant and be like, "Hey, just let me know whatever this fucking thing is. You're gonna be leading it, okay?" Like it's all so casual, and it could be very much in an office setting. While we know it's like Lonnie's actually mining for information.
Yeah,
but he doesn't want to come across as though he's invested in it, you know, particularly. No, in fact, he let the, Hit, I think is how you pronounce that, by the way. It's a really strange surname. He made the mistake, if one could be said, to be making it. Like, if Lonnie had said, like, "Oh, thank you," like, that's a job, Partagaz would be like, "What?"
He just has absolutely no patience for sycophants. It's great.
Only got 3 more episodes of him. It's not fair.
No, that's
He'll be gone forever.
And then we'll never see him again. I remember we were really worried in the first arc that we wouldn't actually get him for the whole season. Thank God, that's not the case.
Yeah,
we got so many more.
We thought that the idea was going to be we weren't getting ISB scenes because we'd focus on Gorman with like the Deirdre Ran sort of. Let's just say portion of the ISB or whatever, but it was like, oh, thank fuck, we still got Partagaz bossing everyone around in the ISB a little bit longer.
Exactly. It does leave me slightly worried, though. Not worried they won't do it properly or accurately or brilliantly, but sort of like worried that he will in some way have to be disappeared by the end of this season to explain why the ISB takes a relatively reduced role in everything that follows.
This is the thing. What I want is for him to have a meaningful death that relates to something to do with trying to collapse. Like, basically, it would be so interesting if they actually figured out as the Rebellion that Partagaz is super fucking efficient and they actually need to get rid of him because he's too good at leading the ISB or something like that, and so they capture him and you get all kinds of scenes that relate to that. But I assume we're not getting anywhere near that. I assume we might get 1 or 2 more functional scenes for the ISB, and we might not even get an explanation of why we don't see him past this. We just assume that he got moved around,
I mean, they could do something with So the fact that he keeps telling all of his subordinates, like, effectively not to seek glory and not to take credit because doing the job is way more important. And over that, they are working for Krennic, who really does like taking glory and does like taking the acclaim, whether or not, like, Krennic takes the credit for everything that was so successful, and in so doing kind of shoves his lowers down the rung a few more steps because, like, they were seen to be not involved or weren't credited at all. In which case, like, the thing that makes Partagaz so brilliant is the thing that he's not really get recognized for how brilliant he was.
He could just retire. That could be fun.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Dedra walks in and he's just, like, sipping a glass of scotch. He's like, "Well,
Oh my God, yeah.
that was my last job."
He's like, yeah, just try to, maintain what I built here.
So, we're back on Gorman, and Vel is there, and she's joined at the cafe by Cinta, who has also been sent here. They're not, the plan for them is that they're not going to directly. Well, actually, it's probably worth noting they haven't seen each other in so long that Vel compliments Cinta's new haircut. They have not seen each other for basically years at this point. Last time was like 2 years, and it was only for like a year ago, and it was only for like a second, and it was not positive.
Yeah.
And then they discuss the plan, which they don't intend to directly participate in. And if they don't like it, they can leave. And there's a short pause, and then Vel discloses that she told Luthen she would only take the assignment if Cinta was on it. And she adds that that's the same reason that she came as well. And then we get another example of what I assume must have been like a bigger story that just couldn't happen. That she had an accident at some point, and she asked Luthen not to tell Vel about it, but that they would talk about it later. Like that there was an accident, something went wrong, she had to rest up for a while, and that has kind of changed her, essentially. She had time to think about her life.
I'd kind of assumed that was related to Tay's death. Like, that was how it went.
That was how it went down. Like, I say. I just assumed that there would be no reason why it would go so bad. I figured it might just be some other thing that she had to do.
That might have been, like, the only available, like, method is, like, an engineered crash, essentially. I don't know. Something to that effect.
To fake his death, yeah.
Yeah.
Something I was starting to get from this, I was like, wait a minute, I think this is broadly making some points about relationships and how they operate or begin or get destroyed under Luthen / the Rebellion.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Because
the parallels with Andor and Bib coming
we do. It's interesting to see that they get formed, but there's all, there's lines that relate to, like, what does Luthen want for any of these pieces on the board, and how much does that affect their perception of him because of how they feel about each other? And is it actually for the best that he keeps some of these people apart because of the damage it can do by letting them stay together? I just think it's really interesting, and it's definitely something you'd have to solve for with your most important players, which a lot of these guys are.
But it's created some discontent at this point. Particularly, I mean, I guess Cinta in this case has changed a lot. She went from being pretty hardcore in terms of like commitment to like, I mean, she spent like ages on Ferrix just waiting to see if Andor would show up so that she could kill him. Like, for example, in terms of that, and now it's in a position where it's like, all right, maybe not. Now things are a little bit different.
But I assume methodology bursting at the seams here. Like, this arc almost feels like a broad rejection of Luthen's methods, in that sense.
And it feels like the best way to exemplify that is the person who seemed to be like the most committed is now even she's like, not so sure about Luthen at this point.
Yeah.
And like one of the most triumphant moments in the arc being like Saw's speech at the end of episode 5 is like that is entirely and like almost explicitly like a rejection of how Luthen operates. You're not with Luthen, you're here.
Yeah. It's
I don't know, man. Like,
at the same time,
because we haven't seen the final 3 episodes, but we've got all of these pieces that relate to Luther that we haven't seen something for yet necessarily in terms of a big blow up conclusion. It's just like we must be heading towards something. They've put so much work in.
We must be, and that's exciting. We see back at ISB headquarters, Dedra's sitting in the conference room, and she basically immediately stands up as Partagaz comes in. But she's not holding herself together super well. She was kind of in a daze a little bit. But she stands up, tells him that an ISB agent is on site in Gorman and believes rebel activity is imminent. And Partagaz very ominously tells Dedra that she's walking a very narrow path before saying that Cyril must never know what this is all really about. Which she reminds herself of constantly. It's like, yeah, Cyril don't know. He don't know what the real plan is.
She seems very uncomfortable with that.
She does, but then obviously, we'll discuss what happens when we get there. But it is interesting to note that on the rebel side of things, you've got two couples who've basically gone against orders because the person they love is kind of more important to them, or at least an important part of what they're fighting for, and that leads to consequences. On this side of things, you've got kind of the same dynamic in play in the, Partagaz is reminding Dedra that the person she's technically kind of with can't be allowed to know any of this, a very Luthen approach to this. And she will completely go along with that, which also has tragic consequences later. So that commentary on whether or not you need something beyond your ideals that are worth fighting for in order for the thing to actually function and work at the end will be interesting to see how they sort of resolve in the last 3 episodes, because you need the show eventually to establish, or at least to tease up the establishment in Rogue One, that once you fought for someone as opposed to an abstract ideal, things sort of click together in the way they didn't when you were just fighting abstractly. I don't know how far they'll take that in this show, given that Rogue One sort of closes that arc, but I would imagine we're building toward it.
We have Vel and Cinta discussing the plan of attack with the Gorman front, and so some sort of important information that's conveyed is that they'll have about 6 minutes from the moment they go loud to get what they can on the transport and leave, and she makes it very clear that they shouldn't get greedy, which prompts one of the young fellas. We've seen him around before. He's the one who talked to Cyril. He speaks up. He wants he claims they need to get all the weapons they can get, and Rylance tries to silence him but doesn't work, and he says that some of them don't just want to make a statement but also protect themselves, to which Vel says, don't talk, don't think, do as you're told, and if you can't manage that, you don't belong here. Trying to reinforce the hierarchy, the chain of command.
Yeah, we've got two extremely experienced rebel insurgent, sort of espionage running people who know everything about everything versus guys who've not even done one mission like this before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very much like a please, can you stop talking and just do exactly as you're told?
And we see, presumably on the same night, they're providing a lay of the land, including how many people live in the building surrounding the staging area where they're going to do it. And they claim that they control most of the rooftops. Important to note, most, not all. And Vel tells them everybody needs at least 2 exit plans, and that the driver, whose name is Drina, cannot move under any circumstances unless told to do so by either Cinta or Vel. And then Cinta adds that prep is useless. Cinta adds that the prep is useless if they can't follow orders. The plan is pretty good, but and Vel explicitly says nobody needs to bring weapons. You don't need to bring weapons. Remember that, because someone won't.
It'll just be those two, right? That's the plan. Cinta and Vel will have gun.
That is what they. That's what it is. It's kind of funny. It's like an anti-Chekhov's. It's only Chekhov is allowed to have the gun kind of device.
Yeah, I suppose so. Nobody's meant to bring him.
Well, just so that it's clear, because I've seen the criticism that's stupid. Everyone should have a gun. This plan, with how it's supposed to function, with everything they know, should require zero conflict, essentially. Everything should be taken care of. If people have guns, they might be tempted to fucking use them. We don't need to do that. Mm-hmm. There's nothing that requires it.
When they are so inexperienced, it should be a situation where that won't be necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of make the point clear. They're both there because none of them have ever conducted any acts of insurgency before. So they have to do as they're told, or they don't get to participate. And everybody thinks for a moment before agreeing to the plan, which will be initiated the following night.
Well,
they're taking charge. So Bix takes some more drugs. And then Andor wakes up and he finds her staring out the window. And she tells him that the tower is flashing again, and whatever the mission is, she'll come to. And Andor basically relents, but is clearly very worried about, you know, what the outcome of that will be. But whatever it is, she's going to be a part of it.
And you've got all the pieces to figure out what might be happening.
But yes, that's true. It's not going to be explicit, and we're not actually going to see what they get up to until the very end of the episode, because we've got a lot of other stuff going on. But that's what's going to happen. They got a mission they're going to do together. And so we have Vel and Cinta discussing the plan in private, and they reiterate that if they will walk away if things go wrong. But then, you know, conversation gets a bit more real. Cinta apologizes and says that she doesn't know who she is sometimes. She's struggling a bit with her identity, I suppose, in terms of like what it is that she wants. Which is very different to how we saw her before, where she was basically like completely resolute and dedicated to the cause. And Vel, again, as we know, who already has grievances with Luthen, asserts that he should have told her about a situation. But then Cinta says that they're both worth more to him separated than together. Which, you know, it's like, yeah, Luthen is kind of being the puppet master, but it's not quite working anymore.
Also,
and then
an element I quite like is that Cinta's gone from, in that previous scene and somewhat in this one, to eventually agreeing that, like, it was still Luthen's manipulation that has made them stay separated. Because she says, like, I was okay with that. I'd, like, essentially facilitated it, you know, the separation. But she was just like, Luthen shouldn't have let you, like, decide that your state of being wasn't exactly good for decision making. And I wonder if there's an element there of sometimes it just feels more comfortable to blame Luthen, despite the fact that they have agency. They could have done certain things, but like it's just like, nah, Luthen, he's the one that fucked this up.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because there's an easy motivation to believe, which is true. That I mean, if I were Luthen, I'd be like, yeah, can you guys stop fucking around? You're like really useful.
But with all this, Vel says they'll have to speak with Luthen about that, and it's kind of at this point that you're like, oh, one of you's gonna die.
Yeah, it always happens. Like, if you know, I think I mentioned this last night, like, if you know that the episode is set up, there's a big sort of fight or a big event about to happen, and the episode introduces or reintroduces a character for the purposes of a love scene, one or both of the characters involved in that love scene is about to die.
Yeah.
It's it's very tropey, and as soon as I saw it the first time, I thought, okay, she's fucked. But it's not necessarily bad, it's just a little bit predictable.
I think we're okay on that front, considering you've already mentioned there's 3 couples at play right now. One of them has that result, one of them has arguably the opposite result, and one of them is developing what's going to be their result.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in that sense, it's just like, but and there was always kind of a ticking clock anyway. I'd say I would be very surprised if Vel survived the season. It just seems so unlikely.
Yeah.
So it's possible it could have been her, but I suppose of the two of them, it's like, well, it's probably going to be Cinta. She is the less prominent character of the two. Vel's had more scenes in general. So, yeah. But the two kiss, which again, it feels like it emphasizes, like, yeah, there's got to be a tragic end here, and pretty soon as well. Particularly with the formula for Andor, with usually the final episode of the season having some big event that happens, some big action scene. Usually there are some casualties, including of main characters, or I suppose, well, since it's probably like she's in the between like main character and like secondary character, I suppose, but still, it's just,
It comes part and parcel with like whenever a plan is laid out in detail, it's not going to go off without a hitch.
No, of course not. Something has to go wrong, because it does generally make it more interesting.
Yeah, you generate jeopardy and drama and all of these nice things.
Yeah.
So we do head back to the Senate, where we have the floopy CG guy. I guess we could talk about him after. It's a pretty short scene. He's the Oath Keeper, and he's guiding the senators through a pledge of allegiance to the Empire. And while that's happening, Mon locks up. She is fucking furious. She's very angry.
It's notable.
She storms out.
She only repeats the lines bounty and peace. She doesn't repeat the like oath to the emperor, basically, and the empire.
Of course not.
Which is yeah, he does. He's, as Plato mentioned, just stands out. It's like, oh,
he's a little bit flumpy.
Look at him. You don't look quite right. They're like trying to make him look like a puppet, but he doesn't look like a puppet.
Or it could be that he was a
Look
puppet
at
that
his right hand.
they tried to fix up in post or something with CG.
Maybe that might explain it. Yeah, something's wrong though.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't look finished.
Something's up with him.
No, not really.
They kind of rushed him in, and I don't know why they did. Could they really not have had like a man in prosthetics or even an actual puppet in the scene? If you're going to use a CGI character, it might be worth spending the time and the money making it look as good as everything else does. Because otherwise, the problem is that this show does look so good all the time that anything that doesn't really does stand out.
100%.
Yeah. Now, the rest of the episode, it feels like we'll run briefly in the way that it's presented, but then I think it would just be easier to split it into the two separate events, because there is definitely intercutting here, but I feel like it would just be easier to follow if we split it between the two perspectives. But at the beginning, it's worth pairing them. Skolden's party, it's happening this night, and Luthen and Claire are heading there with a mission, and Mon and Perrin are heading there just because this is one of the things I have to do. And when Mon is there, they bump into Bail Organa, who looks different. He doesn't look. He's a different actor.
Yeah, from what we know, they wanted to get Jimmy Smits, but couldn't. He was scheduling conflicts. He was in Dexter, apparently, which I remember Gary remarking, which is really funny. It's like, once upon a time, actors would fucking kill to be in Star Wars, and now they're saying like, sorry, too busy doing something else. It's just like, oh, well, there you go. But yeah, they got a replacement. Benjamin Bratt, I think, is his name, and I think he does a very good job as Bale.
I like him a lot.
I agree.
You guys seen Tony's like reason for putting him in this episode?
So it comes across that like he has been here longer than you'd imagine. Just because he turns up more significantly later, it shouldn't be implied that he's just not been here. You should think about it as, is that
essentially,
it?
Yeah. I just enjoy the phraseology of like throwing him in an arbitrary way so that we can get the like recast discourse out of the way for when he's like actually having to do meaningful work in the next week of episodes. I find that very amusing.
There's that. There's also, because for Ryan 6, I know you would wanted to bring it up. He was very hell-bent on getting Bale's sort of interactions that relate to the rebellion in the Senate earlier than this. And he said, like, yes, it's fine that we can imagine that that's what he's been doing. It's just, it would have been nice to have had Bale earlier and give him a role that at least intertwined further and further back with Mon, because he has been active about this since Revenge of the Sith. So it feels a little strange that it's been this long since we've had him.
Yep.
Mind you, based on how clever and intelligent he is in the Kenobi show, maybe it's best that he wasn't doing too much work on behalf of the rebellion.
Dude, there's something so fucking hilarious that the one project that Jimmy Smits does not turn up to play Bale is the one where it's like political intrigue. It's like the one that has the writing.
It's unfortunate, but
I still can't get over the bit where he calls Obi-Wan to ask him if he's been captured by the people who are after him. I hope you've not been caught by the Empire.
Just
that
imagine,
would be really inconvenient.
Imagine he finishes up with Dexter. He's like, okay, yes, I'm available for Star Wars again. It's like, cool, Ahsoka Season 2, we can have a flashback. And he's like, okay.
Could be a Force ghost.
Yay.
So, yeah, he wishes them good luck in dealing with Skolden, and he disappears while they head in. And while this is happening, we see that Partagaz clears out like an ISB control room so that he and Dedra can oversee the impending situation on Gorman in private. And some of these fellas will end up going to the party itself. You know, they were handed invites basically in order to get them out of there. So that's why Lonnie's here. Could be slightly convenient. It could be said to be slightly convenient given what's going to happen, but
I mean, there's a lot of them that have gone, and he's obviously he's sought out specifically.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, so, and as Claire says, if he wasn't there, it would have been something else.
You would have figured out something else, exactly. It's not a big deal. So Cyril is on site, and he's overseeing the action, and Vel and Cinta split up to oversee their respective responsibilities for the plan. And we see that at the party, Luthen is there, chatting with some patrons, and he's glancing over at Claire, who is still speaking with Skolden's assistants. Obviously trying to sort of get information. And then, yeah, here would be the part where I think it's worth splitting it in two. So we should start with, I think we should start with the Palmo situation. What's happening on Gorman? So there's a convoy that's passing by. Asinta prepares a set of charges, but as it passes by, Vel sets him off. Transport careens to a halt. Cyril updates Dedra and Partagaz about this, and the Gorman start unloading the transport and sliding the crates down a shaft to the awaiting transport in the sewer system. And we do see that an old woman is on the street, and she rounds a corner, and is obviously a bit confused about what's going on. And Drina, who is their driver, ferries her away, which is actually going to cause problems for them because when they're nearly done, it's like, wait, where is she? Like, we do need her. Where is she gone? So they decide to wait for a minute. But as they are preparing to leave, Lazine, who you might remember from he was at the town hall meeting, rounds the corner.
I just want to appreciate a little bit of filmmaking here. When they pick up the shipment, they put it into the pipe and the camera follows it down. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, that was probably not easy to do, because what this set would have looked like, I'm not sure, but it is a bit of good filmmaking for sure. Makes it look seamless.
Also, on it is just really neat that they've knocked out basically the entire ISB to control that room, just those two, because of how private this mission is. Despite the fact it's direct contact with Cyril, who also does not know what all of this is about. It's like the care that's being taken there, and I even like. When booting them out of the room, I think you hear Partagaz say, like, apologies for any inconvenience. It's just like, it's nice and civil, get everyone out so they can conduct this kind of horrifying mission in a way.
Things are going well for the Gorman front, though, as intended, as planned. But, Lazine rounds the corner. He wants to know what's going on. And the young guy, the youngster, the one who's who was particularly interested in getting weapons, tries to stop him, but gets pushed out of the way because he wants to see what's happening for himself. And the young guy draws his blaster, points it at Lazine, which naturally sparks a fight between the two of them, which the commotion is noticed, and a shot is unwittingly fired, which, draws everybody's attention. And Vel and the rest of the Gormans look to see what happened. They congregate around Cinta, who is lying on the floor because she was struck and killed by the blaster shot.
So, to be clear on all the variables here, because some people think this is bad in terms of like hyper inconvenient, not very well structured. We've got there's not supposed to be any guns involved. So and like the most panicky, bullheaded sort of character that we've seen up to this point, who they very much characterized that way of thinking he knows best, decided he would take his gun, and it had the exact effect that they were worrying about. Where had he not had his gun, this likely would have. I'm not even talking about Cinta's death. I just mean like this would have been solved very much peacefully. But because he had a gun, he pulled it and used it, which elevates the whole situation. Because the guy he's dealing with is actually kind of like pro their sort of goals here. The thing is, they set up in the episode 4 that he's more aware of than most people, this midnight sort of moving of materials. He's convinced it's the armory. He's keeping an eye. He wants to know how they're destroying the plaza, this whole area. Like, he made very clear that he's keeping an eye on this, and he wants to know what's going on. Why is it so mysterious? What the fuck are they up to? So him being here after the transport is crashed, that's like the most interesting thing that's ever happened regarding all this. So the fact that he was keeping an eye on it in general, and then comes out and sees it, right? So you've got all those pieces, they're all lined up. Then you'd have Cinta being the senior officer, arguably, like just for lack of better terms here, with Vel. She would have wanted to solve, they do show her having an interest in solving whatever conflict is about to happen. So she would have been close. And then a shot going off by accident when two people are wrestling in a gun. I'm not going to say there's no convenience there in terms of like, or inconvenience, I guess you'd say, but I think they've done a lot of work to set this all up, and there is supposed to be an aspect here of a meaningless tragedy. She died for no fucking reason here. This is like indicative of the rebellion needing to come together to properly pay attention to orders and just how everything can go wrong when even the Empire are trying to facilitate their success in this instance. Like, it's there's a lot of meaning to be drawn there, but broadly speaking, I think it's way more defensible than a lot of people describe this scene as just, oh, she just randomly gets shot. That's lame. It's like, well,
Yeah,
they've got so much going
Like
on.
random, but to my mind, the scene that almost doesn't help it is that obviously in the meeting when they're planning all of this, there's the two of them who are quite sort of outspoken and, as you say, think they know everything. It's that guy and his I guess it's his girlfriend or whatever. It's the woman who stands next to him, and they're both quite sort of forthright and they don't like the idea of taking orders. There's an intervening beat in which Shinta says of the woman, I think she should be up on the roof with her. They must have another driver. I've got a feeling. Which shows that Sinter and Vel are kind of aware that something might go wrong and that it's probably going to come from, well, one of those people. My problem with it is that if you're going to show them being that aware that the problem's going to come, you've had as much evidence that it's going to come from both of them, not just one of them. So why they didn't look more closely at the guy and allowed him effectively to take the pistol and to stay on part of the mission when they took the other one out of that line of fire, I'm not convinced that particularly works, because they've taken care to show them being really careful, but this still happens because they were careless selectively.
I thought the girl who was outspoken ended up being the one that dealt with that lady that came up, the old lady. Or am I mixing them up?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She was meant to be because she's the driver, but there was an old lady. She went to ferry her away, and it's the reason why they stuck around for a little bit longer than they wanted to, was because she disappeared.
Yeah.
They decided to wait because things were going all right up until that point.
I guess condensed, my problem is if you are in a meeting with someone and two people are obviously acting out enough for you to say, if you don't follow orders, this mission's off, you probably have enough awareness of where the problem is going to come from that you should be watching those people very closely. And there is a scene there which implies that they are watching one of them quite closely. So I agree with everything else you've said about the staging of the thing. I think it makes sense. It's just that bit doesn't quite add up to me because they quite clearly are aware of these two. And
I'd say granted on all of that, though, I would assume he did smuggle it effectively, as in, like, if you could imagine maybe that there was an attempt to make sure, but that he felt he knew better, he got that gun in there in a careful way or whatever. And then they did put him on the outside, right? He's just perimeter watch. He's not supposed to do much of anything. Unfortunately, that resulted in he had the most difficult problem to solve, in a sense. You know what I mean? Because everything went so well.
Mm-hmm. Because all he had to do was,
in theory, all he had to do was stand there and do nothing, but unfortunately, that's not how it went.
Lazine was there, and he wanted to see what was going on, and he decided to escalate it significantly.
This is what happens when you bring a gun to an altercation like that. You kind of escalate things.
Well, it's just Vel and Sinta were right. It was pointless. It was unnecessary, and it resulted in a pointless death when there should have been none. Nobody should have died. Least of all, one of the most competent people that they have.
Yeah, she was sold as and shown to be like one of Luthen's oldest and most effective weapons. So that's unfortunate because they had her assassinate the guy in season 1, right, in the middle of everything going wrong in Ferrix.
Yeah, she was just
She does a lot of like dirty jobs for Luthen and just gets them done.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, the timing on this is obviously at its most dramatic. You know, this happening right now, as soon as they're going to be planning a future together potentially.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like
Vel is.
I like that the guy when she's like mourning, that the first girl comes up and like she respects the fact that she's probably losing her mind, but still is like we need to go sort of thing. And then
Lazine says, "I'll carry her."
Like him offering to do that, I was like, "Oh, that's well, what are you gonna do? That's about as much as you can do."
She is in a daze though. She is and the guy who fired it is I mean, he's pretty obviously he's not
doing
he knows
well.
what he's done. But they do because now it's Party has orders Dedra to send in a response team, make sure that they're loud, like that they know that they're coming, so that it seems like they weren't essentially allowed to do this. So they do get on the transport, and the guy who fired the shot, he can't keep himself from crying. He is distraught over this.
So I think some people might not respect the weight of what he would be thinking about right now. It's not just having killed an innocent person, which, by the way, would do a lot to your brain. It's also, you just snatched a very experienced, powerful aspect of the rebellion that you are desperately trying to join and benefit from. So, like, that's catastrophic for your own goals and the broad goals of the galaxy. And then third, you were warned about all of this.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You just
killed one of the two people who told you weren't allowed to do the thing you just did, and by doing it, you accidentally got one of them killed. And as this comes out in the line of dialogue, she was everything you dreamed of being. So, like, yeah, the guy's in crisis, and it leads to an incredibly strong scene. I wonder, like, whether some people's reaction to it, if they didn't like it particularly, is that we've got so used to characters not really being characters in the way that they react to things, like people getting shot just sort of gets brushed off and ignored forever. There's not really much weight to death in a lot of Star Wars shows or shows generally these days. So seeing a guy break down because he accidentally killed one person is, well, I think it's great, but I guess it's unusual now.
Well, yeah. To I suppose to summarize it before we talk about it, Vel is furious, but the response is oscillates between being tactical and like essentially expressing how upset she is. She tells him that he'll have to wear this event like a skin, that he'll be taking Cinta with him wherever he goes for the rest of his life, that he will have to make up for this forever. And she calls Cinta a miracle, and that for her to die like this by his hand, I think calls him, yes, a whining, simpering, foolish child. For her to die like this, it's just he'll have to make up for it forever. It's going between like saying the things that would be essential to essentially make him recover from this mistake and like not do this again, but at the same time, she is lashing out. Understandably.
So this is the thing. I was actually quite impressed they wrote this way, because it would be easy to fall into one of two options here. One, she's really mad and just says really mean things. Or two, she doesn't actually have any emotional reaction and just gives him an uplifting speech about how, hey, you know what, mistakes get made. Instead, they opted for, she's like a mixed bag, chaotic fucking speech that involves both sides of this, that are both like dragging each other in different ways. The fact that she says like you've got to simultaneously this guy is going to be a part of the rebellion, okay? That's obviously happening, and simultaneously he just made one of the biggest mistakes that were even possible in this scenario. So it's like, what do you say to him? Well, we've got a combination here of she rips into him for being a piece of shit that killed the person she loved, but simultaneously, he is a failed soldier that just costs the rebellion broadly significantly in ways that was so stupid that is like almost unbelievable. But then also, try and take from this event something going forward. You've got a responsibility that hopefully would have made the difference before now, but it certainly will after. You need to behave as accordingly. Like, you need to actually make the difference that you've just stolen from the rebellion. The debt you now owe, thanks to killing Cinta, needs to be paid by you. Which, to write something that combines all of those points of view in a way that I can buy, like a human being who... Belle's losing it right now. She's struggling, okay? She's not doing so great. So it's like a partially incoherent speech in terms of what exactly is the primary goal. But it's exactly what I would expect to happen. I would expect her to say this.
Like it's also kind of an expression not just of how she feels at the fact that Cinta is dead. It's kind of an expression of how she's been living her life for years because they've been apart from each other. So like that stuff about separation, like all that reflecting on her from a distance is kind of what she's had to do anyway. And now she's dead, she has no choice almost but to speak it, because there's not going to be another time to do it. It was like too late before they reunited, and then this happened. But they were apart for all of that time, and she was feeling all of this leading up to it. So she's got to also carry in that huge weight of everything she's been struggling with. Because you see her crying at the wedding scene on Chandrilla as well, I think, sort of related to this. So now, like, all of it comes out in one go, and yeah, somehow they make it simultaneously incoherent, but also incredibly coherent because, like you say, like everything she says is correct.
I see where it all comes from. It's just that it gave me the impression that she's bobbing between basically trying to rage at him, but also like, you better give her death meaning going forward. Like, the cost you just delivered.
You can see in like the emotion on the actress's face and in just like the lines, like the constant balance on the knife edge of just devolving into ripping into him non-constructively.
Because it's like, it doesn't exactly like if he got so demoralized that he didn't want to participate anymore, then it's like, okay, now her death is actually like totally pointless, basically.
Yeah.
It's the good outcome is that he is made into like a much more competent rebel because of this. That's like the best you can hope for. But I mean, yeah, I think it's a great scene. I don't know why anybody would have a problem with it, really.
Well, I don't know if you know, it's quite hated. It's
yeah,
one of the more famously hated.
I don't really,
which is quite disgusting, actually.
I mean, I think it's well done. Yeah.
I suppose, like, it is meant to make you uncomfortable because, you know, this guy he's falling apart. This is he is a mess. And you know, there are parts where she is tearing into him, but he fucked up. He made a big mistake. He made one of the biggest mistakes that could be made, and it was so avoidable and pointless. And if anything, it could be said that Vel was restrained. All things considered, the fact that she was trying to essentially make an effort to act like the leader that she's really always been trying to be, like, that was, yeah, I remember something they talked about in the beginning of the Aldani arc, is, you know, you want to be a leader, like, this is what it's going to take, this is what it means to become a leader, and, you know, that's something that she wants to become, and that in this moment, even though this is basically one of the most, I mean, arguably the worst moment in her life, is still trying to essentially make something of this horrible situation to try and generate something from it, when it was otherwise would just be pointless and meaningless.
We've seen characters in other media that are absolutely the good guys that would have likely considered executing him on the spot for making that mistake. I'm trying to think of what's coming to mind with that. One of the things that's coming to mind is Civil War, when I know it's not an execution, but Iron Man fucks up Falcon after what he does to technically what he does by technicality. Yeah, like that's what I'm referring to. That kind of emotional rage, where it could just be, oh, you know what? This doesn't count because he's a bad guy, but it's still in my head, so fuck it. When Zorro's wife gets shot at the beginning of the Mask of Zorro by accident by one of Raphael's men, and Raphael kills him immediately. Like, it's that kind of, what I'm trying to say is that could easily have happened, where it's just like, you fucked up so miserably here, you're so fucking useless, like, we would never entertain you being a part of this, bye. I could see Mal doing it, maybe.
Her speech was a bit much, the miracle bit took me out. That's her opinion of Cinta, who she loves.
It's like, if someone just shot the person you loved, what would you think? Like, would it be a bit too much for you to say how amazing the person that you loved who just died was? It's a slightly, because that is the thing to bear in mind all the way through this. Like, this is not just a friend who she's known for a couple of years who's just been shot randomly. Like, this is a relationship strongly felt where they've been torn apart by circumstance for way longer than either of them wanted to be. They finally got back together for the first time they were allowed to, and this is how it's ended. It's like there's a huge amount of weight carrying on here. It's like, if anything, it's understated. She's trying to keep it together. If she'd lashed out and gone mad with grief, you would have expected it to be way too much, because she would be letting all the things she's trying to suppress out. She's saying the least she can get away with saying, really.
There's even, like, beyond just the personal side of the relationship, she's a miracle to the rebellion because of how fucking effective she was. The rebellion has to count its blessings with people like Cinta, essentially. They're not exactly, like, suffering from a glut of incredibly competent agents out and ready to do field work.
I mean, to the point where one of the things I would have liked to have seen, but maybe I'm asking too much, is just I would have liked Luthen's reaction to this knowledge.
But unfortunately, we only got 12 episodes this season.
Well, yeah, and you get the
covering
year
4
skip,
years.
right? So it's like once this is done,
After
it's
this, we
not going to
do,
get
yeah.
regarded, really.
And the thing is that, you know, right now, because like I said, we split it up, but this sequence that we just covered was intercut between the Luthen problem, essentially, the problem that he needs to solve. He's busy right now.
Dude, if I
It's
read
not
the
really
word
fun.
girl boss again, I swear I'm gonna fucking lose it. I swear to God, I'm going to fucking lose it. It is so fucking disgusting. Stop it. Oh my God.
Sounds like you're
Yeah,
being
but
a
there's
girl
this
boss, Theo.
Simple little thought experiment is that if, let's say, because you know there were two of them set up. There was the guy and there was the girl standing next to him. If the girl standing next to him had been the one to accidentally shoot, and the same scene had played out, would you have a problem with it? And my answer is probably not. And that is really because it's not a criticism. It's just girl.
Yeah, it feels
is
like
seen
some
with
meta
guy.
shit is going in here. Because again, girl boss is like, well, she is a woman and she is
Yeah.
the boss. So
One doesn't like
you
to
know,
level accusations, but one feels compelled to.
And
it's
like, I
just-
don't really care about the broader context of Disney Star Wars making it more justifiable that someone should see girl boss in a scene, given that large parts of the like praise Andor has got is because it seems so far removed from Disney Star Wars. So like, it's always like a slightly dangerous thing anyway to say, well, because a bunch of other things I don't like do this thing, therefore I'm going to criticize this thing like it's that thing, even though it's not. Just yeah, consider what's actually going on in the scene. Compare it to your response if that scene had been slightly different, or compare it to a character you don't like in a bad show and just note the differences, and you see why this is not an example of the thing you don't like.
Yeah, it's a good scene. Great scene even.
Excellent scene.
And we got another really cool one as well that was being intercut between this one back at the party. So Mon actually speaks with Luthen, and Mon says that she hasn't heard from Vel in a while, and Luthen asks Mon if there's something urgent that Vel needs to know, and Mon says, yes, I care about her. Again, reinforcing that. He's like, yeah, is there anything important? Like something really important, you know, that's like, that you need to tell her? It's like, yeah, that she gives a shit, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
that she actually cares about what's going on with her. So, but they don't have too long to talk because Perrin collects Mon and Luthen to check out Skolden's personal collection. They've been selected. There's a handful of people who'll be shown, and Clea approaches Lonnie. He is stunned to see her there, but she starts providing him with a cover story for like how they would have interacted in the past. And basically says like that he has to do what she says. Like he is
I do
going to help
enjoy
her
the,
right now.
But like Lonnie might have thought is like, you don't have control over me. It's like, yeah, I do. It's like me and Luthen are organizing the whole fucking network. You will do as
The
I fucking
abject
say.
horror on Lonnie's face throughout this entire sequence is so great because I think it adds up pretty well as well. I don't know that he would be particularly effective in this sort of environment. I don't think he's been asked to do anything like this before.
Yeah.
Like he's a plant.
No,
He's not interacting with other like agents or having to maintain a cover in that regard.
Well, and it's so interesting because he
what-
does not know the stakes at hand already, right? He thinks by doing this we will increase the stakes to catastrophe, and Clay is like, they already are. Like you don't understand. Like, do what I say. They're
The fact that she's even doing this, you know, the fact that she's even approached him, it's like, yeah, you need to be doing everything that she says, but she's not amazing at dealing with him. You know, she should tell him a lot sooner what the problem is, because she does tell him eventually, but she kind of just counts on the idea of like, I'm telling you to do it, so like you need to do it.
Yeah, like that
The
he
fact
would
that
understand
like,
anything from her is explicitly
she-
important and needed to be done.
when
In the
she
same way it
does-
would be
when
with
she doesn't
Luthen.
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to like Luthen knows
She don't know how to deal with
sort
him.
of Luthen sort of knows how to handle all of his agents, right? Clea does not know how to like personally handle someone like Lonnie. 'Cause I
Well,
doubt
she
would have
kind of
that
takes
sort
the same approach. It's her attitude is always solving problems rather than like
Yeah.
essentially dealing with the realities of interacting with people. And it's happening here when Lonnie himself is he's pretty good. I saw a lot of people saying that he was the GOAT, and I mean, given his contributions, you know, he makes a lot of them, but he is he's like really is struggling in terms of this situation. He is stressed out. It was something that was mentioned before. He has a family, which is something that he didn't have when he initially got involved. There's a lot that is terrifying, and particularly once he gets brought into the room, because Claire brings him into the room, along with the group that's there, but they separate. The group is on the other side of the room, and they're with the fake. Well, I don't know whether or not the actual the sculpture is fake, but to get the mic. And meanwhile, on the other side, there's a whole bunch of people, including Krennic. Krennic is here. We haven't seen him for a while.
Always nice to see him. I really like Krennic.
Yeah,
he's chewing the scenery.
Fun to have Mon there because they are fighting the whole time.
Yeah, putting those two opposite each other is fantastic. I mean, they are both such competent actors, but because of the characters, the backstories, the complete worldview shift, the power dynamics of everything, it's a chance for them to kind of socially bitch at each other about everything they've been fighting about in courts and in the Senate.
Well, and I like that there's a lot here that we don't need scenes for, so Luthen would obviously want to be present here to do what he might be able to do to facilitate whatever, and very likely Mon Mothma now knows what is very likely going on, so if she can antagonize Krennic into any kind of conversation, further delaying them approaching that side of the room, there's all these little things happening that it's all like nobody in this room knows that all of them are the Rebel Alliance. Like it's kind of insane in a way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because Mon is kind of playing the character that she has presented, which is that she is the harmless, but sort of she has her perspective and she'll express it, but that she's kind of like ineffectual, like doesn't really achieve anything. It's like, yes, Mon there with all of her gripes about the way that the Empire's doing things, whatever. Like it's kind of fun for Krennic, the argument that they're having. Like he's kind of enjoying it, because he doesn't really feel threatened by her at all.
And I don't just mean they're a part of the Rebel Alliance, I mean that if they were to fail here, and let's say Clea, Luthen, Mon, and Lonnie were all exposed, like that would annihilate the rebellion as it stands right now.
That's a devastating blow. That is an absolutely cataclysmic blow.
Because I've seen people say, like, it's just moving a piece out of a thing. It's not a very interesting bit of stakes. I was like, this is the end of the rebellion that's on the fucking knife's edge right now.
Oh, it's just
they've got all of Axis in the room, basically. All of them, all of Axis. Like the entire plan would be exposed if one of them falls here. And it's like, you almost wonder whether it will, because Mon Mothma can't stop herself but really having a go at Krennic. But the kind of interesting thing is that you would expect the two most important characters in this scene to be Luthen and Krennic, because they occupy the same position in their respective sides. But because Mon Mothma sort of takes the lead, and that's where the personal argument comes from, and because you've also got like the distraction of trying to get this device out, Luthen just sort of fades into the background as though he's not really there, which is exactly what he would do. And so like that restraint on the part of the writers not to really focus on him at all, except for the odd gaze over to the mission, is admirable restraint, really.
I do like those expressions you catch for every once in a while where he looks so like, please solve that fucking problem.
Yeah. And, Claire's doing a pretty good job of essentially playing the two roles because, on the one hand, she's got like a key that she had attached to her clothes that she uses, but to try and like unlock the device and remove it. But at the same time, she needs to present as though she is telling Lonnie about the piece and emphasizes to him that it's important that he remember the things that she's telling him, because he might be tested on his knowledge, which of course would help a lot, if they come over and they ask him a question and he can actually say something rather than, oh shit.
Yeah, I actually, what I love about that is that it's beneficial for them to actually prompt him to speak, because it's what you could call like naturally convincing. You didn't need to. But it just, everyone's brains moves away from any other thought if you just have Lonnie say it. It's like, oh yeah, because they were talking.
Pretty much. And, but the thing is, when she tries to unlock and remove the listening device, it gets stuck, which is causing them a bit of a problem. And Lonnie basically threatens he's going to walk away, but she stops him. Like he wants to get the fuck out of there.
Lonnie's perspective is like, it's better that we don't both get caught, obviously. Like it's just like whatever's going on here. But her perspective is basically like, this is it. You're in. Like
you have to help me, or we're fucked. And and basically blocking the view and eventually getting to the point of having to hold the the sculpture so that she can try and remove it. And as she's trying to force it, it's drawing blood. That's how stuck it is.
Because it's in chat, and I've seen some people suggest is why didn't she have him open it? Because then they'd have to switch positions. She needs to make sure he gets the key in the right place, and then he needs to stress it open while looking as though he's listening to her talking about. I was like, the variables are too much. She's just obviously going to commit to trying to open it herself.
She has to do it. She has to be the one to do it. Yeah.
Because obviously she thought this would be a lot easier at first.
Yeah.
Once it became stuck, it was like committing to it.
Yep, and the ticking clock of them getting closer and closer, but thankfully Mon is delaying pretty well with all of the arguments with Krennic, who is having a great time.
It's the super obvious thing to draw from this thing, but it's such an effective like tension building device, especially intercutting back and forth between this and the heist in progress.
Yeah, I love the conversation they actually have, right? Like Krennic's view on the world versus Mon's view, and how that could be reflective of the Empire and the Rebellion, while simultaneously, a lot of what Krennic says, we know, because we know the character, he doesn't actually give a fuck about. Like, talking about, what, you know, how it's okay that they did whatever they do to whoever in the galaxy, when most of it is cover stories or excuses. But he finds it so sporting. You can tell he's just enjoying the conversation for what it is.
Catty.
Oh, it's what's that? Isn't it like a quote about the idea of like the idea of like bad faith argument, where it's like if you're dealing with somebody who doesn't give a fuck about like the truth or arguments at all, it's like pointless basically. Because it's like you said, he doesn't give a fuck. He's just making these arguments he's generating arguments to counter Mon's arguments, when ultimately he just likes having power and exercising it over, you know, people. That's it. But he's having fun with it, you know. He'll have fun with it.
There's I think it was earlier actually. There's an interaction where she says, well, like they're introduced or whatever, but it's like, no, you know, I've been present in several of her committees. Yeah, and then she says how pleasant it is to see you out of the witness stand. Just like, you know, it's just fun banter because they clearly fucking hate each other.
Oh yeah. But they can't quite express it as plainly as I'd like to. But they will eventually, I suppose. And we don't see it get removed, but they do eventually arrive to where Claire and Lonnie are and inspect the piece. And Krennic asks Claire like why she likes the sculpture so much, because it was pointed out that she really likes it. I presume we're meant to, like, Luthen said that, like, because maybe he asked, like, what are they doing? It's like, oh, she really likes it. She's my assistant. And she looks at Lonnie, who explains that the sculpture is like a book that you read with your hand. He was paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
They all have a chuckle. It's, you know, it's all good. Problem solved. And I think for the first time we see Claire smile in the whole show. Like in the whole thing as they're leaving the party.
I really love that little ending bit.
Krennic.
Yeah,
they should have killed him while they were in there with him, and they both have a laugh, which is so unusual.
It just seems
there's another character now who's able to do what Luthen was doing, arguably better than he can now do it. Like she's in the position to do it more, but like she's obviously learned so much from him, just much as Cassian has learned so much from him. There's increasing numbers of people who were in his orbit, who were either like his seconds, his right hand man, whatever it is, who are now sort of put in the spotlight, and they're able to do it just as well and without the same baggage. So you're sort of seeing whether he willed it or not. Like this is the next generation of the Rebel Alliance leadership is being tested in his presence.
Yeah, and just to see a scene where there's two people, well, rather, there's a relationship that Luthen has that's actually like, obviously this is their big victory, so they should be happy, but it's just nice to see them have a bit of joy, you know? Instead of real pain.
For all this stress.
To have it.
Especially being that they're such puppeteers, and their plan actually worked without a hitch. It was fucking close, but they did it, and it's because of how good they
came through again.
Yeah.
He did. He is the GOAT. It's a shame that his end will probably be pretty tragic.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere pleasant.
We have one last scene here. Dr. Gorst. But for real Dr. Gorst, not a hallucination.
With his old lunch.
He's heading to work.
Or his dinner, I guess.
Yeah. And he's heading to work, but Bix is in his office. And he doesn't recognize her. He doesn't know who she is.
Nope.
Which is not surprising at all. Like, it's obviously Bix has been thinking about it a lot, but Gorst has probably done this to a lot of people and doesn't care much for them.
But
But
doesn't he
you know,
vaguely recognize her? I thought he said something like, "Wait, I've seen you before," but he doesn't.
He
know
said,
what
yeah,
her
he
name
doesn't
is.
remember
oh
where
yeah, he
from.
doesn't. Yeah, he knows her, but he doesn't know like exactly the
Which is
circumstances.
nuts, but it makes sense. Like in terms of he tortured her for so long, but you know he's tortured so
Yeah,
many people, so it's like whatever.
what's that expression? The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, that's actually pretty apt. Bix sits him down in the chair, and it restrains him, and then grabs the speakers. He knows what the speakers do. Puts them on his head, and says, you know, it'll only feel like forever, and turns it on, and then it goes quiet again, like it did when it happened to her. All the sound cuts out, and she leaves, and he howls in agony. There, he is
Not having a
I
good
mean, yeah,
time.
this is what he does to people. He
Mhm.
is but yeah, that's him. That's him getting it done to him. And Bix leaves. She shoots an Imperial guard on the way up. Links up with Andor. And they do the cool thing. They don't look at the explosion that he starts. He detonates explosives that were planted in the office, but they don't look at it because they're cool. And cool guys don't
Love the
look at
track that plays
explosions.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool one. It's a good old remix of the Andor theme. But yeah, that's Gorst dead, blown up. And of course, it's like, well, why did this happen? Well, if you remember, Lonnie found out about this. He knew about Gorst getting set up in the office. And we all
Like,
remember who he
I'm
was.
not kidding. A common criticism of this scene is how could they have known where Ghost was?
How do you think?
Like it's so sad because they show you the mission started up. They told you that Cassian told Luthen, "You gotta bring like Bix needs to be solved if you want me at maximum."
And
He's got
blowing
information
Gorst
from
up is a good
Lonnie.
way of solving
Well, and I would
that
say as
problem.
well, it should be a goal to get rid of Ghost because one, the torture method is horribly, horrifically inhumane, but simultaneously
also
it
insanely
works.
effective.
Yeah, like we
Yeah.
need to stop this where it started, and simultaneously, this is an opportunity to maybe help out Bix.
Mhm.
And this is an extremely effective just target of opportunity just in that regard. He's getting set up in a new place that like his operation is getting expanded. That puts so many more eyes and ears on the project that like has all sorts of security like ramifications and whatnot. This is a really good window to nab him.
Yeah,
The one thing I
it's
did
just an
expect,
excellent
though,
decision.
is like to see, and I don't think we get. I might be misremembering. It doesn't really come up again in the next arc of episodes, and like because if you try and like follow the chain of evidence, like this could be massively risky for Luthen and for the rebellion generally, because there's not a huge amount of people that know where Ghost was and where he was being set up. In fact, there's only 3 that we know of ISB officers who could have given that information to anyone, and one of them happens to be their mole. Then there's the Imperial like Navy side of things. Maybe there's a leak there, but like I kind of expected there to be like this to be more significant in terms of the investigation that it creates. Like the trade-off being, well, okay, it's risky, but we have to do it because the risks of not doing it are greater. And like showing that the ISB being keenly investigating who might have given this information out in order that one of their top men could be assassinated. We don't see it again though, and I get that the point isn't really for that to happen. The point is to show that this is Bix's redemption moment. I guess it's just I'm not sure how neatly it does slot into the rest of the world that we've been shown.
So all that would
The
need to
thing-
happen is reasonable ways that the information gets out, and that it could even be alternative goals were actually achieved that could also muddy the investigation that isn't seen. Like there's enough faith to be had in this show that there's constant missions and investigations running that have achieved all kinds of things or cost all kinds of things, and I would argue that this one we should expect, with all that pieces of all this, how the information would have traveled between each of those factors that we know are involved. And then I actually think it would be worth considering that maybe this was a risk they just decided to take because it's too important not to. And I think there's an aspect that's interesting.
I think the expansion of the operation provides like so much in terms of deniability to like the people we know involved, because obviously, like, this is now going beyond the ISB's control, which means there's going to be like so many more eyes on the project. That sort of has to be to get Gorst situated in his new place. There needs to be more people than ever in the know on like his activities, where he's going, what he's doing, and like what's going on in that building even. So that creates so much more potential places leaks could have come from, such that an investigation is like much harder. Plus, like, you know, Lonnie put himself very much behind Hirt. Hirt was like taking the lead on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's
pretty
going to be
clever.
countless people involved just for setting it all up. There's going to be people who may have been able to leak this outside of just the ISB officers. Because we don't even know how much time has necessarily passed with... Because Ghost is set up, it looks like, anyway.
Yeah.
He's getting
Yeah, he's
set
got an
up,
office.
yeah.
He was just getting food today, that's all. It was just a nice normal day for him, and then she ruined it. What a nice man that had his day ruined.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's,
I will
that's
say,
him done.
I was also sort of in the ballpark of expecting to see some kind of like an investigation as a result of this as we go forward. I don't end up thinking it's like necessary, but it was something that I was thinking was
I would have
more
been
likely
totally
than not to be covered.
Interested in seeing it, but this could be yet another example of like
Yeah.
would have been in the full seasons, not going to get it in, because obviously the next arc we've got a lot of work to do. It's the most important one, arguably, at least for now.
Oh yeah.
It
You
is.
could maybe have dispensed with it with a line from Partagaz, and like this is the last time we share ISB assets with the Navy.
Well, Lonnie has still got story left. Who knows what?
True, yeah.
What could
all come
happen
back.
there? Who knows? But maybe not. It's not like we've said several times. This is not a perfect season by any stretch. It's just that you know, it's just sad to know that this all would have been fleshed out. And this is kind of what I was referring to, by the way. Ghost is kind of just a worker who is baffled and then terrified, while in her visions he is like Emperor Palpatine levels of spooky. It's I just like the way that contrast is executed, because yeah, he is. That is his evil, is that he wasn't actually considerate of what he was actually doing. He was just more invested in the efficiency of it.
Now he's gone.
So another criticism I saw was it's disappointing that she only tortured him for that long. And I was like, okay, first of all, it feels way longer. That was like a huge deal with this thing. But secondly, she had to walk all the way down to the bottom of the building, or elevator, whatever, walk out of the building, and then blow it up. So like he had a decent chunk of time with it. And I would argue you might want to ensure he's dead. You know, we could risk torturing him for a lot longer, sure, but just kill him.
Main thing is to get rid of him. He's
Let's
a
make sure he
bad
and
guy.
his research are like in the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Last
which,
thing of note
you know,
for the
mission accomplished
season
on that one.
that has to be said, okay? You have to appreciate these angles of different things that happen in this show, but what a fucking pratfall on this dude. Look at this.
Oh,
He makes that look great.
That one does look like a yeah, he's that's a good one.
There are a lot of lads in Hollywood who like their whole thing is doing really good pratfalls, and I'm just like, nice. I feel like that guy's experienced.
That's
Look
a
at him
really
go.
good one.
his head bounces. Like,
It does.
geez.
He
looks
gave
like
himself
it
a
does, yeah.
concussion.
Bro, I
in
mean, like
service of his
that's
art.
committing, because it really helps. Like, I'm not even kidding. This kind of death ragdolling as a real human, it really helps by that you killed them.
Yeah, it's that's a good one. Yeah,
I like it. Good stuff. But yeah, that's the second arc, I suppose, isn't
that's
it?
episode 6. So we are halfway through Andor season 2. We are 3/4 of the way through the entire story.
So, you know, much more
add
reassuring
a
that
bit.
second arc. There's not a scene that doesn't have a decent amount of meaning in it, and then there are some that are just, you know, excellent, top tier.
Top tier, absolutely.
If only
back
the
it.
next
So, yeah.
arc could get even better. Is it possible?
Is it possible? I wonder, even though it's probably already been pretty clearly conveyed what the answer to that question is.
Well, by the time we get to break that down, we will have seen the rest.
The entirety, that's right. It'll be over. The adventure will be over, and Star Wars will be back to being doomed forever until the end of time.
Yeah.
It crawled out of its grave to be dragged back in. It's like,
Yeah, kind of.
Filoni's like coming from the top rope.
Come here, I'll get you. Dragging it back in.
Like I said, the more we progress this, the more that's gonna come up as a. That will absolutely be how this fucking analysis ends. A big old conversation about what Star Wars could have been.
And what it will never be. Though I think isn't Bo Willerman? He's writing the well, assuming it ever happens, the origin story of the Jedi film. That,
So as much as that could
Mangold
be
was
seen as hope, and I'm not going to deny it, but I will say like Andor felt like they were more free. While a film from Disney, like I got to imagine there's going to be a lot of
the fact that
interference.
they've gone through like 4 writers for the Rey movie, right? It feels like indicative of exactly the problem, which is there is no creative freedom.
Well,
here
we know
Disney
so many
Star Wars.
directors. I mean, James Mangold made Indiana Jones, man.
He did.
That's
He made the Dial of Destiny.
that's like a what the fuck. Like that man has made great films.
He has.
And he owns
before
that
I-
Indiana Jones film. So he's like, that's him. He put
Yep.
his.
No, I
and
mean,
so-
I'm happy to say that was him. I'm happy to give that to him as a thing that is an indictment of his storytelling capabilities.
Yeah. So
Really
you
bad.
know, take it all as it comes, I suppose.
It's a funny thing that Kathleen Kennedy is like the anti-Partagaz. You go into the room with her, and rather than her like trying to ask you for good solutions to problems, like she's the one who force chokes you against the ceiling if you dare to cross her.
I mean, I've made the comparison before, but I can't resist. Like, Partagaz to me is the opposite of Thrawn, or how Thrawn is supposed to, what he's supposed to evoke out of the audience. It's so interesting to see it in 2 different projects. That one is handed the keys to these iconic and important characters of the universe and portrays them so awfully that you never want to see them again. Versus someone else who's created characters from scratch that you now lament the fact that they're not popular enough to be brought back in any other way because you're not going to see them again. That's just going to be it.
Characters like Nemec who exist for an arc, and you lament the fact that they're gone.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've had 3 seasons of The Mandalorian. And Mando, what could you say about him?
Mandalorian went on longer than they had story to tell. They didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
He's really stoic.
How sad is that? Andor's like fucking
insane.
bursting at the seams with story to tell, and they're like, you're not allowed. While Mando is like, got another season. It's like, what the fuck are we gonna do?
And a movie. And now you got
And
a
a
movie.
movie.
I was like, yep. And I wonder what we'll learn about Mando in that movie.
God, and
Nothing.
imagine
What?
if the movie does well, like box office wise. I know it shouldn't, but if it did,
I'm kind of happy to think that it won't be actually
Same.
very successful for them.
but still, what I'm trying to get at is that if it was to do well, and they're like, all right, another season of Mando, let's go, and another movie, and you're like,
Maybe a Bo-Katan show as the leader of Mandalore, huh? That'd be exciting. And it's kind of the thing. It's like, I do kind of expect that these Star Wars films aren't going to do as well as they need to. That is my expectation. I don't see that they would. I don't know. It feels like Star Wars as an intellectual property is it's kind of in the same position that Marvel's in, where like even when people get hyped for something, it still seems to be localized. Thunderbolts ain't gonna do that well, fellas. Despite all of the positive buzz that surrounded it, it's not gonna end up doing that well, which I feel like has to say something about Fantastic Four's chances. Like, what are they really? And it'll probably be the same for this, and maybe for the Star Wars Starfighter. I imagine it's not going to do Deadpool and Wolverine numbers, though I'm sure Disney would be thrilled if they could have a year as good as 2024, where they had like 3 movies that made over $400 million dollars in just pure profit for them, or something like that. An insane amount of money. But I don't know. I am very bummed that this is going to be the last time that Star Wars tells a good story for like at least a decade. I gotta say.
And we'd love to be proven wrong on that, all right, Filoni? You get out there and you
That'd
prove
be great,
us wrong.
But, like, it ain't gonna happen. It won't happen. All of the upcoming
Not on
projects.
Filoni's watch.
No,
Well,
and he's
Filoni-
probably going to be the next guy in charge. He is, from Hollywood's perspective, he's probably the obvious choice for who should take over. He's been with Star Wars for like 20 years at this point, or something like that, and is generally well regarded by a lot of the fans. Though it seems like Andor has reminded people, "Oh shit, this is like a real TV show," and he can't make those.
Filoni, you have to understand, Andor is a miracle, and you killed it. You need to wear that as a skin.
It is
You need
a
to go
miracle,
forward,
yeah.
and you need to come through on that, alright? You need to make something that makes up for the loss that we'll have, okay? You gotta do it, buddy. I believe in you. Totally, 100%, definitely.
I don't know, it's just, all of the upcoming projects. It's like you got Mando and Grogu by Jon Favreau, who hasn't made a good film in nearly 20 years. Then you've got then what's after that? You got Ahsoka season 2. That is bound to be awful. You got the Sean Levi Star Wars movie, which will be about as bad as Deadpool and Wolverine, which means it could end up being 1 out of 10. And then you have what else is there? What else is the Dave Filoni movie. And the Rey movie, of course. The Rey movie's coming as well. Wow, what an exciting time for Star Wars, huh?
It is going to be a fascinating time when Star Wars returns to cinemas, essentially.
When Andor clears up, and if it's even a 5 out of 10 ending, that'll be acceptable for Andor fans right now who are over the moon happy to get more Andor in general. Whenever the next Filoni thing comes out, everyone will be bringing up Andor. It'll be like, holy fuck, this is it. This is what we get.
Man.
Everyone's
Andor
been sharing that fucking scene
so much more annoying.
where Ahsoka is fighting the stormtroopers, and it looks just terrible. The framing, the way it's all set, the awkward movements, because she's clearly just not. Sorry, Rosario. It's not working out. And yeah, it's just
like broadening acknowledgement of like the distinction there between actual television with something to say, like an artist got involved and they were interested in like actually doing something with the IP, versus like the most base like genre, or not genre, like brand iconography pandering. Like, you like lightsabers, you like stormtroopers, here's these characters that you've been familiar with because you probably grew up watching them when you were a child. Just watch them like going round and round and round and round forever. That'll do.
Oh,
yeah, good times. But hey, Andor's been pretty good so far.
yes,
Really good.
and we'll have to figure out if I doubt we're doing 6 in 1 next week. So
No way. There's no way.
Not with the next
episode
arc.
8 for a while. We'll be on episode 8 probably for like 3 hours at least.
But yeah, for now that'll be it. But don't worry, we shall be back. And before we go, Theo, do you want to let anyone know? Has anything changed since last night on your channel? Just
work has been done in the 24 hours or so that have passed, but I'm not ready to disclose anything yet.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm
very well.
chugging away.
Platoon.
Work has not been done in the 24 hours that have passed, so no, exactly the same position as last night.
I did after the last night's episode have a nice big sleep. And then it was like, oh shit, it's almost time for It's like, well, got some life things to do, but we'll have to do that. Vringy yourself?
I did not sleep well, as I will say. I always have this problem, like if I have a nap in the afternoon, which happens sometimes, it's like, oh fuck, I'm not sleeping. And I need to sleep. I need to go to sleep to make sure that I think I only slept for like 4 hours, so yeah, I'm pretty tired.
Mm-hmm.
But Andor is somewhat rejuvenating in terms of, I don't know if it's, as much of a substitute for getting caffeine like injected right into my veins, but, but yeah, no updates since then, really. Just working, the deal.
Fair. By the time the next EFAP will be streamed, there will be an announcement that will have been made that I will thankfully finally be able to talk about, but I can't talk about it yet. But I will be able to on the next EFAP. And other than that,
give an update though on the runtime, right? Of
last time I said the video would be longer than an hour. This time I will say longer than 2 hours. The hints continue.
I know how long it is, but I'll never tell.
But I'll never tell. It'll be interesting to see where chat guessed that number might end up, but we'll have to see. Who knows? But for now, thank you all for watching. We appreciate you, and we shall see you next time. Good night.
See you later, everybody. Bye-bye.